Chapter 1. The first flame. The mountain always warned Tanjiro before the weather changed. Snow carried a sharper scent before a storm. Pine needles released a faint bitterness when the wind turned violent. Even the stones seemed to breathe differently when the temperature was about to fall. That evening, however, the mountain warned him of something else, something wrong. Tanjiro Kamado stopped halfway up the narrow trail leading home, the basket on his back creaking beneath the weight of the few supplies he had purchased in town. Night had already settled over the forest. The moon hung behind a veil of clouds, painting the snow in weak silver. He stood completely still. The cold wind brushed his face. Pine, frozen earth, smoke from distant hearths, the faint sweetness of the rice cakes an old woman had pressed into his hands before he left the village. And beneath all of it, blood. Tanjiro's fingers tightened around the straps of his basket. For one desperate moment, he told himself it was an animal. A fox caught by a wolf, a deer injured on the rocks, something natural, something the mountain had seen 1,000 times before. Then another scent reached him, his mother. Tanjiro dropped the basket. The supplies scattered across the snow, but he did not look back. He ran. Branches struck his shoulders as he left the main path. His sandals slipped across hidden ice. He caught himself against a tree, pushed away, and continued climbing. "Mother!" His voice vanished into the forest. No one answered. "Nezuko!" The smell grew stronger. Blood, fear. Something foul and cold that did not belong to any person Tanjiro had ever met. He knew the scents of the people in the nearby village. He knew the hunters who crossed these woods, the charcoal burners who used the lower roads, and even the travelers who sometimes became lost during winter. This scent belonged to none of them. It was almost human, almost. Yet beneath the surface was something ancient and diseased, like flowers growing over a grave. Tanjiro's heart pounded painfully against his ribs. The roof of his home appeared between the trees. The front door stood open. There were no lamps burning inside. Tanjiro stumbled into the clearing and stopped. A man stood before the house. He was tall and slender, dressed far too elegantly for the mountain. His dark coat was untouched by the snow. Black hair framed a face so pale and calm that, from a distance, he might have appeared gentle, but his hands were red. Blood dripped from the tips of his fingers. Behind him, the doorway of the Kamado home was painted in shadows and stillness. Tanjiro could not breathe. The stranger turned. Crimson eyes met his. For the briefest instant, surprise crossed the man's face. Not fear, not guilt. Recognition. The stranger looked at Tanjiro as though he had expected to find an empty road, only to discover an old enemy standing in his path. Tanjiro smelled his family's blood on him. His mind emptied. "What?" Tanjiro's voice broke. "What did you do?" The stranger tilted his head. The movement was small, almost curious. "You came back sooner than expected." Tanjiro's knees threatened to collapse. He looked beyond the man. A hand lay near the doorway, small, motionless. "Takeo." Tanjiro made a sound that was neither a word nor a cry. The stranger watched him. His calmness was worse than laughter would have been. "Why?" Tanjiro whispered. The man's expression did not change. "Why?" "I smelled something unusual here," he said. His voice was soft and measured, untouched by what surrounded him. "A trace I had hoped was gone." The wind shifted. The earrings hanging beside Tanjiro's face moved with it, rectangular pieces decorated with a rising sun. The stranger's eyes fixed on them. A crack appeared in his composure. Tanjiro saw it, a tiny tightening around the eyes, a memory, fear hidden so deeply that perhaps even the man himself had forgotten it was there. "You," the stranger murmured. Tanjiro did not understand. He did not care. He only knew the scent of his sibling's blood. He knew the silence where his mother's voice should have been. He knew the man standing in front of him had entered their home and erased the world Tanjiro had promised to protect. Something moved inside Tanjiro's chest. It was not his heart. It had no shape, yet he felt it rising from somewhere beneath his bones. Something vast had been sleeping inside him, buried behind his mother's songs and his father's dance. A warmth appeared behind his ribs. At first it felt like the small fire around which his family gathered during winter. Then it grew. The stranger took a single step backward. Tanjiro's breath clouded the air. The vapor did not vanish. It twisted around his face like smoke. Deep beneath the mountain, something answered. The Kamado family had carried the Hinakami Kagura across generations. To the children, it was a dance. To the adults, it was tradition. A father moved through the snow from sunset until dawn, breathing with perfect rhythm while offering his strength to the god of fire. Each motion was remembered, each step preserved, each generation taught the next so the promise would never be broken. Yet the first Kamado had not created the dance merely to honor the sun. It had been a contract. Long before demons wandered openly beneath the moon, long before swordsmen learned to trap sunlight inside steel, human suffering had called out for an answer. Something had listened. Not a god, not a demon, a force born from the need for cruelty to have consequences. It had no human name. It wore many titles across distant lands and forgotten centuries. The judge of the unrepentant, the flame behind the sun, the spirit of vengeance. It could not remain in the mortal world without a vessel. Its fire was too absolute, its hunger for punishment too endless. So an ancient dancer had offered his bloodline as a doorway, but only under conditions meant to bind the spirit's wrath. The flame would sleep. It would awaken only before an unforgivable wrong. It would not choose the strongest descendant. It would choose the one capable of carrying anger without becoming its slave. The contract faded from memory. The dance remained. And now, before the blood-soaked Kamado home, Muzan Kibutsuji had completed the first condition. Tanjiro heard a voice. It did not come from the forest. It came from inside him. He murdered them. Tanjiro's hands began to tremble. The stranger's scent sharpened, not remorse, calculation. He was deciding whether Tanjiro should die immediately or be questioned first. He feels nothing. The warmth behind Tanjiro's ribs spread into his arms. His fingernails dug into his palms. "Give them back," Tanjiro said. The stranger stared. "What? Give my family back?" Tanjiro lunged. He had no weapon, no training, no plan. He grabbed a piece of firewood from beside the house and swung it with both hands. The stranger moved so quickly that Tanjiro did not see him dodge. One moment he stood in front of the doorway. The next he was beside Tanjiro. A pale hand closed around Tanjiro's throat. His feet left the ground. The firewood fell into the snow. "You carry the scent," the stranger said. "But you are not him." Tanjiro clawed at the hand around his neck. The man's fingers felt like cold iron. "Your family preserved something they should have allowed to die." Tanjiro tried to kick him. The blow struck the man's side without effect. The voice inside Tanjiro grew louder. "Look at him." Pain exploded through Tanjiro's skull. His vision changed. For an instant, the forest disappeared. He saw people, hundreds, thousands, faces twisted in terror, families torn apart, children crying for parents who would never answer, swordsmen dying beneath an endless night. They surrounded the stranger like a silent procession, every person whose life he had ended, every demon created from his blood, every death caused by his fear of dying. Tanjiro saw them reflected in those crimson eyes. The stranger flinched. His grip loosened. A thin orange line appeared across Tanjiro's neck where the pale fingers touched him. Heat surged through the stranger's hand. He released Tanjiro and stepped back. For the first time, genuine alarm crossed his face. Tanjiro fell to his knees, coughing. Snow melted around his palms. A faint red glow pulsed beneath his skin. The stranger looked down at his hand. A burn had formed across his fingers. Impossible. No ordinary heat could harm him. No common flame could even mark his flesh. Yet the wound did not heal. It smoldered. The stranger's eyes narrowed. "What are you?" Tanjiro lifted his head. His pupils burned like coals. The air around him began to distort. Smoke rose from his shoulders even though his clothing had not caught fire. He saw the stranger's sins again. Not as distant images, as doors, each one waited to be opened. A certainty entered Tanjiro's mind. He could make the man feel all of it, every scream, every wound, every final moment stolen from every life. Tanjiro did not know how he understood this. The knowledge had arrived fully formed, resting beneath his thoughts like an instinct older than language. All he needed to do was look into the stranger's eyes and surrender. The flame would do the rest. Judge him. The voice was not angry. It did not need to be. It spoke with the certainty of a sentence already decided. The stranger's calm finally broke. A vein appeared at his temple. His fingers lengthened, nails sharpening into claws. "Whatever you are," he said, "you will die with the others." He moved. Tanjiro saw nothing but a blur. A clawed hand swept toward his face. Then a sound came from inside the house. A breath, weak, broken, but alive. Tanjiro turned his head. "Nezuko!" The stranger's claws stopped a finger's width from Tanjiro's cheek. Both of them had heard it. Tanjiro's glowing eyes widened. "Nezuko!" The flame faltered. The stranger looked toward the house. His expression darkened. "One survived?" Tanjiro scrambled to his feet and threw himself through the doorway. The stranger could have stopped him. Under any other circumstance, he would have. But the burning mark on his hand continued to smoke. Something within the boy had looked through him, not at the body he wore, but at the weight beneath it. A memory rose inside Musen's mind. A swordsman with red hair, a blade that burned like the sun. The quiet certainty that death had finally found him. Musen hated memories that made him feel small. The boy was not that swordsman. Yet whatever slept in him was unfamiliar, and unfamiliar power was dangerous. Musen looked toward the first pale hint of dawn beyond the mountain peaks. He had spent too long investigating the Kamado household. The approaching sun left little time for experimentation. He withdrew into the trees. "This is not over," he whispered. Tanjiro did not hear him leave. He had found Nezuko beneath the bodies of their family. She was cold. Blood covered her clothes, but most of it was not hers. "Nezuko!" Tanjiro dropped beside her and pulled her into his arms. Her skin felt like winter stone. "No, no, please!" He pressed his ear to her chest. There, a heartbeat, slow, uneven, but present. Relief struck him so sharply that he nearly collapsed. "You're alive!" He held her closer. The heat inside him dimmed, not extinguished. Waiting, Tanjiro looked around the room. His mother rested near the hearth. Rokuta lay against her, protected by arms that had not been strong enough to stop the monster who entered their home. Hanako and Shidru were nearby. Takeo had fallen close to the door, perhaps trying to defend the others. Tanjiro's breath trembled. Grief tried to pull him apart from the inside. The voice returned. He escapes. Tanjiro looked toward the open doorway. The stranger's scent remained strong. A trail led into the forest. Tanjiro could follow it. The thing inside him wanted to. Images entered his mind, his feet carrying him faster than any human could run, the forest igniting around him, his hands closing around the murderer, his gaze forcing the monster to face every life he had destroyed. It would be easy. He only had to place Nezuko down. He could pursue the stranger before the trail faded. Justice waited in the trees. Nezuko breathed weakly against his chest. Tanjiro looked at her face. Her lips had begun to lose their color. "I need to get you down the mountain," he whispered. "The guilty flees." "I know." "He will kill again." "I know." Tanjiro's shout echoed through the ruined house. The floorboards beneath his knees darkened from the heat. His teeth clenched. Everything inside him screamed to hunt. The desire was not merely rage. It was heavier than rage, more persuasive than hatred. It carried the authority of something that believed punishment was the only honest answer to suffering. Tanjiro could chase Musen. Perhaps he could kill him. Perhaps he could make certain no other family experienced this night. But Nezuko was alive now. She needed him now. If he abandoned her to chase vengeance, she might die before he returned. Tanjiro lowered his forehead against hers. "I'm sorry," he whispered to those who could no longer hear him. "I'm sorry, but I have to save her." The presence inside him went silent. Tanjiro wrapped Nezuko in a blanket and lifted her onto his back. He stumbled outside. The stranger's trail burned in his senses. Every step away from it felt like tearing a hook from his chest. He turned toward the path leading down the mountain and walked away from revenge. Far beyond the boundaries of human perception, the ancient contract shifted. The massacre had awakened the flame. Musen's absence of remorse had opened the door, but neither had chosen the vessel. The final condition was fulfilled when Tanjiro Kamado offered immediate vengeance, placed the life of another before the satisfaction of his wrath. The spirit of vengeance entered him fully, not because he hated deeply enough, because his love remained stronger. Snow began to fall harder as Tanjiro descended. Nezuko felt heavier with every step. "Stay with me," he pleaded. "We'll reach the village. Someone will know what to do." Her heartbeat had grown stronger. That should have comforted him. Instead, Tanjiro noticed another change. Her scent. Nezuko had always smelled warm to him, like sun-dried cloth and the flowers that grew near the house during spring. Now something bitter spread beneath that familiar scent, the same unnatural cold he had smelled on the stranger. Tanjiro tried to deny it. He adjusted her weight and continued walking. Nezuko moved. Nezuko, her fingers tightened around his shoulders. Relief flashed through him, then her nails pierced his clothing. Tanjiro stopped. Nezuko's body convulsed. She lifted her head from his shoulder and released a strained, broken sound. "Nezuko, are you hurt?" She shoved away from him. Tanjiro lost his footing. Both of them tumbled down the snowy slope. He struck the ground hard enough to empty his lungs. Nezuko rolled farther, coming to rest beside a tree. "Nezuko," Tanjiro pushed himself up. She rose slowly. Her hair covered her face. Something about her posture was wrong. Her arms hung loosely. Her shoulders trembled. Steam rose from her skin despite the cold. Then she looked at him. Her eyes were no longer human. Pink irises surrounded narrow pupils. Veins stood out around them. Small fangs pressed against her lower lip. Tanjiro froze. The stranger's scent poured from her, not the same exactly. Fainter, newer, but unmistakable. "No!" Nezuko sprang forward. Tanjiro barely raised the handle of his hatchet before she struck him. The impact drove him onto his back. Her hands closed around the wooden handle, forcing the blade toward his face. Tanjiro pushed against it with all his strength. "Nezuko!" she snarled. Her body began to grow. Her limbs lengthened. Her weight increased until Tanjiro sank deeper into the snow. The heat within him returned. Instantly, violently. A thin flame flickered along the edge of the hatchet. Nezuko recoiled from it. The fire was not red or orange. It burned white at the center, surrounded by a strange blue glow that gave off no smoke. Tanjiro stared. The wooden handle remained untouched. Only the metal burned. Knowledge whispered through him. Hellfire, a flame that did not need fuel. A fire that cared little for flesh because flesh was not what it was created to punish. Nezuko's demonic scent flooded his senses. The spirit stirred. Corruption. "No!" Tanjiro gasped. Nezuko lunged again. He held the burning hatchet between them. The flame rose higher, reacting to her presence. One strike might end the struggle. Tanjiro knew it with terrifying certainty. The fire would not merely cut her. It would enter her, burn through the blood, changing her, and search for the guilt within her soul. His hands shook. Nezuko growled, pressing forward. The flame leaned toward her like a living thing. "Judge, she hasn't done anything." "Demon, she's my sister." The spirit pushed against him. Tanjiro's vision shifted. He saw Nezuko not as she appeared, but as something surrounded by threads of memory. He saw her carrying Rokuta when he cried. He saw her repairing Hanako's clothing. He saw her giving up food so the younger children could eat more. He saw her smiling beside their mother. There were no screaming victims behind her eyes, no lives stolen, no cruelty, only pain, only confusion, only the violent hunger forced into her blood by another. The hellfire trembled, then bent away from her. The spirit saw what Tanjiro saw, innocence. The flame could not condemn what had committed no wrong. Nezuko's jaws opened. Tanjiro closed his eyes. "I'm sorry," he whispered. "I couldn't protect you." Her body stopped. A drop of moisture struck his cheek. Tanjiro opened his eyes. Nezuko was crying. Her fangs remained. Her hands still gripped the hatchet. Hunger twisted her face, yet tears streamed down her cheeks. She remembered him. Some part of her was fighting. "Nezuko!" The flame vanished from the blade. Tanjiro reached for her. A blur crossed the clearing. Nezuko disappeared from above him. She struck a tree several paces away and fell into the snow. A swordsman stood between them. He wore a dark uniform beneath a divided haori, one side patterned and the other a deep, solid color. His black hair was tied behind his head. In his hand was a Nichiren blade. His expression was calm. His scent was not. Tanjiro smelled caution, grief, and immediate decision. The swordsman had seen Nezuko's eyes. He knew what she had become. "Wait!" Tanjiro scrambled upright. "Don't hurt her!" The swordsman moved toward Nezuko. "She is a demon. She's my sister. She is no longer your sister." Nezuko began to rise. The swordsman lifted his blade. The heat behind Tanjiro's ribs erupted. The snow around his feet vanished in a circle. The swordsman stopped. Tanjiro stepped between him and Nezuko. Smoke rose from his mouth with every breath. His eyes glowed faintly in the darkness. "Move," the swordsman ordered. "No, she will kill you. She could have already. That hesitation will disappear when her hunger grows." Then help me stop it. The swordsman's expression remained still, but his scent changed. Surprised, Tanjiro gripped the hatchet. Hellfire crawled across the metal once more. The swordsman's eyes narrowed. He had expected a grieving boy. He had not expected a weapon capable of burning without oil, sunlight, or breathing forms. The air grew heavy. The spirit examined the swordsman through Tanjiro's eyes. There was guilt inside him, deep guilt, survivor's guilt shaped by the death of someone who had protected him. Years of quiet self-punishment, a belief that he had no right to stand among those he considered worthy. The flame could reach it. Tanjiro felt the path open. He could force this stranger to experience his worst memory again. He could bring him to his knees without swinging the hatchet. The spirit waited. Tanjiro looked at the swordsman's blade. Then he looked beyond it, at the way the man positioned himself. He was not preparing to kill Tanjiro. He was placing his body between a demon and a human. Even though Tanjiro opposed him, the swordsman was still trying to protect him. The guilt inside the man was real, but guilt was not the same as wickedness. Tanjiro lowered the burning hatchet. "I won't fight you." The swordsman did not lower his sword. "Then step aside." "I won't do that either." Nezuko moved behind Tanjiro. The swordsman vanished. Tanjiro felt a rush of air. A hand struck the back of his neck. His knees buckled. Before darkness took him, he heard Nezuko roar. Then came the clash of steel, the snapping of branches, and the harsh sound of a demon defending the brother she should have wanted to devour. Tanjiro awoke to cold air and the smell of cedar. He pushed himself upright. The swordsman stood several steps away. Nezuko lay beside Tanjiro, unconscious. A short piece of bamboo had been secured across her mouth. Tanjiro immediately placed a hand on her shoulder. "She's alive," the swordsman said. Tanjiro looked up. "Why?" The swordsman stared at Nezuko. "She protected you." Tanjiro remembered only fragments, Nezuko moving between them. The swordsman testing her, her body shielding Tanjiro rather than attacking him. "She's different," Tanjiro said. "Perhaps." The answer was not comforting, but it was not a refusal. The swordsman looked toward the mountain. Dawn had begun to brighten the horizon. "You cannot take her into the sunlight." Tanjiro nodded slowly. "Go to the foot of Mount Sajiri," the swordsman continued. "Find a man named Sakanji Yurikodaki. Tell him Jiyu Tomioka sent you. Can he help Nezuko? He may know whether she can be controlled." Tanjiro swallowed. "And the man who did this?" Jiyu's gaze sharpened. "What man?" Tanjiro described him. The pale skin, the crimson eyes, the dark hair, the strange scent that seemed almost human. For the first time, Jiyu's composure broke. Muzan Kibutsuji. The name entered the clearing like a curse. "Is he a demon?" "The first." Tanjiro looked toward the trees where the trail had faded. The heat within him pulsed. Jiyu noticed. His gaze moved to the hatchet lying beside Tanjiro. The blade was dark now, yet the snow beneath it had melted. "What was that fire?" "I don't know. That is not an answer. It's the only one I have." Jiyu studied him for several seconds. "What did it want?" Tanjiro's breath caught. He had not told Jiyu about the voice. Perhaps the swordsman had recognized the difference between a person creating fire and a fire acting through a person. Tanjiro looked down at his hands. "It wanted me to punish him." "Muzan? Everyone." Jiyu waited. Tanjiro remembered the doors behind Muzan's eyes. He remembered the fire reaching toward Nezuko and turning aside. He remembered feeling Jiyu's grief as though it were an open wound. "It can see what people have done," Tanjiro whispered. "Or maybe it makes me see it. I don't understand." "And if someone has done wrong," Tanjiro looked at the faint red mark left around his neck. "It burns them." Jiyu's fingers tightened around his sword. "Can you control it?" Tanjiro thought of Muzan escaping. He thought of the moment he had nearly surrendered. Then he remembered Nezuko breathing against his chest and the decision to carry her down the mountain. "I stopped it. That is not what I asked." Tanjiro met his eyes. "No," he admitted. "I don't think I can control it." Jiyu looked toward Nezuko, then toward the ruined home above them. Finally, he returned his sword to its sheath. "Learn!" The command was quiet, absolute. Power that judges others must first be ruled by the one carrying it. Otherwise, it is only another monster. The word struck Tanjiro harder than the blow that had knocked him unconscious. Another monster. He looked at Nezuko's fangs, then at his own hands. One of them had become a demon, the other carried something that wanted to punish the world. Tanjiro carefully lifted Nezuko onto his back. "I'll learn," he said. Jiyu turned away. "Leave before the sun rises." Tanjiro took one step, then stopped. "Jiyu," the swordsman glanced over his shoulder. "Thank you for believing me. I did not say I believed you. You let her live." Jiyu's expression remained unreadable. "That is not the same thing." Tanjiro smelled the truth beneath the answer. A small, guarded hope. Jiyu disappeared into the forest. Tanjiro began walking toward the nearest shelter, carrying Nezuko beneath the blanket. With every step, the weight of the night settled deeper into him. His family was gone. A demon had taken them. Another demon now slept on his back. Somewhere beneath his heartbeat waited a fire that could look into a soul and decide whether it deserved mercy. Tanjiro did not feel powerful. He felt afraid. That fear comforted him. It meant he still understood what the flame could become. As dawn touched the edge of the sky, Tanjiro glanced at the rising light through the trees. For a moment the sun appeared strangely familiar, not like something above him, like something waiting inside him. A voice stirred behind his thoughts. "Quieter now, patient, the guilty will answer." Tanjiro tightened his hold on Nezuko. "Not until I decide how." The spirit did not argue. It had waited generations for a vessel. It could wait a little longer. High above the trail, smoke drifted from the ruined Kamado home. Deep within the fading darkness, the last sparks of unnatural fire glowed in Tanjiro's footprints. The first flame had awakened, and for the first time since becoming a demon, Muzan Kibutsuji fled the coming dawn with a wound that refused to heal. Chapter 2, A Grudge That Doesn't Fit. Tanjiro learned 3 things before the first night ended. The first was that Nezuko no longer breathed like a human. Her chest still rose and fell, but slowly, too slowly. Sometimes minutes passed between breaths, and each one sounded shallow enough to be her last. Tanjiro kept checking, pressing 2 fingers beneath her nose whenever they rested, terrified that silence might mean death rather than sleep. The second was that sunlight had become her enemy. Jiyu's warning proved true almost immediately. As dawn spread between the trees, a single ray slipped through a gap in the blanket covering Nezuko's face. Her skin began to smoke. Tanjiro cried out and threw himself over her, dragging both of them beneath the shadow of a stone ledge. The smoke stopped, but a faint burn remained on her cheek. It healed within seconds. The third thing Tanjiro learned was that the voice inside him hated delay. The trail grows cold. Tanjiro ignored it. He adjusted the blanket around Nezuko and looked down the mountain. The nearest village was still far away, and the sun was rising quickly. The murderer escapes. "I know you chose weakness." Tanjiro stopped walking. Snow slid from a branch somewhere behind him. For a moment, he wondered whether speaking aloud to the voice made him look insane. There was no one nearby to hear him, but the thought still made his stomach tighten. He had always trusted his senses. His nose warned him of danger. It told him when someone lied, when an animal was injured, or when the weather was about to change. But this was different. This was not a scent. The voice was inside him. Worse, it spoke with his anger. Every word sounded like something he might have thought if grief had been given a mouth. Tanjiro closed his eyes. "I didn't choose weakness," he said. "I chose Nezuko." The presence became still, not silent, listening. "You wanted me to chase Muzan." "Yes, she would have died." One life against thousands. Tanjiro's breath caught. There was no cruelty in the answer. That made it worse. The spirit did not hate Nezuko. It did not care enough about her to hate her. It weighed lives like stones on a scale, and one frightened girl could never be heavier than the suffering Muzan would cause if he remained free. Tanjiro understood the logic. He rejected it anyway. She is not a number. All victims become numbers when the guilty remain unpunished. Tanjiro's hands tightened around the straps securing Nezuko to his back. "That doesn't make abandoning her right." The spirit did not answer, but heat spread faintly beneath Tanjiro's ribs, not anger, disapproval. Tanjiro continued down the mountain. By midday, he found an abandoned storage shed near the edge of the forest. It was little more than 4 wooden walls and a roof bowed beneath the weight of old snow. A rusted farming tool leaned beside the door, and the floor smelled of damp straw, mice, and years of neglect. To Tanjiro, it seemed like a palace. He carried Nezuko inside, closed every crack he could find, and used his coat to cover the small opening beneath the door. Only then did he unwrap her. Nezuko remained asleep. Her skin had warmed since the attack. Her face looked peaceful, almost human, aside from the bamboo muzzle and the faint points of her fangs. Tanjiro knelt beside her. His hands hovered over her shoulders. He wanted to shake her awake. He wanted her to open her eyes and complain about the smell. He wanted her to tell him he was worrying too much. He wanted her to ask where their family was so he could lie and say they were waiting at home. Instead, he touched her hair. "I'm going to fix this," he whispered. The promise sounded impossible inside the ruined shed. Tanjiro repeated it anyway. "I'll find a cure. I'll find Muzan. I'll make him change you back. He cannot undo the dead." Tanjiro's jaw tightened. "I wasn't speaking to you. You speak within my vessel. All words reach me. My body is not yours." The heat beneath his ribs deepened. For the first time, Tanjiro felt something like irritation from the presence. "Your blood opened the gate. Your grief summoned judgment. Your anger gave me shape. My choice let you stay." Silence. Tanjiro did not know how he knew that. Perhaps the knowledge was part of the contract. Perhaps the spirit had entered him so deeply that fragments of its nature had become his own. He remembered the moment outside his home, Muzan's trail, Nezuko's fading heartbeat. The fire had wanted vengeance, but Tanjiro had turned away. That choice mattered. He felt it whenever the spirit pressed against him. A boundary existed between them, not a wall, but a hand on a door. The spirit could push. It could tempt. It could fill him with heat and certainty, but it could not open the door without him. At least Tanjiro hoped it could not. "You need me," he said quietly. The spirit answered after a long pause, "For now." That was not reassuring. Tanjiro leaned against the wall and pulled his knees toward his chest. Exhaustion settled over him. His muscles ached from carrying Nezuko through the snow. His throat still hurt where Muzan had lifted him. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw his mother beside the hearth. He saw Takio's hand. He saw blood on the floorboards. Tanjiro pressed the heels of his palms against his eyes. He had not buried them. The thought struck him with such force that he nearly vomited. His family remained in the house. Cold, alone, he had left them. "I'm sorry," he whispered. The presence stirred. "They demand vengeance." "No," Tanjiro lowered his hands. "You don't get to use them." The spirit showed him an image, not a memory, a possibility. Muzan walking into another home, another mother turning toward the door, another child smelling blood on the snow. Tanjiro's heart began to pound. Every hour you delay belongs to him. "Stop! Every body after theirs will carry your choice." "I said stop!" The shed shook. Nezuko opened her eyes. Tanjiro froze. A faint red glow had spread through the room. It came from him. Thin lines of light pulsed beneath the skin of his hands and climbed toward his wrists like cracks in heated stone. The old farming tool beside the door began to glow. Tanjiro stared at it. The iron blade reddened, then burst into flame. He scrambled backward. The fire was blue-white, identical to what had burned across his hatchet. It wrapped around the rusted metal without touching the wooden handle. Snow resting near the door melted instantly. Nezuko rose onto her hands and knees. Her pupils narrowed at the sight of the flame. Tanjiro smelled fear, not hunger, fear. "Nezuko, stay back!" She looked at him, then at the burning tool. Tanjiro reached toward it. The fire leaned in his direction. He pulled his hand away. The flames rose higher. "Stop!" he whispered. Nothing happened. "I said stop!" The spirit remained silent. Tanjiro focused on the heat beneath his ribs. He tried to imagine pressing it down, smothering it as he would cover a cooking fire with ash. The flames did not shrink. Instead, they spread along the metal, turning the rust black. The wooden handle began to tremble. Tanjiro could smell something beneath the smoke, not burning wood, memories. The blade had no soul, but it had history. He saw fragments of hands gripping the tool, a farmer cutting through frozen soil, a son inheriting the shed after his father's death. Years of hard work, small arguments, harvests both successful and poor. None of it belonged to Tanjiro, yet he saw it. The hellfire was searching for a purpose, a weapon. The tool lifted from the floor. Tanjiro's eyes widened. It flew into his hand. The impact drove him back against the wall. The instant his fingers closed around the handle, the flames changed. They obeyed his grip, not his wishes, his grip. A certainty entered his mind. The fire could transform anything he held into an instrument of judgment. A hatchet, a farming blade, a length of chain, a broken sword. The object did not matter, only the intent. Tanjiro looked at the burning blade and felt its hunger. A weapon requires a target. No, the guilty are near. Tanjiro's head snapped toward the door. A scent drifted through the cracks. Human blood, fresh. Then came a distant scream. Tanjiro stood before he could think. Nezuko growled softly behind him. Another scream echoed from somewhere beyond the trees. A man this time. The smell of blood intensified. Tanjiro looked toward Nezuko. He could not carry her into daylight. He could not leave her unprotected. The voice pressed harder. The guilty feeds. Tanjiro's pulse quickened. A demon. Somewhere near the village, a demon was attacking people while the sun still stood above the horizon. That should have been impossible, unless it had found shelter, unless it was feeding inside a house. Tanjiro rushed to the rear of the shed and found several empty baskets. Most were broken, but one was large enough for a child. He dragged it beside Nezuko. "I need you to get inside." Nezuko tilted her head. Tanjiro pointed. She stared at the basket, then at him. "I know it's small, but you need to hide from the sun." Nezuko did not move. Another scream sounded. Tanjiro's grip tightened around the burning tool. The flames brightened. "Please!" Nezuko looked toward the sound. Her nostrils flared. Tanjiro smelled hunger rising from her. He stepped between her and the door. "No," Nezuko's gaze fixed on him. "You're not going near them." The hunger deepened. The spirit responded. Corruption desires flesh. Tanjiro's eyes flashed. "She won't hurt anyone. You cannot know this. I know her. You knew a human." Tanjiro raised the flaming tool. Nezuko flinched. He immediately lowered it. Shame flooded him. "I'm sorry." The fire weakened. Tanjiro placed the weapon on the ground, though the flames remained wrapped around its blade. Then he knelt before Nezuko and took her hand. Her nails were sharp enough to cut his skin. He did not pull away. "You're hungry," he said. "I understand." Her lips parted around the bamboo muzzle. "But those people are not food." Nezuko trembled. Tanjiro placed her hand against his chest. "You protected me from Jiyu. You can protect them too." Her eyes moved toward the door, then back to him. Slowly, she climbed into the basket. Her body began to shrink. Tanjiro stared as her limbs shortened and her frame compressed until she fit inside. He had watched her grow larger during the attack, but seeing the opposite was equally unsettling. Nezuko curled herself into the basket. Tanjiro secured the lid, wrapped it in cloth, and fastened it to his back. When he picked up the farming tool again, the hellfire returned at full strength. The spirit approved. Tanjiro hated that he could feel it. He opened the door and ran. The screams came from a house near the edge of the village. Tanjiro followed the scent through narrow streets, passing abandoned carts and doors slammed shut from within. The villagers were hiding. None of them knew what was attacking. They only knew that something had entered the home of a family named Sato and that everyone who approached had been pulled inside. Tanjiro reached the house. Blood stained the entrance. A severed sandal lay in the road. The roof blocked the sunlight from reaching a narrow section beside the wall. The demon had chosen its shelter carefully. Tanjiro slowed. His hand tightened around the burning tool. The scent inside was terrible. Blood, fear, old human remains hidden beneath floorboards, and guilt. For the first time since Muzan, Tanjiro smelled guilt as something physical. It was thick and sour, clinging to the house like smoke. The spirit stirred. "Enter." Tanjiro approached the doorway. A woman whimpered inside. "Help!" Tanjiro rushed forward. The floor collapsed beneath him. He fell into darkness. The basket struck his back as he landed in a shallow cellar. Pain shot through his ankle. The farming tool slipped from his hand. The hellfire vanished. Laughter echoed around him. Something moved along the ceiling. Tanjiro rolled aside. Claws struck the ground where his head had been. A demon dropped into view. It had the body of a thin man, but the arms of something far larger. Its fingers dragged across the floor. Its mouth stretched almost to its ears, revealing rows of narrow teeth. Fresh blood covered its chin. "Oh," the demon whispered. "You smell strange." Tanjiro rose carefully. 3 people were bound against the far wall, a middle-aged man, a young woman, a boy no older than Takeo. All were alive. The woman's plea had been real. The demon had used her as bait. Tanjiro reached for his hatchet. It was no longer at his side. He had lost it during the fall down the mountain. The farming tool rested several steps away. The demon noticed his glance. It kicked the weapon into the shadows. "You came carrying fire," it said, "but now you're just a child." Tanjiro positioned himself between the demon and the basket. "How many people have you killed?" The demon blinked, then laughed. "What kind of question is that? How many?" "Enough to know children taste softer." The captive boy began to cry. The spirit surged. Heat flooded Tanjiro's body. The demon paused. Its smile faded. "What are you?" Tanjiro saw the doors. They appeared behind the demon's eyes, dozens of them layered together. Each door held a memory. A traveler dragged from the road. A mother killed while shielding her daughter. An old man who had begged the demon to spare his wife. The demon remembered all of them. It felt no remorse, but it remembered. The spirit pushed against Tanjiro's mind. "Open them." Tanjiro's vision darkened around the edges. He wanted to. The demon had killed without need beyond hunger. It had hidden bodies beneath the house. It had taken pleasure in fear. Tanjiro could feel the hellfire gathering in his bones, but the captives were still alive. If he surrendered to the power, he did not know what would happen to them. He did not know what would happen to Nezuko. The demon lunged. Tanjiro ducked beneath its arm and drove his shoulder into its chest. The impact barely moved it. A backhanded strike sent Tanjiro crashing into a support beam. The basket hit the wall. Nezuko growled inside. The demon's head turned. Its nostrils widened. "A demon?" Tanjiro's blood went cold. The demon grinned. "You brought me another demon?" It moved toward the basket. Tanjiro grabbed its ankle. The demon looked down. "I said stay away from her." It kicked him in the ribs. Something cracked. Tanjiro rolled across the floor. The demon reached for the basket. The lid exploded outward. Nezuko emerged in a blur. She struck the demon hard enough to drive it through the opposite wall. The captives screamed. Nezuko landed between them and the demon. Her body expanded, growing taller. Veins appeared around her eyes. The smell of human blood filled the cellar. She turned toward the captives. Tanjiro held his breath. The spirit waited. Nezuko's fingers dug into the floor. Her gaze remained fixed on the bleeding man. Hunger twisted through her scent. Then the demon crawled from the broken wall. It seized Nezuko by the hair and slammed her into the ground. "You protect humans!" it snarled. "Disgusting!" Nezuko kicked it away. The demon recovered instantly and tore through her shoulder with its claws. Tanjiro saw flesh split. He saw blood. Nezuko did not cry out. She threw herself at the demon again. The captives were behind her. She was shielding them. Tanjiro's fear became anger, not the wild anger he had felt before Muzan, something cleaner, sharper. He looked toward the farming tool. It was too far away. The demon struck Nezuko again, breaking her arm. Tanjiro reached out. The spirit answered. The farming tool ignited in the darkness. Blue-white flames illuminated the cellar. The weapon lifted from the ground and flew into Tanjiro's hand. The demon turned. For the first time, it smelled afraid. Tanjiro stood. His ribs screamed with every breath, but the pain no longer mattered. Hellfire climbed from the blade to his hand. It did not burn him. It wrapped around his fingers like a living chain. The demon stared. "You're human." "I am. No human makes fire like that." Tanjiro looked at Nezuko. Her broken arm had begun to straighten. She crawled toward the captives instead of the blood. Tanjiro faced the demon. "No demon protects people like she does." The demon lunged. Tanjiro swung. The burning blade cut through its forearm. The demon screamed. Its severed flesh struck the ground and burst into flame. Normally, the wound should have healed immediately. Instead, black cracks spread from the cut across the demon's shoulder. The hellfire was not merely burning its body. It was following the wrong inside it. The demon staggered backward. "What did you do?" Tanjiro stared at the wound. The spirit pushed. "Continue." The demon attacked again. Tanjiro blocked with the wooden handle. The impact numbed his arms. He turned, stepped inside the demon's reach, and drove the blade across its chest. The hellfire entered. The demon screamed louder. Its body did not disintegrate at once. Instead, the doors behind its eyes flew open. Tanjiro saw everything, every victim, every moment, and the demon saw them too. It fell to its knees. "No!" Its voice changed. The arrogance vanished. It looked around the cellar, but it was no longer seeing the walls. It saw a road beneath moonlight, a young traveler reaching toward a fallen friend. It saw a kitchen where a woman had tried to hide her children. It saw an old couple holding hands as death approached. The demon clawed at its face. "Make it stop!" Tanjiro could feel the memories pouring through the connection. The pain of the victims entered the demon, their fear, their final breaths, their confusion, but pieces of it entered Tanjiro too. He smelled every drop of blood. He heard every plea. His knees weakened. The spirit wanted more. Look at him. Tanjiro's eyes began to burn. The demon looked up. Their gazes met. The cellar disappeared. Tanjiro stood in a black space filled with fire. The demon knelt before him, stripped of every excuse. Behind it stood the shadows of those it had killed. Tanjiro felt the words rising inside him, not his words, a sentence older than the mountain. Feel their pain. The demon screamed. Fire erupted from its eyes and mouth. Its body convulsed. The captives could not see the world Tanjiro saw, but they saw the demon collapse beneath flames that produced no smoke. Tanjiro felt its guilt, not remorse. The demon still did not truly care about the people it had killed, but it cared about suffering now that the suffering belonged to it. The spirit considered that sufficient. Burn! The hellfire consumed the demon. Its flesh turned black. Its bones glowed. Within seconds, nothing remained but ash. Tanjiro continued staring at the empty space. The victims remained around him. Their pain had nowhere to go. It flowed into him. He saw Takeo again, Hanako, Shidru, Rokuta, his mother. The spirit opened the door to his own grief. Tanjiro screamed. Flames exploded across the cellar. The support beams caught fire, not normal fire, but blue-white hellfire that raced along the walls. The captives cried out. Nezuko moved first. She tore through their bindings and shoved them toward the collapsed opening. Tanjiro could not stop. He saw Musen's face. He saw the demon in the cellar. He saw a world filled with monsters hiding behind human skin. Every guilty scent in the village reached him. A man who beat his son, a merchant who cheated starving families, a thief hiding money beneath his floor. Small wrongs, large wrongs. The spirit turned toward all of them. "Judge, no!" Tanjiro grabbed his head. The fire spread. Nezuko crossed the cellar and wrapped her arms around him. Her skin burned where the flames touched her. She did not let go. Tanjiro felt her trembling. The hellfire searched her soul again. It found no victims, no cruelty. Only hunger resisted, only love. The flames bent away from her. Tanjiro clung to her. "Stop!" he begged. "Please stop!" The spirit pressed against the door in his mind. There is guilt everywhere. That doesn't mean everyone deserves this. Wrong demands consequence. Not from me. Then why carry me? Tanjiro saw his family, not dead, alive. His mother placing food on the table, Takeo laughing, Nezuko sewing beside the fire. Then Musen entered the memory and everything turned red. The spirit spoke through the grief. "You wanted justice. I still do. Justice without judgment is surrender, and judgment without mercy is cruelty." The words tore from Tanjiro's throat. The fire stopped, not gradually. At once, the cellar fell dark. Tanjiro collapsed against Nezuko. The burning lines beneath his skin faded. Above them, the rescued villagers pulled one another into the sunlight. Nezuko's wounds had almost healed, but burns remained where she had embraced Tanjiro. He stared at them. Hellfire had not judged her, but its heat could still hurt her when he lost control. The distinction brought no comfort. "I'm sorry," he whispered. Nezuko touched his face. Her fingers were warm. She made a soft sound behind the bamboo muzzle. Tanjiro did not know whether she understood him. He began to cry anyway. The villagers called him a hero. Tanjiro hated the word. They gave him food, bandages, and a stronger basket for Nezuko. The Sato family bowed until their foreheads nearly touched the ground. Tanjiro kept seeing the cellar, the demon burning, the victims inside its memories, the fire turning toward the entire village. He had saved 3 people. He had almost burned dozens. The spirit had not cared about the difference. That evening, after Nezuko had been hidden from the remaining sunlight, Tanjiro sat alone beside a stream. His reflection looked unfamiliar. Dark circles surrounded his eyes. A bruise covered his throat. His hands were wrapped in bandages. The mark on his forehead appeared darker than before. He dipped his fingers into the water. Steam rose around them. Tanjiro pulled back. The heat remained inside him, waiting. "Why did you show me all of it?" he asked. He was guilty. "I didn't ask what he was. You asked how many he killed." That doesn't mean I wanted to feel them die. Judgment without truth is ignorance. Tanjiro stared at the flowing water. Their pain entered me. A judge must understand the sentence. I'm not a judge. You are my vessel. That is not the same thing. The spirit did not answer. Tanjiro picked up the farming tool. Its rust had vanished, burned away by the hellfire. The metal was now dark and smooth, marked by faint lines resembling veins. He placed it beside the stream. "Do it again!" The blade ignited. Tanjiro flinched despite expecting it. "Stop!" The flames remained. Tanjiro closed his eyes and searched for the warmth beneath his ribs. He imagined the fire as part of his breathing. In, out. His father had once told him that the Hinakami Kagura was not about strength. A dancer who fought the rhythm would exhaust himself before dawn. The body had to move with the fire, not against it. Tanjiro inhaled. The flame rose. He exhaled. It shrank slightly. He tried again. In, out. The hellfire dimmed until only a thin glow remained along the blade. Tanjiro opened his eyes. Hope stirred. Then Musen's scent flashed through his memory. The flames erupted again. Tanjiro cursed and dropped the weapon. He had never cursed before. The word sounded strange in his mouth. The spirit seemed almost amused. "Your grudge is stronger than your discipline." "My grudge doesn't fit." The answer came without thought. Tanjiro looked toward the darkening forest. His anger was too large for his body. It belonged to every victim he had seen inside Musen's eyes. It belonged to the dead in the cellar. It belonged to a history he had never lived. Some of the hatred was his. The rest came from the spirit. They had become tangled together so tightly that Tanjiro could no longer tell where one ended and the other began. That frightened him more than the fire. "I need someone to teach me," he said. "No human commands vengeance. Then I'll find one who can teach me to command myself." Tanjiro extinguished the blade on his third attempt. This time it stayed dark. They left for Mount Sajiri after sunset. Nezuko walked beside him beneath the trees, the bamboo muzzle still secured in place. When they crossed open ground, she returned to the basket. Tanjiro carried the transformed farming blade at his waist. He did not like having it near him. He liked being defenseless even less. The journey took them through forests where every shadow seemed alive. More than once Tanjiro smelled demons in the distance. The spirit urged him toward each scent. He refused. His priority was Urokodaki. His priority was Nezuko. The spirit called that fear. Tanjiro called it preparation. On the second night they found a roadside shrine. Tanjiro stopped to offer a prayer for his family. Nezuko waited behind him. He placed his hands together and lowered his head. "I'm going to keep her safe," he whispered. "I'm going to make things right." The spirit stirred. "By mercy, sometimes. By punishment, when it's necessary." Who decides necessity? Tanjiro opened his eyes. He looked at the small stone figure inside the shrine. "I do." The answer felt arrogant. It also felt unavoidable. If he carried the fire, he had to choose when it burned. Passing that choice to the spirit would only make him a passenger in his own body. Tanjiro stood. A scent reached him from the trail ahead. Cedar, old smoke, mountain air, and beneath it caution sharpened by years of grief. A man wearing a red Tengu mask stepped from the trees. He wore a blue robe patterned with clouds. White hair framed the edges of the mask. His posture appeared relaxed, but Tanjiro immediately recognized the balance in his stance. This was a swordsman, a dangerous one. The man looked at Nezuko, then at the dark weapon at Tanjiro's side. Finally, his hidden gaze settled on Tanjiro's eyes. "You took longer than Tomioka expected." Tanjiro bowed. "Are you Sakanji Urokodaki?" "I am." Relief weakened Tanjiro's knees. He bowed deeper. "My name is Tanjiro Kamado. Jiu Tomioka sent me. My sister was turned into a demon, and I need— You smell of burned souls." Tanjiro stopped. Urokodaki moved closer. Nezuko growled. Tanjiro raised one hand, calming her. Urokodaki looked toward the weapon. "Draw it." Tanjiro hesitated. "Here, now." Tanjiro removed the farming blade from his belt. The moment it entered his hand, the spirit awakened. Hellfire spread across the metal. Urokodaki did not retreat. The blue-white light reflected across his red mask. "Extinguish it," he ordered. Tanjiro inhaled, exhaled. The flame lowered. Then rose again. He tried once more. The fire trembled but remained. Urokodaki watched silently. Tanjiro's frustration increased. The flames brightened. "Stop!" They surged higher. Yurikodaki struck him. The blow came from the flat of a wooden staff. It hit Tanjiro's wrist and knocked the weapon from his hand. The hellfire vanished the instant the blade touched the ground. Tanjiro stared. Yurikodaki picked up the weapon. Nothing happened. He turned it over once, inspecting the blackened metal. "The fire belongs to you," he said. "I don't want it." "That is irrelevant." Yurikodaki tossed the blade back. Tanjiro caught it. The flames returned. "Extinguish it," Yurikodaki said. "I tried." "No," you pleaded. Tanjiro's face heated. "I don't know how." "Then learn before it burns someone you love." Tanjiro looked at Nezuko's healing arms. Yurikodaki had smelled the burns. Of course he had. Shame tightened Tanjiro's chest. The flames rose. Yurikodaki stepped closer until he stood directly before the burning blade. "Your fire responds to anger." "Yes." "Fear." "Yes." "Guilt." Tanjiro thought of the cellar. "Yes, then you will not defeat it by feeling nothing. A person who feels nothing is not in control. He is empty." Yurikodaki lifted one hand and tapped Tanjiro's chest. "You will feel everything." Then he tapped Tanjiro's forehead. "And decide what happens next." Tanjiro stared through the eyeholes of the Tengu mask. "Can you teach me?" "No." The answer struck harder than expected. Yurikodaki turned toward the mountain. "I cannot teach a force of judgment to become gentle. I cannot teach fire to stop being fire." Tanjiro lowered the burning blade. "Then why did you send me?" "Because I can teach you to stop being kind by accident." Tanjiro frowned. Yurikodaki looked back. "Kindness without discipline fails the moment it becomes difficult. Restraint without strength is only helplessness. You spared your sister because you love her. You walked away from Muzan because she needed you. Those were choices made under pressure." He pointed toward the fire. "But this thing will create greater pressure than grief alone. It will show you every reason to hate, every excuse to punish, every memory that makes cruelty feel righteous." The spirit shifted beneath Tanjiro's ribs. Yurikodaki could not hear it, but somehow he understood it. "If you intend to carry that flame," he continued, "your kindness must become stronger than instinct, stronger than anger, stronger than the certainty that the guilty deserve pain." Tanjiro looked down at the weapon. The flames reflected in his eyes. "How?" Yurikodaki began walking up the trail. "Follow me." Tanjiro glanced at Nezuko. She moved to his side. He extinguished the blade after 4 attempts and returned it to his belt. Then he followed the masked swordsman toward Mount Sajiri. The air grew thicker as they climbed. Fog rolled between the trees. Tanjiro smelled traps ahead. Wire, loose stones, hidden pits. Yurikodaki did not slow. "This mountain will teach your body discipline," he said. "Breathing will teach your mind endurance. The sword will teach your anger direction." Tanjiro stepped over the first hidden wire. "And the fire!" Yurikodaki's mask turned slightly. "The fire will teach us whether you are still Tanjiro Kamado when no one remains to stop you." Behind Tanjiro's thoughts, the spirit whispered, "No one can stop us." Tanjiro looked toward the steep path ahead. His legs ached. His ribs remained bruised. Nezuko's future was uncertain. Muzan was somewhere beyond the mountain, creating more demons, taking more lives, and widening a wound Tanjiro could feel even from a distance. The grudge inside him was still too large. It still did not fit. But for the first time since the massacre, Tanjiro saw a path that did not lead directly into the fire. He placed one foot in front of the other. "We'll see," he whispered. Yurikodaki heard him. "So we will." Far below, the village slept safely after the demon's destruction. Far above, Mount Sajiri waited beneath its shroud of fog. And deep within Tanjiro, the spirit of vengeance watched the old swordsman with growing interest. It had expected resistance. It had expected fear. It had not expected training. For the first time in countless generations, the flame had chosen a vessel who did not ask how to unleash it. He asked how to say no. Chapter 3, The Discipline of Fire. Mount Sajiri did not welcome visitors. It tested them. The mountain hid stones beneath wet leaves, stretched roots across narrow paths, and filled its lower forests with mist thick enough to turn 10 steps into another world. The air carried too many scents at once: cedar, moss, foxes, old rain, rusted metal, and the faint traces of people who had walked the same paths years before. For Tanjiro, whose nose had always guided him, the confusion was deliberate torture. For the spirit inside him, it was an insult. The masked man delays us. Tanjiro ducked beneath a swinging log. It passed close enough to disturb his hair. He's training me. He weakens you. A rope tightened around Tanjiro's ankle. He fell face first into the mud. Somewhere ahead, Yurikodaki continued walking without turning around. Tanjiro pushed himself upright, spat dirt from his mouth, and cut the rope with the dark farming blade at his waist. He did not ignite it. That small choice had become a victory. During the first days on Mount Sajiri, Tanjiro had lit the blade for everything. When a trap caught his foot, the weapon burned. When frustration rose, it burned. When Yurikodaki struck him for reacting too slowly, the fire climbed the metal before Tanjiro even drew it. By the end of the first week, Yurikodaki had taken the weapon away. Tanjiro had protested. Yurikodaki had placed it on a table and stared through the eye holes of his Tengu mask. If anger draws your weapon before judgment does, then you are not carrying a sword, you are carrying a tantrum. The spirit had disliked that. Tanjiro had disliked it more. For 3 months he trained without a blade. He ran down the mountain and back before sunrise. He crossed streams while carrying stones. He crawled beneath nets filled with sharpened branches. He learned to fall without breaking bones and to rise without wasting breath. Most importantly, he learned to breathe, not simply to fill his lungs, to command his body. Yurikodaki called it total concentration breathing. Tanjiro called it the first thing strong enough to make the spirit quiet. When he inhaled correctly, cold air entered his lungs like a blade. His heartbeat steadied. Every muscle woke. The sense around him separated into layers he could understand. When he exhaled, the heat beneath his ribs moved with the breath. Not gone, directed. The first time Tanjiro managed 10 complete breaths without losing rhythm, the red lines beneath his skin faded completely. Yurikodaki had said nothing. He merely placed the dark farming blade back on the table. Tanjiro understood. He picked it up. No flames appeared. For the first time since the massacre, he had held a weapon without the spirit deciding what it should become. That night Tanjiro cried after Nezuko fell asleep. Not from sadness, from relief. It lasted only a minute. Then the spirit whispered, "A controlled flame still exists to burn." Tanjiro wiped his eyes. Not tonight. Nezuko slept through most of the training. At first, Tanjiro feared something was wrong. She did not wake for 1 day, then 2, then 10. Her heartbeat continued, slow but strong. Her scent changed as she slept, the desperate hunger becoming muted. Yurikodaki examined her often. He never removed the Tengu mask. Tanjiro wondered whether Nezuko had ever seen his face. "She is replacing food with sleep," Yurikodaki finally said. "Can demons do that? Some adapt in unusual ways. Most eat people. Your sister refuses." Tanjiro looked at the wooden box Yurikodaki had built for her. The box was stronger than the basket and light enough to carry over long distances. It smelled of cedar and protective herbs. "Will she wake up?" "She should. You don't sound certain." "I am not." Tanjiro lowered his gaze. The spirit shifted. "If she wakes hungry, she won't hurt anyone." Faith is not control. Tanjiro hated when the spirit repeated Yurikodaki's lessons in its own voice. It made the line between them harder to find. Yurikodaki turned his masked face toward him. "What did it say?" Tanjiro no longer tried to hide the conversations. He had learned quickly that Yurikodaki could smell changes in his fear and anger almost as well as Tanjiro could smell them in others. "It thinks Nezuko might lose control." "A reasonable concern. You agree with it. I agree with facts." Yurikodaki placed one hand on Nezuko's box. "She is a demon. She has not harmed a human." "Both facts remain true," Tanjiro waited. "And if she wakes up and attacks someone, then you stop her. I won't kill her. I did not tell you to." "What if stopping her isn't enough?" Yurikodaki's hand left the box. "Then you decide what kind of brother you are." The answer angered Tanjiro. It offered no comfort, no promise, no easy solution. Yurikodaki had a talent for taking every fear and handing it back sharpened. Tanjiro gripped the farming blade. A faint blue light appeared along its edge. Yurikodaki struck his wrist with a wooden spoon. The blade fell. The light vanished. Tanjiro stared at him. "Did you just hit me with a spoon?" "Yes." "Why?" "Because you were about to set my floor on fire. The fire doesn't burn ordinary things unless I lose control. You were losing control." Tanjiro opened his mouth. then closed it. Urokodaki returned to the cooking pot. "Pick up your weapon." Tanjiro obeyed. No fire appeared. "Again," Urokodaki said. "Again what?" "Become angry." Tanjiro frowned. "You've spent months teaching me not to." "I have taught you not to obey anger. That is different." Urokodaki placed the spoon beside the pot. "Think of Muzan." The room changed, not physically. Tanjiro smelled blood, his family's blood. He saw Muzan standing outside the house, elegant and calm, his hands red. The heat inside Tanjiro rose instantly. Hellfire wrapped around the blade. Nezuko's box creaked behind him. Tanjiro's breathing broke. "Hunt." Urokodaki stepped closer. "Hold the image." Tanjiro's fingers tightened. The flames climbed his forearm. "Muzan killed your family. I know. He turned your sister into a demon. I know. He is alive because you walked away." Tanjiro's eyes flashed. The floor beneath his feet blackened. The spirit surged forward. "He understands." Urokodaki continued. "He will kill again." "Stop. He may be killing now." "I said stop. Extinguish the blade." Tanjiro stared at the fire. He inhaled. The breath caught halfway. The image of Rokuta beside their mother filled his mind. The flames rose. He tried again. His chest trembled. Urokodaki reached for Nezuko's box. Tanjiro moved between them. The blade lifted. Its burning edge pointed toward Urokodaki's throat. Silence filled the room. Tanjiro froze. Urokodaki did not move. The fire reflected across the red Tengu mask. Behind the eyeholes, he showed no fear. The spirit examined him. There was guilt, so much guilt. Children sent to final selection. Children who never returned. Students Urokodaki had trained, loved, and buried in his heart because their bodies had been left on Fujikasen. The spirit pressed against Tanjiro. He delivered them to death. Tanjiro saw faces, boys and girls wearing fox masks, one after another, walking away from Mount Sajiri, never returning. The fire lined toward Urokodaki. Tanjiro's arm trembled. "You knew," Tanjiro whispered. Urokodaki remained still. "Knew what? That they would die. I knew they might. You kept sending them." "Yes." The answer was not defensive. That made the spirit push harder. "Judge." Tanjiro's vision darkened. The Tengu mask became a red shape surrounded by ghostly children. Urokodaki's guilt hung around him like chains. One look into his eyes might open every wound. Tanjiro imagined the old man feeling every death again, every failed student, every final scream. The spirit offered certainty, punishment, justice. But beneath Urokodaki's guilt, Tanjiro smelled something else. Love. Not the soft love of a mother holding a child. The painful love of someone who kept teaching because doing nothing would mean even more deaths. Urokodaki had not sent children to die carelessly. He had sent them because demons existed and someone had to stand against them. He hated himself for every grave, yet he continued because grief had not removed responsibility. Tanjiro understood that kind of pain. The blade lowered. He inhaled through his nose, held the breath, exhaled slowly. The flames shrank from his arm, then from the blade. At last, darkness returned to the metal. Tanjiro placed the weapon on the floor. "I'm sorry." Urokodaki looked at the blade, then at Tanjiro. "No." Tanjiro blinked. "You did what I asked. I pointed it at you, and then you chose." Urokodaki turned toward the pot again. "That is the beginning of control." The spirit retreated, displeased. Tanjiro stared at Urokodaki's back. "Were those children real?" The old swordsman's movement stopped. "Yes." "Did the spirit show me their memories?" "No." Tanjiro frowned. "Then how did I see them?" "It showed you my guilt. Guilt is rarely a perfect record of truth." Urokodaki lifted the lid from the pot. Steam filled the room. A person can feel guilty for what he could not prevent, for surviving, for choosing between two disasters. If your power treats guilt as proof of evil, it will eventually punish the innocent. Tanjiro thought of Jiyu, the grief hidden behind his still face. Then the spirit can be wrong. The spirit may know pain. That does not mean it knows justice. The words settled heavily inside Tanjiro. The presence beneath his ribs became hot. "I do not err." Tanjiro answered silently. "You almost judged him for loving people he couldn't save. His choices led them to death. So did mine." The heat wavered. Tanjiro thought of the villagers in the cellar. The hellfire had nearly turned on the entire village because every person carried some form of guilt. If Urokodaki was right, the spirit could not be allowed to decide based on guilt alone. There had to be intent, cruelty, choice, remorse. The difference between a wound caused willingly and one carried unwillingly. The burden of that difference fell on Tanjiro. His training suddenly felt more frightening than before. Sword forms could be corrected, breathing could be practiced. But how did a 15-year-old boy learn to judge a soul more wisely than an ancient force of vengeance? The answer, according to Yurikodaki, began with cutting a boulder. Tanjiro stared at the stone. It was taller than he was and wider than the Kamado family's old dining table. Moss clung to its base. A rope had been tied around its center, decorated with white paper streamers. "You expect me to cut that?" "Yes, with a sword." Yurikodaki held out a Nichiren blade. Tanjiro had never held one before. The farming tool could channel hellfire, but it remained awkward and poorly balanced. Yurikodaki had allowed him to keep it because Tanjiro needed to learn control with familiar objects. The sword was different. It felt alive. Not in the way the spirit felt alive, with pressure and hunger, but through purpose. The blade had been forged for one reason: to kill demons. Tanjiro wrapped his fingers around the hilt. The weapon ignited. Blue-white fire raced along its edge. Yurikodaki struck Tanjiro's head with the wooden spoon. The flames vanished. "Again?" Tanjiro asked. "The spoon is effective. You carry it everywhere now. You make it necessary." Yurikodaki pointed toward the boulder. "You will cut it without hellfire." Tanjiro stared at the stone. "That may be impossible. Then you will remain here. For how long? Until it is done." Yurikodaki turned and began walking away. Tanjiro looked from the sword to the boulder. "Wait, is there a technique?" "Yes, what technique?" "Correct breathing, correct stance, correct strike. That is not enough to cut a boulder." Yurikodaki disappeared into the mist. His voice returned from somewhere beyond sight. "Then become enough." Months passed. Tanjiro attacked the boulder every day. He practiced water-breathing forms until his feet bled. He learned to move like a current, changing direction without losing momentum. He swung the sword until his shoulders burned and his hands split beneath their wrappings. The stone remained untouched. At night, he practiced with hellfire. Yurikodaki created rules. Tanjiro could ignite only on command. He could not ignite while angry. He could not use the flame longer than 10 breaths. He could not direct it at Yurikodaki, Nezuko, animals, or anything living. The first rule took weeks. The second took months. The third nearly destroyed the training field. The fourth became the most important. Yurikodaki placed wooden figures throughout the forest. Some were painted with demonic faces. Others looked human. Tanjiro had to run the course while the spirit whispered to him. Yurikodaki would shout accusations from hidden positions. "Murderer, thief, demon, coward, traitor." Tanjiro had to choose whether to ignite. At first he failed constantly. A figure painted like a demon caused immediate fire. A human figure holding a wooden knife did the same. Yurikodaki struck him with the spoon every time. Eventually, Tanjiro learned to wait. A demon shape did not prove guilt. A weapon did not prove intent. A frightened scent could belong to a victim or an attacker. The spirit hated hesitation. Delay protects the wicked, and haste punishes the innocent. Tanjiro answered. "You weaken judgment with doubt. I make it judgment instead of rage." During the 6th month, Nezuko woke. Tanjiro returned from the boulder to find the box open. For one terrible instant, he thought she had fled. Then he found her sitting beside Yurikodaki's house, staring at the setting sun from beneath the shadow of the roof. She had grown smaller again, almost childlike. Her eyes found Tanjiro. He dropped the sword and ran to her. "Nezuko," she rose. Tanjiro stopped a step away, suddenly afraid, not of her, of what the spirit might do. It stirred at the sight of her demonic eyes. Corruption remains. Tanjiro pushed the presence down. Nezuko stepped forward and pressed her forehead against his chest. His fear broke. Tanjiro wrapped his arms around her. "You're awake!" She made a soft humming sound behind the bamboo muzzle. "I missed you." Nezuko patted his back. Yurikodaki watched from the doorway. "She did not attack me." Tanjiro laughed through tears. "Of course she didn't. She tried to eat my rice." Tanjiro pulled back. Nezuko looked away. Yurikodaki continued. "Then she remembered she does not eat food." Tanjiro looked at Nezuko. She appeared embarrassed. For the first time since the massacre, he laughed without grief immediately swallowing the sound. The spirit remained silent. Tanjiro noticed. It had examined Nezuko again, found hunger, found demonic blood, found no guilt, no victims, no cruelty. The fire did not rise. That night Tanjiro understood something new. Control was not only forcing the spirit to obey, it was teaching it. Every time he refused an unjust punishment, the pressure weakened slightly. Every time the flame encountered innocence and withdrew, its certainty changed. The spirit was ancient, powerful, relentless, but perhaps it was not unchangeable. Perhaps the vessel shaped the flame as much as the flame shaped the vessel. Tanjiro met the girl in the flower field. He had followed a scent he could not explain. It smelled of wisteria, old cloth, and morning air after rain. A girl wearing a fox mask stood between the trees. She was smaller than Tanjiro, dressed in a patterned kimono. Her movements were quiet enough that he had not heard her approach. "You're too tense," she said. Tanjiro nearly dropped his sword. "Who are you?" "Makomo. Are you one of Yurikodaki's students?" She tilted her head. In a way, Tanjiro smelled no deception, but something about her scent was strange, too faint, like a memory carried by the mist. Makomo walked around him. "Show me your stance." Tanjiro obeyed. She tapped his shoulders. "Lower them," he adjusted. "Your hands are too tight. If I loosen them, I'll lose the sword. You hold it like you expect it to escape." Tanjiro thought of the farming blade flying into his hand. "Sometimes weapons do that around me." Makomo paused, then laughed. The sound was light and brief. "You're strange." "I've been told that." She corrected his stance for hours. Makomo knew Yurikodaki's forms perfectly, but she explained them differently. Yurikodaki taught through command. Makomo taught through feeling. Water did not strike a stone because it hated the stone, she explained. It moved because movement was its nature. A sword should not carry anger into every cut. A cut should carry only purpose. Tanjiro practiced until sunset. When he looked toward the trees, Makomo was gone. The next day she returned. So did the boy. He wore a fox mask marked by a scar-like design and carried a wooden sword. His scent was stronger than Makomo's, sharper, proud, angry. "You're the one with the fire," he said. Tanjiro lowered his blade. "My name is Tanjiro. I didn't ask." Makomo stood nearby. "Sabido, be polite." "No." Sabido pointed his wooden sword at Tanjiro. "Fight me. With a real sword, you'll lose before that matters." Tanjiro frowned. The spirit stirred at the challenge. Sabido rushed forward. His wooden blade struck Tanjiro's ribs. Tanjiro hit the ground. The match had lasted less than a second. Sabido looked down at him. "You rely on the thing inside you." "I didn't use it." "You still expected it." Tanjiro rose. They fought again. Tanjiro lost. Again, he lost. Sabido moved faster than anyone Tanjiro had ever seen besides Jiyu and Yurikodaki. His attacks were direct, precise, and merciless. Every defeat fed Tanjiro's frustration. By the 10th match, blue light appeared along Tanjiro's Nichiren blade. Sabido stopped. "So that's it." Tanjiro extinguished the fire. "I didn't mean to." "That is the problem." Sabido attacked. Tanjiro blocked. The wooden sword struck the flat of the Nichiren blade hard enough to numb his arm. "Your fire is stronger than you are," Sabido said. Tanjiro stepped back. "I know. Then why are you smiling?" Tanjiro had not realized he was. He wiped his mouth. "Because 6 months ago I couldn't stop it at all." Sabido's mask revealed nothing. His scent changed slightly, approval. Then he hit Tanjiro in the head. "Improvement is not victory." Sabido and Makomo became part of the mountain. They appeared when they wished and vanished before Tanjiro could ask where they lived. Makomo refined his breathing. Sabido destroyed his confidence. Together they made him stronger. Tanjiro's body hardened. His hands became steady. The water-breathing forms stopped feeling borrowed and began to move through him naturally. Yet the boulder remained whole. "Your sword stops before the stone," Makomo said one afternoon. "It touches it. Your body does." Tanjiro frowned. "Then what stops?" "Your decision." She placed 2 fingers against his forehead. "You still believe you need the fire to do the impossible." Tanjiro looked toward the boulder. The spirit whispered, "You do." Tanjiro touched the stone. Scars covered its surface from months of strikes, none deep enough to matter. "Maybe I do." Sabido appeared behind him. "Then use it." Tanjiro turned. Sabido carried a real sword now, not wooden. The blade was old but sharp. Makomo stepped back. "Sabido, he has spent months pretending control means refusal." Sabito drew his sword. He needs to learn the difference. Tanjiro's hand moved toward his hilt. What difference between refusing power because you command it and refusing because you fear it? Sabito rushed forward. Steel struck steel. Tanjiro barely blocked. Sabito drove him backward across the clearing. His attacks were faster than before, not training strikes, real cuts. Tanjiro ducked beneath one and felt the blade slice a strand of hair. "Are you trying to kill me? If this kills you, final selection will too." Sabito attacked again. Tanjiro used water surface slash. Sabito broke the form with a single precise strike and kicked him in the chest. Tanjiro rolled through the dirt. The spirit rose. He threatens the vessel. "He's testing me." He cuts with intent. Sabito appeared above him. Tanjiro blocked. The impact forced his sword against his shoulder. Sabito leaned closer. "Why won't you ignite?" "Because I might hurt you." "That is fear. It's restraint." "No. Restraint is choosing the limit before using the force." Sabito knocked Tanjiro's sword aside and cut his cheek. A shallow line of blood appeared. The spirit surged. Hellfire burst across Tanjiro's blade. Sabito leaped back. The clearing filled with blue-white light. Makomo did not move. Tanjiro stood slowly. The fire climbed toward his hands. His eyes glowed. Sabito raised his sword. "Now control it. I could burn you." "Yes, the fire can see your guilt." Sabito's stance tightened. Tanjiro saw doors behind the fox mask. A demon on Fujikasen, children dying, Sabito fighting until his blade broke, Yurikodaki's students falling one after another. Sabito's guilt was enormous, not because he had killed, because he had failed to save everyone. The spirit seized the opening. He abandoned them. No, they died after his strength failed. That isn't the same as abandoning them. He knows it is. Tanjiro smelled Sabito's pain. He had protected others. He had fought until nothing remained. Yet guilt had convinced him survival might have been possible if he had been stronger. The flame wanted to punish that guilt because it did not understand the difference between responsibility and regret. Tanjiro did. Sabito attacked. Tanjiro moved. Their swords met. Hellfire wrapped around both blades. Sabito's weapon began to glow, transformed by contact with Tanjiro's flame. The spirit tried to spread into him. Tanjiro redirected it, not toward Sabito, around him. The flames formed a circle across the clearing, cutting off retreat without touching his body. Sabito's scent changed. Surprise! Tanjiro inhaled. One breath, he attacked. Sabito blocked. 2 breaths. Tanjiro used water wheel, turning above Sabito's guard. Sabito slipped aside. 3. The fire strained toward the fox mask. Tanjiro pulled it back. 4. Sabito's sword struck his shoulder. Tanjiro ignored the pain. 5. They crossed the clearing in a storm of steel and blue flame. 6. Tanjiro saw every opening in Sabito's stance and every wound in his soul. He chose only the physical openings. 7. The spirit roared without sound. Judge him. No! 8. Sabito's blade came toward Tanjiro's maskless face. Tanjiro stepped inside the strike. 9. He turned the fire inward, not into his soul, into his breathing. The flames compressed along the edge of the Nichiren blade until they became a line thinner than thread. 10. Tanjiro swung. His sword stopped against Sabito's fox mask. The blade did not touch him. The hellfire did. But instead of entering Sabito's guilt, it passed across the mask and burned only the carved surface. A single clean line appeared. The mask split in 2. The flames vanished. Sabito stood motionless. Tanjiro lowered his sword. I chose the limit. The 2 halves of the mask fell. For a moment, Tanjiro saw Sabito's face, young, scarred, smiling. You finally did! The scent of wisteria thickened. Mist rolled through the clearing. Makomo stood beside Sabito. She looked proud. Tanjiro's chest rose and fell. Will you help me cut the boulder now? Sabito glanced toward it. No, Tanjiro almost laughed. Of course not. You don't need help. Sabito walked past him. As he passed, he spoke quietly. The flame did not make that cut. Tanjiro looked at his sword. The Nichiren metal had not changed color, but a faint glow remained beneath the surface. When he turned back, Sabito and Makomo were gone. Their scents faded with the mist. For the first time, Tanjiro realized he had never once heard either of them breathe. He stood before the boulder at dawn. Yurikodaki waited several steps away. Nezuko sat beneath a tree, watching. Tanjiro placed both hands around the sword. The spirit stirred. Fire would make this simple. I know. Then use it. No, fear again. Tanjiro smiled faintly. No, choice. He inhaled. Total concentration breathing filled his body. The mountain sharpened around him. He smelled the crack hidden deep inside the stone, not visible, not wide, but real. Everything had a point where resistance changed. A place where one complete strike could become enough. Tanjiro settled into his stance. He remembered Urikodaki's discipline, Makomo's gentleness, Sabido's blade, his father dancing through the snow without losing rhythm. Water moved through him. Fire waited beneath it, not fighting, not ruling, waiting. Tanjiro swung. For one breath, nothing happened. Then the boulder split. The sound rolled across Mount Sajiri like thunder. Two halves fell apart, revealing a clean cut through the center. Tanjiro remained in his final stance. The sword did not burn. Urikodaki looked at the divided stone, then at Tanjiro. You are ready for final selection. Tanjiro exhaled. His legs gave way. He fell onto his back and laughed at the sky. Nezuko rushed over and crouched beside him. She patted his face repeatedly. I'm alive, Tanjiro said. She continued patting him. I'm just tired. Urikodaki approached. In his hands was a fox mask, white with red markings and a sun-like pattern painted near one side. A warding mask, he said. It will protect you. Tanjiro accepted it carefully. The wood smelled familiar. Urikodaki had carved it himself. Beneath the cedar scent rested something else. Hope, fear, the grief of every mask he had made before. Tanjiro looked toward the mist where Sabido and Makomo had disappeared. Did you make masks for all your students? Urikodaki became still. Yes, Sabido and Makomo too. Silence answered first. Then Urikodaki said, You met them. Tanjiro looked at him. They trained me. Urikodaki's scent changed so sharply that Tanjiro's heart hurt. Grief, old and deep. They were my students, Urikodaki said. They died during final selection. Tanjiro's fingers tightened around the fox mask. The clearing seemed colder. The spirit stirred, reaching toward Urikodaki's guilt. Tanjiro closed the door before it could look deeper. Not every wound required judgment. Some required witness. They helped me, Tanjiro said. Urikodaki lowered his head. I know. You knew they were here. I hoped. The old man placed one hand on Tanjiro's shoulder. Fujikasen contains demons captured by the core. You must survive 7 days. Tanjiro nodded. Your fire may destroy most of them quickly. The spirit approved. Urikodaki's grip tightened. That is why you must be more careful, not less. Tanjiro looked at him. Because power makes mistakes permanent. Yes, and because guilt isn't proof. Yes, and because the spirit will want to judge everything on the mountain. Urikodaki's mask faced him. It may find something that deserves judgment more than anything you have faced. Tanjiro smelled fear in those words, a specific fear, connected to Sabido, to Makomo, to the other dead students. What is on that mountain? Urikodaki removed his hand. A demon I failed to kill. The spirit awakened fully. Heat gathered beneath Tanjiro's ribs. At last, Tanjiro closed his eyes, inhaled, exhaled. The heat settled. Not extinguished, disciplined. He tied the fox mask to the side of his head and rose. When I find it, he said, I'll decide what it deserves. Urikodaki studied him for a long moment, then nodded. Tanjiro looked once more at the split boulder. The months on Mount Sajiri had not made him gentle. He had already been gentle. They had taught him that gentleness alone was not enough. Mercy without strength could not protect anyone. Strength without discipline became destruction. Judgment without truth became cruelty. The spirit of vengeance still lived inside him. It still wanted Muzan. It still whispered whenever guilt entered Tanjiro's senses, but it no longer sat at the center of his choices. Tanjiro did. For now, that was enough. Far away, beyond the wisteria-covered slopes of Fujikasen, something enormous shifted in the darkness. A demon with countless grudges and the blood of Urikodaki's students beneath its nails lifted its head. For years, it had remembered every fox mask it broke, every child it devoured, every scream it added to the mountain. Soon, another student would arrive wearing one. But this time, the mask would not hide helpless prey. It would hide the face of a boy carrying a flame built to make monsters remember. Chapter 4, Fujikasen, scorched the wisteria trees around Mount Fujikasen smelled like safety. That was the first thing Tanjiro noticed. Their perfume covered the lower slopes in a soft sweetness that reminded him of spring, clean clothes, and the flowers Nezuko used to gather near their home. Purple blossoms hung above the path in thick curtains, beautiful enough to make the mountain seem peaceful. But beneath the sweetness waited another scent. Fear. Dozens of children had gathered at the entrance to the mountain. Some stood alone, others whispered to one another in low voices. Every one of them carried a Nichiren sword, and nearly everyone wore a mask, charm, or piece of clothing given by someone who hoped they would return. Tanjiro smelled determination, pride, nervousness, grief, and guilt. The spirit noticed that last scent immediately. Many carry judgment. Tanjiro tightened the straps of the wooden box on his back. Nezuko slept inside. Urokodaki had argued against bringing her. Tanjiro had argued harder. The rules of final selection required candidates to survive 7 days on the mountain. They said nothing about carrying a sleeping demon in a box. Urokodaki had eventually allowed it, though his mask had hidden whatever expression accompanied his silence. If the box breaks, he had warned, the wisteria will prevent her from leaving. I won't let it break. If you lose control, your fire may harm her. I won't lose control. Urokodaki had leaned closer. Confidence is not a promise. Tanjiro remembered those words now. He looked at the candidates around him. Most were close to his age. Some seemed younger. A boy wearing a green robe stood with his shoulders drawn high, trying to hide his trembling. A broad-shouldered girl checked the wrappings around her hands again and again. Another candidate stared at the dark forest beyond the wisteria as though already regretting every step that had brought him there. The spirit pressed against Tanjiro's senses. They are weak. They're afraid, Tanjiro whispered. Fear is weakness admitting itself. Fear is knowing something matters. The boy in green glanced toward him. Tanjiro pretended to adjust Nezuko's box. He had learned to answer the spirit silently, but exhaustion sometimes made him forget. 2 girls appeared beneath the flowers. They looked almost identical, dressed in pale kimonos with purple patterns. Their expressions were calm, and their voices were strangely gentle as they explained the rules. Demons had been imprisoned on the mountain. The wisteria surrounding Fujikasen prevented them from escaping. Candidates had to survive until sunrise on the 7th day. There would be no instructors, no rescue, no mercy from the things waiting above. Tanjiro looked at the forest. He smelled demons, many demons, some faint, some fresh. Some so old their scents had merged with the mountain itself, and among them something enormous. The scent lay buried beneath layers of trees and stone, but Tanjiro recognized the bitterness around it. Human lives, many, dozens, some carried faint traces of cedar and fox masks. Tanjiro's heartbeat changed. Sabido, Makomo, the other students Urokodaki had lost, the spirit awakened. There, heat stirred behind Tanjiro's ribs. He inhaled slowly. Not yet. It has killed children. I know. It waits. Then it can wait for me. The girls stepped aside. The entrance opened. Candidates began moving into the forest. Tanjiro followed. The wisteria scent weakened with every step. Darkness swallowed the path. Final selection had begun. The first demon attacked before midnight. Tanjiro smelled it long before it appeared. Rotten leaves, old blood, excitement. It watched from the branches above, waiting for him to pass beneath it. Tanjiro stopped. The demon froze. It had long arms, a narrow face, and eyes that bulged slightly from its skull. Its body clung upside down to a tree like an insect. You smell me, it said. Yes, the demon grinned. You smell unusual too. Its gaze moved to the box on Tanjiro's back. Are you carrying food? Tanjiro drew his Nichiren sword. The blade remained dark, no hellfire. The demon dropped. Tanjiro moved with water breathing. First form, water surface slash. His blade crossed the demon's neck in one clean movement. The head fell, the body collapsed. For a moment, the demon stared at him from the ground. Its face changed, the hunger vanished. It looked young, afraid. Tanjiro smelled a faint human memory beneath the demon's decay, a hut beside a river, a fever, a mother crying. Then the scent disappeared with the demon's body. Ash drifted into the night. The spirit remained dissatisfied. You gave it a painless end. It died. It killed. It was already defeated. Defeat is not consequence. Tanjiro returned the sword to its sheath. The purpose was to stop it. The purpose is judgment. Your purpose. Heat flickered beneath his skin. Tanjiro ignored it and continued through the forest. He understood Urikodaki's warning now. Most demons on the mountain would not challenge him physically. Months of training had made him faster, stronger, and sharper than the frightened boy who had confronted Muzan with a piece of firewood. The danger was not losing a fight, it was winning too easily. Hellfire could destroy these demons almost instantly. One touch could spread through their corrupted bodies faster than regeneration could repair them. If Tanjiro surrendered fully, he could probably burn a path across Fujikasen before dawn. But every use of the flame strengthened its presence. Every punishment opened another door, and every door threatened to show him more suffering than his heart could carry. He could not treat power as the answer to every obstacle simply because it worked. Sabido had taught him that the spirit was a weapon. Tanjiro had to remain the swordsman. Near dawn, he found the first survivor. The boy in the green robe lay against a tree with blood covering one sleeve. A demon circled him. It was short and broad, with stone-like growths along its shoulders. One of its hands gripped a broken sword. Tanjiro entered the clearing. The demon turned. The injured boy looked up. "You!" he gasped. The demon smiled. "Another one." Tanjiro drew his blade. The creature charged. Tanjiro stepped aside and cut across its back. The Nichiren blade opened a deep wound, but the demon twisted with surprising speed. Its broken sword struck Tanjiro's shoulder. The blade failed to cut through Urikodaki's protective clothing, but the impact knocked him off balance. The demon raised the weapon again. Tanjiro saw the injured candidate behind it. Too close. If he used a water-breathing form, the demon might throw the broken blade before Tanjiro reached its neck. The spirit offered a faster solution. Tanjiro allowed one breath of fire. Hellfire ignited along the edge of his sword. He stepped forward and blocked. The broken blade touched his own. Blue-white flames spread instantly across the demon's weapon. The creature screamed and dropped it. The hellfire climbed from the metal into its hand. Black cracks appeared along its arm. Tanjiro extinguished his blade. The demon tore off its own burning hand before the fire reached its shoulder. It staggered backward, staring at Tanjiro. "What are you?" Tanjiro moved. Second form, water wheel. His sword completed a circular arc. The demon's head fell. Ash scattered across the clearing. Tanjiro immediately turned to the injured boy. "Can you stand?" The boy stared at the place where the demon had vanished. "What was that? Fire!" Later, Tanjiro knelt beside him. The injury was deep but not fatal. Tanjiro cleaned and wrapped it with supplies Urikodaki had placed in his pack. The boy's scent remained terrified. "My name is Kazuo," he said. "Tanjiro, you could have killed it with the fire." "Yes, then why didn't you?" Tanjiro tied the bandage. "Because I only needed enough to make an opening." Kazuo looked toward the scorched hand lying several steps away. It had already turned to ash. "That thing was going to kill me. I know. It probably killed other people. I know. Then why care how much it suffers?" The spirit listened. Tanjiro looked at the dark trees. "Because if I stop caring, the fire starts deciding for me." Kazuo did not understand. Tanjiro could smell it. He did not blame him. A demon had nearly killed the boy. At that moment, any power that destroyed demons would sound like a blessing. Tanjiro had once thought the same. Then he had felt an entire village beneath the flame's attention. He helped Kazuo stand. "There's a large cedar tree east of here," Tanjiro said. "The scent of wisteria is stronger near it. Hide there until your breathing steadies." "What about you?" "I'm going deeper." Kazuo looked at the box. "Is someone inside?" "My sister." "Why bring her here?" Tanjiro smiled faintly. "She sleeps better when she knows I'm close." It was not entirely true, but it was kinder than explaining that his sister was a demon surrounded by other demons on a mountain designed to imprison them. Kazuo limped east. Tanjiro continued north. The first sunrise arrived behind clouds. He had survived one night. The mountain had 6 more to test him. The next 3 days changed Fujikasen. Tanjiro saved every candidate he could reach. He killed demons with water breathing when possible. When necessary, he used brief flashes of hellfire to break claws, destroy weapons, or interrupt regeneration. The results were immediate. Demons began avoiding his scent. At first they fled individually, then they began warning one another. Whispers traveled through the forest. "A boy with burning eyes." a sword that set demon flesh alight, a human carrying another demon on his back. Some called him the Burning Slayer, others called him the Sun Ghost. One demon, dying beneath a clean Nichiren cut, called him the Judge. The spirit liked that name, Tanjiro did not. By the fourth night, large sections of the mountain had fallen silent. The candidates began following the trails he cleared. Tanjiro found footprints gathering near his own. Children who had entered the mountain alone now moved in loose groups, using the paths where demon scent had vanished. That frightened him. They believed he had made the forest safe. He had not. The enormous scent still waited in the northern woods. It never moved far. It did not need to hunt. It knew the fox mask would eventually come to it. On the fifth evening, Tanjiro found a broken mask hanging from a tree. White wood, red markings, a deep crack across the brow. He touched it. The scent had faded almost completely, but Urikodaki's hands had shaped it. The spirit opened a door. Tanjiro saw a child walking through the forest years earlier. Not Sabido, a girl with short hair. She wore the mask proudly. She fought a demon near this tree. The enormous creature arrived. Hands covered her. The memory ended. Tanjiro jerked his hand away. The mask fell into the leaves. Heat climbed his arms. It remembers everyone. Tanjiro stared toward the north. The creature's scent had become clearer. Amusement, expectation. It could smell him too. It knew another of Urikodaki's students had arrived. Tanjiro lifted the broken mask and placed it carefully beneath the tree. "I'm coming," he whispered. The spirit answered. At last, he found the first bodies near midnight. They were old, not actual remains, but impressions buried in the earth. Broken swords, fragments of clothing, wooden masks crushed beneath roots. Every object carried a story. Tanjiro smelled years of terror pressed into the soil. 50 children, perhaps more. Some had been Urikodaki's students. Others came from different teachers. All had entered Fujikasen hoping to become demon slayers. Most had died before they could receive a uniform. Tanjiro's breathing became difficult. The spirit grew stronger with every step. The mountain demands judgment. "I know, you tremble, I'm angry." Then open the door. "No," a laugh rolled through the trees, low, wet, too large to come from a human throat. Tanjiro drew his sword. The forest shifted. At first he thought the darkness itself was moving. Then the creature emerged. Hands, dozens of them. They covered its body in layers, some wrapped around its shoulders, others gripping its face and torso. Massive arms dragged it between the trees while smaller hands twitched across its flesh. The demon was larger than anything Tanjiro had fought. Its scent struck him like a wall. Blood, rot, pride, and memories, so many memories. The demon lifted its head. One hand pulled away from its face, revealing a mouth stretched into a delighted smile. "A fox!" Tanjiro's hand moved toward the mask tied beside his head. The demon laughed. "How many years has it been?" Tanjiro settled into his stance. "You know Urikodaki. I know his masks." The creature shifted closer. The earth trembled beneath its weight. "He thinks they protect you." Its many fingers curled. "They make you easier to recognize." The spirit surged. Tanjiro held it down. "How many of his students did you kill?" The demon's smile widened. "I stopped counting after 11. Tanjiro's vision flashed red. Sabido's face appeared in his mind. Makomo's quiet smile. Urikodaki carving masks for children who would never return. The flames beneath Tanjiro's skin ignited. The demon noticed. "Oh!" A massive arm struck. Tanjiro leaped aside. The hand smashed through 3 trees. Splinters filled the clearing. Tanjiro landed and used water breathing. Third form, flowing dance. He moved around the demon's body, blade tracing a fluid path toward its neck. 3 hands intercepted him. Tanjiro cut through 2. The third struck his side and threw him across the clearing. He turned in the air, protecting Nezuko's box before hitting the ground. Pain spread through his ribs. The demon's severed hands regenerated almost instantly. "Urikodaki's children always move the same," it said. "Water, breathing, pretty masks." Its body dragged forward. "They all scream differently." Tanjiro rose. The spirit pushed harder. "Burn it." "Not yet. It confesses. I heard it. What more do you require?" Tanjiro attacked. Fourth form, striking tide. His blade cut across several wrists, opening a path toward the demon's neck. The creature folded its arms inward. Hands surrounded Tanjiro from every direction. He smelled the attack a moment before it closed. Tanjiro inhaled. Hellfire ignited along his sword, one controlled breath. He turned. A ring of blue-white flame cut through the surrounding hands. Demon flesh ignited. The creature roared and recoiled. Tanjiro extinguished the blade immediately. The burning arms did not regenerate. Black cracks spread through them until they broke apart into ash. The demon stared at its missing limbs, then laughed. "You can hurt me!" Its excitement deepened. "Good!" New arms forced their way from beneath its flesh, larger than before. Tanjiro smelled the blood demon art activating. The ground beneath him split. Hands erupted from the soil. Tanjiro leaped, but one closed around his ankle. Another seized his wrist. A third wrapped around Nezuko's box. Tanjiro's fear exploded. The spirit took the opening. Hellfire burst from his entire body. The hands holding him ignited. The demon screamed. Tanjiro tore free, but the flames did not stop at the hands. They raced across the ground. Roots caught fire. Trees glowed from within. Blue-white cracks spread through the forest floor. "Stop!" Tanjiro pulled the heat inward. The fire ignored him. The spirit had smelled the mountain's guilt. Not human guilt, memory. The earth was saturated with death, and the flame responded as though the entire forest were a witness waiting to speak. The demon backed away. For the first time, its scent carried fear. "What is this?" Tanjiro landed between it and the burning trees. His eyes glowed. Smoke rose from his shoulders. The spirit's voice filled every part of him. Judgment. The demon attacked wildly. Tanjiro moved through the hands. He no longer needed to think about the path. The flame showed him. Every arm was connected to a murder. Every finger carried the memory of someone it had crushed. Tanjiro cut through them one by one. Hellfire followed each wound. The demon's regeneration slowed, then stopped. Its confidence vanished. It turned to flee. The spirit wanted pursuit. Tanjiro gave it that much. He moved faster than he ever had before. Water breathing carried his body. Hellfire carried the sword. He appeared in front of the demon and cut through both of its largest arms. The creature collapsed. Tanjiro placed the burning blade against its throat. The demon stared into his eyes. Behind it, the doors appeared, more than Tanjiro had ever seen. 50, 60, perhaps hundreds. Each one held a child. The spirit pressed forward, opened them. Tanjiro's hand shook. The demon smelled defeated, but not remorseful. It looked at the burning sword and laughed weakly. "You think killing me changes anything? No, they still died. I know. Your teacher still sent them." Tanjiro's grip tightened. "Be quiet. Maybe he'll send more after you." The demon smiled. "Maybe I'll eat them too." The spirit tore the door from Tanjiro's control. His eyes changed. The blue-white glow deepened until the pupils seemed to vanish inside flame. The demon's smile faded. Tanjiro felt the connection form. For the first time, he did not merely see the memories behind the doors. He entered them. The clearing disappeared. Tanjiro stood in darkness. The hand demon stood before him in a smaller form, human-sized, naked of its countless arms. Around it waited the dead, children wearing broken masks, candidates clutching shattered swords. Sabido stood among them, Makomo beside him. Neither spoke. The demon turned in circles. "No!" The spirit spoke through Tanjiro's mouth. "Look at them!" The voice was deeper than his own. The demon covered its face. "I killed them, so what?" The first memory struck. A boy wearing a fox mask ran between trees. The demon's hand closed around him. Tanjiro felt the boy's terror. So did the demon. Its body jerked. Another memory followed. A girl tried to drag an injured friend to safety. Hands tore them apart. The hand demon felt both deaths at once. It screamed. More doors opened. Children, swordsmen, travelers captured before the wisteria barrier had been completed. Every life the demon had ended returned, not as images, as experience. It felt bones breaking beneath its grip. It felt fear freezing the lungs. It felt the helplessness of seeing its own enormous body approaching. The demon fell to its knees. "Stop!" The spirit did not stop. Tanjiro could feel the victims too. Their pain entered him through the same connection. He saw Yurikodaki's students entering final selection. He felt their trust in their teacher, their determination, their final understanding that help was not coming. Sabido's memory struck hardest. He fought through the mountain, saving every candidate he found. He defeated nearly every demon he encountered. Then he found the hand demon. His sword had already been damaged from protecting others. The blade broke. A hand closed. Tanjiro felt Sabido die. He screamed inside the vision. The spirit mistook his pain for permission. More fire entered the demon. Its body began to crack. "Feel them," Tanjiro heard himself say, but he had not chosen the words. "Every wound," the demon clawed at the darkness. "Please, every fear." "I'm sorry," the scent of the apology was false. The demon did not regret the lives, it regretted the pain. The spirit burned hotter. Tanjiro saw Makomo, smaller, faster, terrified only at the end. Her mask shattered beneath one of the demon's hands. Tanjiro's mind began to break beneath the memories. He could no longer tell which fear belonged to him, which death belonged to whom. The spirit opened every door at once. 50 lives screamed through Tanjiro's body. The physical world returned. He stood above the hand demon. The creature burned from within, blue-white light pouring through cracks in its flesh. But the forest burned too. The hellfire had spread across Fujikasen. Candidates ran from the flames. Demons screamed in the distance as fire found them between the trees. Nezuko's box shook on Tanjiro's back. She was awake. The spirit reached farther. Every demon on the mountain carried guilt. Everyone became a target. Tanjiro felt them ignite. Some were destroyed instantly. Others fled, spreading the fire through the forest. The hand demon continued screaming beneath him. Tanjiro could not release the stare. The spirit had taken the connection and widened it. The mountain became a single trial, all guilty. "No," Tanjiro whispered. His voice came out distorted. "All condemned." The hand demon's victims still moved through him, their pain mixed with the spirit's certainty. Tanjiro saw no difference between punishment and revenge anymore. He lifted his sword. The flame covered his arm. He could finish the demon. Then he could hunt every remaining creature on Fujikasen, then Musen, then anyone who stood between them. The thought felt right. That frightened him. A pounding sound came from the box. Nezuko, Tanjiro smelled her. Fear, not for herself, for him. The scent cut through the dead. He remembered Nezuko in the cellar, holding him while hellfire burned her arms. He remembered Yurikodaki's lesson, power that made mistakes permanent. He remembered Sabido's final test, choose the limit before using the force. Tanjiro looked at the hand demon. The creature had become small in his vision, not physically, spiritually. A frightened human shape buried beneath decades of hunger and cruelty. The spirit demanded total destruction. Tanjiro inhaled. The breath failed. Smoke filled his lungs. He tried again, total concentration. His father dancing through the snow, water beneath fire, a rhythm lasting until dawn. Tanjiro tightened his grip. "I decide," the spirit roared. "He deserves eternity." "No, he killed children." "I know," he laughed. "I know." The fire spread higher. Tanjiro forced one complete breath through his body, then another. The connection trembled. The hand demon looked up. Its expression had changed. For 1 second beneath the monster, Tanjiro smelled a child, a human boy calling for an older brother, a hand reaching through darkness. That memory did not erase what followed. It did not excuse anything, but it proved the demon had once been more than its crimes. Tanjiro raised the sword. "I won't forgive you," the hand demon trembled, "but I won't become you either." Tanjiro swung, water-breathing first form, water surface slash. The flaming blade crossed the demon's neck. Cleanly, quickly, the penance stare ended. The hand demon's head fell. Its body turned to ash. The hellfire across Fujikasen stopped spreading. Silence followed. Tanjiro dropped to one knee. The memories remained. Sabido's death, Makomo's fear, the other children. They crowded his mind, too vivid to be forgotten. The spirit withdrew, satisfied. Tanjiro hated it for that satisfaction. The demon's head rested in the dirt as its features began to crumble. The cruelty vanished. For an instant it looked confused. "Younger brother," it whispered. Tanjiro lowered his sword. A final human memory passed through the scent, a boy holding his brother's hand. Then the head became ash. The wind carried it away. Tanjiro bowed, not in forgiveness, in acknowledgement of the human life that had been lost long before the demon's victims ever met it. Behind him, Nezuko struck the inside of the box again. Tanjiro quickly opened it. She emerged in her smaller form and grabbed his face between both hands. Her eyes searched his. "I'm here," he whispered. Nezuko pressed her forehead against his. Tanjiro closed his eyes. The dead still waited behind them. He knew they would remain there. That was the price. The penance stare did not only punish its target, it made Tanjiro a witness. Every life became part of him, every scream left a mark. If he used the stare carelessly, eventually there might be no space left inside him for his own memories. Nezuko made a worried sound. Tanjiro wrapped his arms around her. "I almost lost," she pulled back. Tanjiro looked at the blackened forest. "You stopped me again." Nezuko patted his cheek. The gesture was so ordinary that Tanjiro nearly cried. Sunrise revealed what the night had done. A wide section of Fujikasen had become ash. The fire had not burned everything. Living candidates remained untouched. Wisteria still bloomed around the mountain, but trees carrying years of demon blood had turned black. The ground was scarred by glowing lines that slowly faded beneath the morning light. Most of the demons were gone. Some had died beneath Nichiren blades. Others had been consumed when Tanjiro lost control. The surviving candidates gathered near the entrance. Only 5 remained. Kazuo stood among them, pale but alive. When he saw Tanjiro walking from the forest with Nezuko's box on his back, relief crossed his face. Then he noticed the scorched mountain behind him. Everyone did. No one spoke. The 2 girls beneath the wisteria remained calm, but even their scents carried surprise. They congratulated the survivors. They explained ranks, uniforms, Kasugai crows, the right to choose ore for Nichiren swords. Tanjiro heard the words, but his attention remained on the ashes clinging to his clothing. A black crow landed on his shoulder. It announced his name loudly and demanded that he select an ore. Tanjiro flinched. The crow pecked his hair. "Tanjiro Kamado, pay attention!" "Sorry." He approached the table of ore. Each piece carried a different scent, metal, sunlight trapped beneath stone, years underground. Tanjiro reached toward one. The spirit stirred. The ore grew warm before he touched it. One of the girls noticed. Tanjiro selected the piece quickly. Kazuo approached him afterward. "You killed it, didn't you?" Tanjiro looked at him. "The large demon." "Yes, the one everyone was afraid of." "Yes." Kazuo stared toward the mountain. "What happened to the forest?" Tanjiro did not answer immediately. The easiest answer would have been victory. The demon attacked. Tanjiro destroyed it. The fire spread. Everyone survived. But that would have turned failure into triumph. Urikodaki had taught him better. "I lost control." Kazuo's relief faded. "You saved us. I endangered you too. No flames touched any of us. That doesn't mean they couldn't have." Kazuo looked uncomfortable. People preferred heroes without uncertainty. A boy who destroyed a monster sounded reassuring. A boy carrying something he might not control sounded dangerous. Tanjiro accepted that. He had to. "Will it happen again?" Kazuo asked. Tanjiro looked toward Nezuko's box, then at the faint red lines beneath the skin of his hands. "I don't know." The honest answer frightened Kazuo. Tanjiro smelled it, but Kazuo still bowed. "Thank you for coming when you heard me." Tanjiro returned the bow. "That part will happen again." Urikodaki waited at the edge of Mount Sajiri. Tanjiro smelled him before he saw the Tengu mask. He had run most of the journey home, carrying Nezuko's box, while the Kasugai crow shouted directions he already knew. When Urikodaki appeared between the trees, Tanjiro stopped. For several seconds, neither moved. Then Nezuko forced open the box. She ran toward Urikodaki. Tanjiro followed. The old swordsman caught both of them in his arms. His mask pressed against Tanjiro's shoulder. Urikodaki's body trembled once, only once. "You returned," he said. Tanjiro closed his eyes. "Sabido and Makomo helped me." "I know. The demon is dead." Urikodaki's grip tightened. Tanjiro smelled grief breaking open after years of restraint, not healing, but changing. The children had not been avenged in a way that restored them. Nothing could do that, yet the creature that had waited for Urikodaki's students would never kill another. That mattered. Tanjiro pulled back. "I used the stare." Urikodaki became still. "The full power? I think so. What did you see?" "Everything." Tanjiro's voice weakened. "Everyone." Urikodaki studied him. "And what did it cost?" Tanjiro looked toward the mountain behind them. "I remember dying as people I never met." The words hung between them. Urikodaki placed a hand on his shoulder. "Then remember that every use will leave something behind." Tanjiro nodded. "I almost let the spirit burn the whole mountain. Almost. It stopped before hurting the candidates. That is not what I asked." Tanjiro met the dark eye holes of the mask. No, I stopped it. Yurikodaki held his gaze. Then do not say the spirit stopped. Tanjiro understood. Giving the spirit credit meant giving it responsibility, and giving it responsibility meant pretending Tanjiro had none. I stopped it, he repeated. Yurikodaki nodded. Good. Tanjiro looked down at his hands. The red lines had faded, but a dark mark remained across his right palm. It resembled a small chain wrapped around the skin. A permanent reminder. The mountain is scorched. Forests recover. The dead don't. No, Yurikodaki looked toward Nezuko, but the living continue. Nezuko took Tanjiro's hand. Her fingers covered the mark. The spirit stirred faintly, not demanding, watching. Tanjiro had survived final selection. He had defeated the hand demon. He had avenged Yurikodaki's students, yet he did not feel victorious. He felt heavier. 50 lives now moved behind his eyes. The penance stare had shown him what judgment truly required. Not hatred, not strength, the willingness to carry the truth of what had been done. Tanjiro looked toward the rising sun. The spirit had wanted to turn Fujikasen into a place of punishment. Instead, it had become a scorched graveyard, a warning, not only to demons, to him. The next time he opened every door inside a monster's soul, he might not find his way back alone. And somewhere far beyond Mount Sajiri, Muzan Kibutsuji felt the death of one insignificant demon. He would normally have ignored it, but the death carried a sensation he remembered from the wound on his hand. Fire, not sunlight, not Nichiren steel, something older than either. Muzan looked down at his palm. The burn from the Kamado boy had not healed. For the first time in centuries, the king of demons understood that the child on the mountain had survived, and now that child had learned how to make demons feel afraid. Chapter 5, A Slayer or a Second Monster. The swordsmith arrived wearing a straw hat covered in wind chimes. Tanjiro heard him before he saw him. The bells rang somewhere along the path to Yurikodaki's house, accompanied by hurried footsteps and furious muttering. Birds fled the nearby trees. Even Nezuko, who had been arranging stones beside the porch, looked up in confusion. A man appeared through the mist. He wore a sunflower-patterned haori and a mask shaped like a round-cheeked man with thick eyebrows. A long wooden box was strapped across his back. "Tanjiro Kamado!" he shouted. Tanjiro rose immediately. Yes, the swordsmith crossed the clearing without slowing. "I am Hataru Hagenzuka. I forged the sword that will turn red in your hands." Tanjiro blinked. "Red! Yes, bright red, the color of the sun. The color suited to one who carries those earrings." Hagenzuka stopped directly in front of him. The bells on his hat continued ringing. Tanjiro bowed. "Thank you for bringing it all this way." The swordsmith ignored the greeting and removed the long box from his back. He placed it on the ground with reverence, then opened the lid. Inside lay a Nichiren sword. Its guard resembled a dark wheel. The wrapping around the hilt was black and red. Even before Tanjiro touched it, he smelled sunlight trapped within the metal. The scent was deeper than the training blade Yurikodaki had allowed him to use. This sword had been forged from ore gathered on a mountain, constantly bathed in sunlight. A weapon made to kill demons. The spirit awakened beneath Tanjiro's ribs, a worthy vessel. Tanjiro's hand stopped above the hilt. Hagenzuka leaned closer. "What are you waiting for?" Yurikodaki stood in the doorway, watching silently. Tanjiro looked at him. The Tengu mask revealed nothing. "Pick it up," Yurikodaki said. Tanjiro wrapped his fingers around the hilt. The sword changed. Black spread from the base of the blade toward its tip, swallowing the polished metal until the entire weapon resembled a strip of midnight. Hagenzuka stared. "No!" Tanjiro lifted the sword. The last section became black. The swordsmith dropped to his knees. "No!" Tanjiro flinched. "Is something wrong? It was supposed to be red." Hagenzuka grabbed Tanjiro by the shoulders. "Why is it black?" "I don't know. I forged it perfectly. I believe you." "Then you ruined it." Tanjiro struggled to escape the swordsmith's grip. The spirit watched with quiet impatience. Heat entered Tanjiro's palm. A thin blue-white flame appeared along the black blade. Hagenzuka released him. The clearing became silent. The fire spread slowly from the hilt toward the tip, following the newly darkened metal. It did not rise wildly. It lay close to the blade, forming a bright edge around the black steel. Tanjiro held his breath. The flames had ignited without anger, without fear. The sword itself had called to them. Hagenzuka leaned forward until his mask was dangerously close to the fire. Extraordinary. Tanjiro pulled the blade away. Please don't touch it. Does the flame damage the metal? I don't think so. You don't think so? The other weapons changed after carrying it. Hagenzuka turned his masked face sharply. Changed how? Tanjiro described the farming tool whose rust had burned away and the training blade that retained heat beneath its surface. The swordsmith snatched the dark farming blade from beside the porch. He inspected it, turned it over, tapped it with one fingernail. Then he looked at Tanjiro's new sword. This fire is bonding with the metal. Yurikodaki stepped closer. Can that weaken it? No. Hagenzuka sounded offended by the possibility. It may strengthen it, or destroy it, or transform it into something no swordsmith has seen before. That is not reassuring, Tanjiro said. It is exciting. It burned part of a mountain. Hagenzuka paused. Less exciting. The hellfire brightened. Tanjiro immediately adjusted his breathing. One controlled inhale, one controlled exhale. The flames lowered. Hagenzuka watched the process. So the stories were true. Tanjiro's grip tightened. What stories? The swordsmith stood. Fujikasen. Yurikodaki's posture changed slightly. Hagenzuka continued, his voice quieter. The Corps received reports from the survivors. Blue fire, demons turning to ash without decapitation. A forest burned black while the candidates remained alive. Tanjiro lowered the sword. I lost control. That is not how the survivors tell it. They didn't see what happened inside my mind. Hagenzuka looked toward Yurikodaki. The Hashira have requested the boy's presence. Tanjiro's heartbeat quickened. Why? The answer came from the forest. Because the Demon Slayer Corps does not like weapons it cannot understand. Jiyu Tomioka stepped through the mist. He wore the same divided Haori Tanjiro remembered from the morning after the massacre. His face remained calm, but his scent carried exhaustion. Nezuko rose behind Tanjiro, her fingers curled. Jiyu looked at her. She stared back. Neither moved. Tanjiro sheathed the new sword. The hellfire disappeared. You came here for me? He asked. Jiyu nodded. The master has summoned you. Yurikodaki folded his arms. Has he summoned Nezuko? No. Tanjiro's relief lasted only a moment. Jiyu continued. The Hashira have not been told she is here. Hagenzuka stopped inspecting the farming blade. Yurikodaki's scent sharpened. You concealed her? He asked. I delayed the report. Why? Jiyu looked at Tanjiro. Because the Corps is already deciding whether one Kamado should be executed. Silence fell over the clearing. Nezuko moved closer to her brother. Tanjiro felt the spirit stir. Not in fear, in response to threat. They judge the vessel. Let them. They carry blades. So do I burn first? Tanjiro closed his eyes briefly. No, the spirit withdrew, but the heat remained. Why would they execute me? Tanjiro asked. Jiyu looked at the dark mark across Tanjiro's palm. Because demons are not the only things that frighten demon slayers. They left for the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters before noon. Nezuko remained with Yurikodaki. Tanjiro did not like separating from her, but bringing a demon into a gathering of the most powerful swordsmen in the Corps would turn suspicion into immediate violence. He knelt beside her wooden box before leaving. I'll come back. Nezuko sat in the shade, watching him. She touched the sleeve of his new uniform. The fabric was dark and durable, though Tanjiro had already discovered that it trapped heat unpleasantly when the spirit became restless. You need to stay with Yurikodaki. Nezuko shook her head. Tanjiro smiled sadly. You can't follow me this time. She gripped his sleeve harder. Jiyu waited near the path. Tanjiro leaned closer to Nezuko. They're frightened of me. She tilted her head. I need to show them they don't have to be. Nezuko tapped his chest, the place where the spirit lived. Tanjiro nodded. Yes, that too. She slowly released him. Yurikodaki stood behind her. If they order you to demonstrate the fire, do not use the stair. I won't. If they provoke you, breathe before answering. I will. If they threaten Nezuko, Tanjiro's jaw tightened. Yurikodaki noticed. Breathe before answering, he repeated. Tanjiro inhaled, exhaled. I will. Yurikodaki placed one hand on his shoulder. The Corps was created to destroy demons. Its members have buried families, students, and friends. They will not see your fire as you do. How do I see it? Yurikodaki's mask faced him. As a burden. Tanjiro looked toward Jiyu. And them as an opportunity or a disaster. Tanjiro touched the hilt of his black sword. What am I supposed to prove? that you are neither. The headquarters lay hidden beyond a series of forests and mountain paths designed to confuse outsiders. Tanjiro traveled blindfolded for part of the journey, carried on the back of a Kakashi member whose scent contained nervousness every time Tanjiro moved. The Corps already knew about Fujikasen. Tanjiro could smell it in everyone they passed. Rumors followed him: the boy with blue fire, the one who burned the hand demon's soul, the candidate who turned half the mountain to ash. Some scents carried admiration, most carried fear. One Kakashi whispered to another when they believed Tanjiro could not hear. "Do you think he's human?" Tanjiro pretended not to notice. "The spirit did not. They insult us. They're afraid. Fear becomes violence, sometimes, always, eventually." Tanjiro thought of the villagers he had saved in the cellar. Kazuo had been afraid of him, but he had still bowed. Fear did not always become hatred, just as guilt did not always prove wickedness. The spirit preferred simple truths. Humans rarely provided them. When the blindfold was removed, Tanjiro stood in a wide courtyard covered in pale gravel. A traditional estate stretched before him. Wisteria grew along the walls, its scent clean and calm. The air carried medicine, polished wood, and many swords. 9 people waited in the courtyard. Tanjiro knew immediately that they were Hashira. Their scents were different, but everyone carried strength, not only physical strength, history. Each had stood before death enough times that fear had become something shaped rather than avoided. The man with flame-colored hair stood with his arms crossed, his bright eyes fixed on Tanjiro. A woman wearing a butterfly-patterned haori smiled softly, though her scent held sharp curiosity beneath the expression. A large man clasped his hands in prayer, tears already moving down his face. A smaller boy stared at the clouds. A muscular man decorated with jewels looked Tanjiro over as though deciding whether he was impressive. A woman with pink and green hair appeared worried. A pale man with bandages covering his mouth watched from beside a tree. A white snake curled around his shoulders. The final Hashira stood with his uniform open across a scarred chest. His scent struck Tanjiro immediately. Rage, not uncontrolled, cultivated, sharpened through years until it had become part of the man's breathing. Seinmi Shinazugawa looked at Tanjiro the way a starving wolf might look at another predator. Jiyu stepped into the courtyard behind him. Seinmi's eyes moved toward him. So the silent fool finally brought his pet disaster. Jiyu did not respond. The flame-haired Hashira spoke loudly. "Welcome, Tanjiro, Tanjiro startled. The man's voice could probably have reached Mount Sajiri. "I am Kyojuro Rengoku, the Flame Hashira." He gestured toward the others with great enthusiasm. "The master will arrive soon. Until then, we have been instructed not to kill you." Tanjiro stared. "That is comforting." The jeweled Hashira laughed. "Not a flashy beginning." The butterfly woman stepped forward. "I'm Shinobu Kacho. Please forgive Rengoku. He believes volume makes honesty kinder." "It does," Rengoku declared. "No, it doesn't." The pink-haired woman leaned toward Shinobu. "He looks much gentler than the reports." Seinmi scoffed. "So do some demons." Heat moved through Tanjiro's palm. He relaxed his fingers, breathed before answering. "My name is Tanjiro Kamado," he said. "Thank you for hearing me." The snake around the bandaged Hashira's shoulders lifted its head. Obanayaguro narrowed his mismatched eyes. "You assume this is a hearing. What else would it be? A decision may already have been made." The spirit responded to the threat. Tanjiro inhaled. He smelled guilt among the Hashira, not wickedness. Grief, regret, lives they could not save, lives they had taken. The spirit pushed against his senses as though standing before a feast. Warriors soaked in blood, demons' blood, not only demons. Tanjiro's eyes moved briefly toward Seinmi. The wind Hashira noticed. "What are you looking at?" "Nothing." "Liar!" Seinmi crossed the courtyard. Jiyu shifted. The tension changed instantly. Seinmi stopped a few steps from Tanjiro. "You can see sins, can't you?" Tanjiro did not answer. "The survivors from Fujikasen said you looked at that demon and it started screaming about dead children." Seinmi leaned closer. "What do you see when you look at me?" Tanjiro smelled blood. A mother transformed into a demon. Siblings killed. A younger brother pushed away for his own protection. The spirit reached. Tanjiro closed the door. "I see someone who wants me to attack first." Seinmi smiled without humor. "Smart." He drew his sword. The blade left its sheath halfway. Tanjiro's black Nichiren sword ignited before his hand touched it. Blue-white light flashed across the courtyard. Every Hashira moved. Rengoku's hand reached his hilt. Obanai's snake hissed. Shinobu's smile vanished. The large man's prayer beads tightened between his fingers. Jiyu stepped between Seinmi and Tanjiro. Tanjiro stared at the fire burning inside the sheath. He had not drawn the weapon. The hellfire had ignited anyway. The spirit pressed against him. Threat confirmed. Tanjiro focused on his breathing. Seinmi's grin widened. "There it is." "Put your sword away," Jiyu said. "Which one of us are you talking to?" "Both." Seinmi drew another inch. The hellfire crawled from Tanjiro's sheath onto the guard. Tanjiro smelled every Hashira preparing to strike. They could kill him, perhaps not easily, but together certainly. The spirit did not understand surrender. It showed Tanjiro possibilities. Flame flooding the courtyard, chains of fire erupting from the earth. Every Hashira trapped inside the pain they carried. The vision frightened him, not because it seemed impossible, because it felt close. Tanjiro released his sword entirely. He lifted both hands. The fire remained in the sheath. "I'm not going to fight." Seinmi looked disappointed. "Your weapon disagrees." Tanjiro closed his eyes, total concentration. The sound of the courtyard faded. He heard his heartbeat. He felt the spirit beneath it, not a second heart, a furnace. It did not trust the swords around him. It did not trust human judgment. It considered itself the final answer to wrongdoing. Tanjiro spoke silently. "They haven't attacked. Intent precedes action. Intent is not action. They plan your death. Maybe burn before the blade falls." No, the fire rose. Tanjiro remembered Nezuko touching his chest. He remembered Yurikodaki's spoon striking his wrist. He remembered Sabido's challenge, "Choose the limit." Tanjiro inhaled. The hellfire withdrew from the guard. It remained along the blade inside the sheath. He exhaled. The light weakened. Another breath. Darkness returned. Tanjiro opened his eyes. His hands were still raised. Seinmi's sword remained partially drawn. Jiyu stood between them. No one had attacked. The large Hashira released a deep breath. Tears continued down his face. "How tragic," he murmured. "The child battles even while standing still." Seinmi sheathed his sword. "Or he's pretending." Jiyu turned toward the others. He stopped. Obanai's gaze remained fixed on Tanjiro. "After ignition, before harm." Shinobu stepped closer, studying the sheath. The fire responded to perceived threat. "Yes," Tanjiro said. "Did you summon it?" "No." "Could you have prevented the initial ignition?" Tanjiro hesitated. "Not yet." Her smile returned, but it no longer seemed gentle. "That is the problem." The master arrived without announcement. Tanjiro noticed the change in the Hashira before he saw him. Every posture shifted, every scent softened. The anger in the courtyard did not vanish, but it made room for reverence. A man walked slowly onto the veranda. The upper half of his face was marked by a dark illness spreading across his skin. Two young girls supported him. His voice, when he spoke, was quiet enough that everyone had to become still to hear it. "My children," the Hashira knelt. Tanjiro followed a moment later. Kaguya Yubayashiki looked toward him. "So you are Tanjiro Kamado?" "Yes, sir. I am pleased you survived Fujikasen." Tanjiro lowered his head. "Others didn't." "No." The master did not offer easy comfort. Tanjiro appreciated that. Kaguya sat with the girls beside him. "I received 5 reports concerning the events on the mountain. None agreed on every detail." He looked toward the Hashira. One described Tanjiro as a savior. Another described him as a demon wearing a human face. A third claimed the fire protected the candidates. A fourth believed the candidates survived by chance. "And the fifth?" Tanjiro asked. "Simply said that the mountain screamed." The spirit stirred. Kaguya's scent was unusual. Pain covered his body, yet beneath it rested calmness so deep that Tanjiro could not find its edge. There was guilt. Of course there was. The leader of the Demon Slayer Corps carried the deaths of every swordsman serving beneath him, but the guilt did not control him. It existed beside purpose. The spirit studied him and remained strangely quiet. Kaguya folded his hands. "Tell us what happened." Tanjiro did. He did not make himself sound heroic. He described the hand demon, its victims, the penance stare, the memories, the fire spreading across Fujikasen. He admitted that for several moments he wanted to continue. He admitted that the spirit had reached toward every demon on the mountain. He admitted that he was unsure whether he could always stop it. When he finished, silence remained. Rengoku spoke first. "Honest!" Seinmi looked disgusted. "Honesty doesn't make him safe." "No," Kaguya said. "It makes the danger visible." Shinobu rested one finger against her chin. "The fire destroys demon cells more completely than sunlight or poison." "It also reacts to humans," Obanai said. Tanjiro looked toward him. The snake Hashira continued. "The boy admitted it examined Yurikodaki and Tomioka. It appears to sense guilt indiscriminately." The spirit disliked being discussed as an object. Heat stirred. Tanjiro kept breathing. Mitsuri Kanroji looked troubled, but it didn't burn them. "Because the boy stopped it," Jiyu said. Seinmi's eyes narrowed. "This time," Jiyu faced the master. "When I found Tanjiro, Muzan had murdered his family. Muzan's trail was fresh. Tanjiro possessed enough power to wound him." Tanjiro looked at Jiyu. He had never heard the water Hashira explain that night to anyone. Jiyu continued. "Tanjiro did not pursue him." Tenjin Yuzui raised an eyebrow. "That doesn't sound flashy or intelligent. He chose to carry his surviving sister down the mountain." Several Hashira looked toward Tanjiro. Jiyu's voice remained level. "When I threatened her, the fire ignited. Tanjiro sensed things about me he could have used. He did not. At Fujikasen, he could have burned every demon immediately. He relied on swordsmanship until others were in danger. When the fire escaped his control, he took control back." Seinmi crossed his arms. "You're listing moments when he nearly became a disaster. I am listing moments when he had a reason to surrender and did not." Jiyu's scent carried certainty. Not affection, not blind loyalty, judgment based on what he had witnessed. "The spirit's power is not why I vouch for him," Jiyu said. "His restraint is." The courtyard became still. Tanjiro felt something painful tighten in his chest. Jiyu had not said he believed Tanjiro was harmless. He believed Tanjiro would fight not to become harmful. That trust was smaller and more valuable. Seinmi looked toward Kaguya. "Restraint breaks." "Yes," Kaguya said. "Then why risk it? Because all swordsmen break eventually." Seinmi's expression hardened. Kaguya continued gently. "A blade may break, a mind may break, a heart may break. The core does not demand that its members be beyond failure. It demands that they continue choosing their duty despite the possibility." Obanai lowered his gaze. "The boy's failure could kill more than one person." "Yes, and if the spirit turns against the core, then the Hashira will stop him." The statement was calm. Tanjiro smelled no doubt. The spirit flared at the implied threat. Tanjiro placed one hand over the mark on his palm. Kaguya looked directly at him. "Do you accept that?" Tanjiro raised his head. "If I lose myself and become a danger to innocent people," the words resisted him. He thought of Nezuko, Yurikodaki, Jiyu, the candidates on Fujikasen. "I expect the Hashira to stop me." Seinmi studied him. "With death." Tanjiro's mouth became dry. The spirit roared beneath his ribs, "Never consent." Tanjiro inhaled. "If there is no other way." The heat became almost unbearable. Blue light flashed briefly beneath his uniform. Tanjiro did not move. The spirit pushed harder than it had since Fujikasen. "The vessel belongs to vengeance." "No, you invite destruction. I accept responsibility. They are not worthy to judge us. Neither are you alone." The presence recoiled. For a moment, the spirit felt less like an ancient force and more like a wounded animal. Then it became quiet. Kaguya watched Tanjiro through the struggle. "Thank you." Tanjiro lowered his head. The master turned toward the Hashira. "Tanjiro Kamado will serve in the Demon Slayer Corps." Seinmi opened his mouth. Kaguya continued. "Under conditions." Shinobu's smile sharpened. "Of course." "He will report every uncontrolled ignition. He will not use the ability he calls the penance stare unless ordinary means cannot prevent further loss of life. Tomioka and Yurikodaki will remain responsible for observing his control." Jiyu bowed. "Understood. Kacho will examine him whenever possible." Tanjiro's shoulders tightened. Shinobu smiled at him. "This will be enjoyable." "It will, for one of us." Kaguya continued. "If Tanjiro deliberately uses the fire against a member of the corps outside immediate defense, the Hashira may restrain him by any necessary means." Seinmi rested one hand on his sword. "Gladly." And Kaguya said, "No Hashira will provoke an ignition merely to test him." Seinmi's hand stopped. Tenjin laughed. That condition was clearly aimed at someone. Rengoku nodded enthusiastically. Indeed, Seimi glared at them both. Kaguya looked at Tanjiro again. Do you accept? Tanjiro thought of Muzan. The Corps offered information, training, and a path toward the demon who had destroyed his family. It also offered oversight, suspicion, the possibility that those around him might decide he was too dangerous to live. The spirit urged him to leave. We require no army. Tanjiro knew better. Power was not knowledge. Power was not experience. Power alone had nearly turned Fujikasen into a funeral pyre. He needed the Corps. Perhaps the Corps needed him. Neither truth made trust simple. I accept, Kaguya smiled. Then welcome, Tanjiro. The meeting should have ended. Seimi prevented that. What about the second scent? Tanjiro's blood went cold. Jiyu's head turned. Shinobu looked interested. Kaguya remained calm. Seimi stepped toward Tanjiro. Demon blood clings to him. The Wind Hashira's nose was not as sharp as Tanjiro's, but he had spent years hunting demons. Nezuko's scent remained on Tanjiro's uniform, sword, and hands. You traveled here without a demon, Seimi continued, but you live beside one. The spirit surged. Tanjiro remembered Yurikodaki's warning. If they threaten Nezuko, breathe before answering. Tanjiro inhaled. Seimi's eyes narrowed. There it is. What? That look. Tanjiro kept his voice steady. What look? The one that says you'll burn this courtyard if I find her. Blue light appeared beneath Tanjiro's fingernails. Jiyu moved closer. Kaguya raised one hand. Everyone stopped. Seimi, the master said, this gathering concerns the events at Fujikasen. It concerns whether he is human. It concerns whether he may serve. A demon living beside him matters. Kaguya looked toward Tanjiro. Tanjiro felt trapped. Lying would fail. Seimi already knew enough. Telling the truth could bring every Hashira to Mount Sajiri before sunset. The spirit offered a solution. Fear them. Make them fear you more. Tanjiro closed his hand. The light disappeared. My sister was turned into a demon, he said. The courtyard changed. Swords left sheaths, not fully, enough. Jiyu stood beside Tanjiro rather than in front of him. A deliberate choice. Seimi smiled. There, Tanjiro continued before fear could stop him. She has never eaten a human. Yet, Obanai said, she protected me. So demons can manipulate emotion, Shinobu replied. She protected villagers from another demon. Seimi stepped forward. Where is she? Tanjiro said nothing. Where? With someone I trust. The Wind Hashira's scarred face twisted. You brought a demon near a former cultivator, Jiyu spoke. Yurikodaki agreed to contain her. Several Hashira looked toward him. Seimi laughed once. You hid this too. Jiyu did not answer. Rengoku's expression became serious. Sheltering a demon violates core law. I know, Jiyu said. Mitsuri looked between them. But if she truly hasn't hurt anyone, a demon's hunger does not disappear because a brother loves it, Obanai said. Tanjiro's sword ignited inside its sheath. He did not touch it. The sound was soft, a low rush like air entering a furnace. Every Hashira heard it. Tanjiro focused on his breathing. Do not threaten her, Seimi's scent sharpened with triumph. You don't give orders here. I'm not. The flames rose higher. I'm asking before the spirit stops caring about the difference. Jiyu placed one hand near Tanjiro's shoulder. Not touching, ready. Tanjiro! I know, he inhaled. The hellfire resisted. Images flooded his mind. Seimi finding Nezuko. A blade crossing her neck. Yurikodaki trying to stop him. Blood on the porch. The spirit shaped each possibility into certainty. Tanjiro recognized the trick. It had done the same inside the shed after the massacre. It turned fear into prophecy. A possible wrong became an unforgivable wrong before it occurred. Tanjiro exhaled. The fire weakened. Seimi watched with open challenge. Tanjiro smelled his grief again, a mother who became a demon, the necessity of killing her to save a younger brother. Seimi did not hate demons because hatred was simple. He hated them because once love had worn fangs and tried to slaughter his family. Nezuko was not only a threat to him, she was an insult to the worst moment of his life, a suggestion that perhaps his mother could have resisted too. That possibility would be unbearable. Tanjiro's anger changed. Not gone, understood. The hellfire went out. I won't tell you where she is, Tanjiro said. Not until I can prove she is different. Seimi's expression darkened. That isn't your decision, Kaguya spoke softly. For today it is. The wind Hashira turned. "Master, we have no report of a demon traveling with Tanjiro. No missing villagers near Mount Sajiri. No bloodshed connected to Urakodaki." Kaguya's voice remained gentle. "We will investigate." Tanjiro's stomach tightened. "But we will not act based only on fear." Seinmi looked ready to argue. Kaguya continued. "The matter of Tanjiro's sister will receive its own hearing when facts have been gathered." A separate judgment. Tanjiro knew it would come. This meeting had only delayed it. Seinmi sheathed his sword. "When that hearing happens, bring the demon." Tanjiro met his eyes. "She has a name. I don't care. You will." For a heartbeat, the spirit's heat returned. Tanjiro extinguished it before flame appeared. Seinmi noticed. His expression became thoughtful, not approving, not forgiving, measuring. Kaguya dismissed the gathering. The Hashira departed one by one. Mitsuri offered Tanjiro a worried smile. Rengoku placed a heavy hand on his shoulder and declared that difficult beginnings often produced excellent journeys. Tenjin said the fire lacked control but possessed undeniable style. Muikiro walked away without seeming to remember why they had gathered. Gyomai Haimjima stopped beside Tanjiro. The enormous stone Hashira clasped his prayer beads. "You carry many voices." Tanjiro looked up at him. "Can you hear it?" "No." Gyomai's tears continued falling. "But I know the weight of the dead when they refuse silence." He walked away. Shinobu remained. She studied Tanjiro's face. "May I ask something?" "Yes." "When the fire examined Seinmi, what did it find?" Tanjiro's hand moved toward the mark on his palm. "Pain, not guilt. Both." Shinobu smiled faintly. "Most people confuse them. So does the spirit." "And you?" Tanjiro thought of the hand demon, its false apology, Urakodaki's grief, Jiyu's survivor's guilt, Seinmi's wounds. "I'm learning." Shinobu looked toward the place where Seinmi had stood. "So are we." Then she left. Only Jiyu remained. Tanjiro released a breath he had been holding since the meeting began. "You told them about the night my family died." "Yes, thank you." Jiyu looked toward the empty courtyard. "I told the truth. You defended me. I described your actions. That was enough." Jiyu's expression did not change, but his scent softened. Tanjiro touched the hilt of his black sword. "Do you think they're right to fear me?" "Yes." The answer hurt. Jiyu continued. "So are you." Tanjiro looked at him. "Fear is not a verdict." The words sounded like something Urakodaki might have said. Perhaps Jiyu had learned them from the same man. A Kasugai crow descended toward the courtyard. It landed on Tanjiro's shoulder with enough force to make him stumble. "Tanjiro Kamado," it shouted. "First mission, first mission." Tanjiro stared at it. "Already? Travel northwest. Young girls are disappearing every night. Find the demon and destroy it." The crow flapped its wings against his head. "Leave immediately." Tanjiro looked toward Jiyu. The water Hashira had already begun walking away. "Jiyu!" He stopped. Tanjiro remembered the Hashira surrounding him. The swords, the suspicion, the word disaster. "Do they see me as a demon slayer?" Jiyu considered the question. "Some do. And the others? A second monster." Tanjiro lowered his gaze. Jiyu looked toward the black sword. "Your mission will not decide which one you are." "Then what will?" "The reason you draw your blade." Jiyu continued across the courtyard. Tanjiro stood beneath the wisteria, listening to his crow repeat the mission. Young girls were disappearing. A demon was feeding. The spirit awakened eagerly. At last, Tanjiro touched the dark mark on his palm. The core had accepted him conditionally. The Hashira would watch him. Nezuko's trial would come. Muzan remained somewhere beyond reach. But tonight, someone needed help. That was enough reason to move. Tanjiro adjusted his uniform and began the journey back to Mount Sajiri. He would collect Nezuko, receive the details of the mission, and enter his first village as an official demon slayer. Not as a judge, not as a weapon, as a boy carrying a sword because people were disappearing and someone had to search for them. The spirit did not understand the distinction. Tanjiro intended to teach it. Behind him, the core headquarters returned to silence. Far above the courtyard, Kaguya Yubayashiki remained seated beneath the wisteria. One of his daughters stood beside him. "Do you believe he can control it?" she asked. Kaguya listened to the fading footsteps. "No." The girl looked toward him. Kaguya smiled gently. "I believe he will continue choosing to try." In the forest beyond the estate, Seinmi stood alone with one hand resting on his sword. A faint scorch mark remained on the gravel where Tanjiro's sheath had ignited. The wind Hashira stared at it. He had seen dangerous children before, angry children, traumatized children, children who mistook revenge for purpose. Tanjiro Kamado carried all three possibilities, but when Seinmi had drawn his sword, the boy had not attacked. When Nezuko was threatened, the flames had risen and then obeyed, not perfectly, not safely, but enough. Seinmi ground the heel of his sandal across the scorch mark. "A slayer or a second monster?" he muttered. The question remained unanswered, and until it was, every member of the Corps would keep one hand near their sword whenever the Kamado boy entered the room. Chapter 6. Small fires. The village smelled of rain, old wood, and panic. Tanjiro arrived shortly before sunset with Nezuko's box secured to his back and his Kasugai crow circling above him. "Northwestern village," the crow shouted for what felt like the 100th time. "Young women disappearing, no bodies discovered, no witnesses, find the demon." "I know," Tanjiro said. "Then walk faster. I've been running since noon." "Faster!" Tanjiro sighed and continued down the muddy road. The mission had already left marks on the village before he spoke to anyone. Doors were barred despite the daylight. Mothers watched daughters through narrow windows. Men carried farming tools they did not know how to use as weapons. Several houses had strips of wisteria tied around the entrances, though the flowers were old and mostly scentless. Fear clung to everything. It lay over the rooftops. It gathered beneath the bridges. It followed every young woman walking alone. The spirit inside Tanjiro noticed the fear and responded with heat. "The guilty is near." Tanjiro placed one hand against the wooden box. Nezuko shifted faintly inside. "We need information first. Victims vanish while humans speak. And if I burn the wrong person, the guilty smells different. You've mistaken pain for guilt before." The spirit became quiet. It disliked reminders of failure. Tanjiro had learned that much. He reached the center of the village, where a young man paced outside a small wooden house. His clothing was wrinkled, his hair untidy, and his eyes swollen from lack of sleep. The instant he saw Tanjiro's sword, he rushed forward. "You're from the Demon Slayer Corps," Tanjiro nodded. "My name is Tanjiro Kamado." The young man grabbed his sleeves. "My fiancée is missing." Tanjiro smelled grief, fresh enough to cut. "When did she disappear?" "2 nights ago. Satoko was walking home from her aunt's house. The road was empty. She never arrived." The man's hands trembled. "Everyone says she ran away, but she wouldn't. We're supposed to be married next month." "What is your name?" "Kazumi." Tanjiro lowered his voice. "I'll do everything I can to find her." Kazumi looked at him desperately. "Alive!" Tanjiro hesitated. The spirit answered before he could. "No." Tanjiro's chest tightened. The demon scent beneath the village carried old blood, too much. But Tanjiro refused to let certainty become cruelty. "I'll find the truth," he said. Kazumi's grip loosened. It was not the answer he wanted. It was the only honest one Tanjiro could offer. They walked the road where Satoko vanished. Kazumi spoke constantly. He described her clothing, the ribbons she wore, the way she laughed when embarrassed, the argument they had the morning before she disappeared. That argument returned again and again. "I told her she was careless," Kazumi said. "I told her she acted like a child. She left angry." Guilt thickened his scent. The spirit stirred. He wounded her. "With words," Tanjiro whispered. Kazumi looked at him. "What? Nothing. Words create pain. So does honesty. He regrets because she vanished. That doesn't mean he deserves punishment. All wrongdoing demands consequence." Tanjiro stopped near a narrow alley. Kazumi glanced back. "Did you find something?" Tanjiro crouched. The rain had washed away most physical evidence, but scents remained longer in places sheltered from wind. "Satoko, floral soap, cotton, fear, and something underground." Tanjiro pressed his palm against the wet road. Beneath the mud came the smell of stale air and demon blood. "Did anything unusual happen here before the disappearances began?" Kazumi thought. There were reports of cracks in the roads. A few people blamed the rain. Tanjiro followed the scent toward an abandoned storehouse. The building leaned against the neighboring structure. Its doors had been nailed shut, but the wood near the foundation smelled freshly disturbed. The demon was not hiding inside. It was moving beneath the village. Tanjiro looked toward the fading sunlight. The spirit grew eager. "Let darkness come." Tanjiro disliked that the presence sounded almost pleased. Nezuko emerged from the box after sunset. She stretched, then stared at the village around them. Several people saw her bamboo muzzle and unusual eyes. Their fear increased. Tanjiro positioned himself between her and the nearest villagers. "She's with me." A middle-aged man raised a hoe. "That's a demon." Nezuko's fingers curled. Tanjiro touched her shoulder. "She won't hurt you." The man stared at the sword at Tanjiro's waist. "You're a demon slayer carrying a demon." Kazumi stepped forward. "He came to help. You don't know what he brought." Tanjiro smelled the man's history, a missing niece. One of the earlier victims. His fear was not foolish. It was grief searching for something it could strike. The spirit noticed the raised weapon. Tanjiro felt his Nichiren sword warm inside its sheath. He breathed slowly. "My sister has never eaten a human," he said. "She can track the demon moving under your village." The man tightened his grip. "And if she attacks, I'll stop her." The answer did not satisfy anyone, but Tanjiro had stopped expecting trust to arrive before proof. He turned to Nezuko. "Can you smell it?" She lowered herself toward the ground. Her nostrils flared, then she looked east. The scent moved beneath them. Fast, Tanjiro heard a scream. A girl stood near a well several streets away. The ground beneath her opened. Hands emerged from black liquid and seized her ankles. Tanjiro moved before anyone else understood what was happening. Total concentration breathing filled his body. He crossed the street in moments. The girl's knees struck the ground as she was dragged toward the opening. Tanjiro drew his sword. The blade ignited. Blue-white hellfire flashed through the night. The villagers screamed. Tanjiro cut through the demon's arms. The severed limbs did not fall. They burned. Hellfire raced along them into the black pool. A shriek came from beneath the earth. The hands released the girl. Tanjiro caught her before she struck the ground. Nezuko arrived beside him and pulled the girl away. The black pool closed. Tanjiro stared at the road. The hellfire had reached the demon, but not enough. Its scent split into 3 directions. 3 bodies, 1 demon. The spirit pushed. Follow, Tanjiro closed his eyes and separated the scents. 1 traveled west, 1 north, 1 remained beneath them. The demon was dividing itself. "Nezuko, protect her." Nezuko nodded. Tanjiro drove his flaming sword into the road. The spirit responded violently. Hellfire spread through the cracks like veins beneath skin. People backed away as blue light raced under the village. The fire followed the demon's scent rather than the earth itself. Tanjiro felt the 3 bodies, 1 moving toward a house, 1 circling back toward the well, 1 descending deeper. The spirit wanted to consume all 3 at once. Tanjiro held the fire at the edge of contact. Not yet. He needed the missing women. If they remained trapped inside the demon's space, a full ignition might kill them too. "Come out," Tanjiro said. The ground behind him opened. A demon rose from a pool of darkness. Its body was pale, its eyes marked by nervous twitching. It wore a crooked smile. "You carry strange fire." Tanjiro pulled the sword free and turned. "Where are the women?" The demon licked its lips. "Stored. Alive. Some." Kazumi made a broken sound behind Tanjiro. The demon noticed him. "Oh, the noisy one." Kazumi stepped forward. "Satoko." The demon smiled wider. "She screamed your name." Kazumi lunged. Tanjiro caught him. "Let go. You'll die." "I don't care." "I do." The demon sank into the ground. Tanjiro shoved Kazumi toward Nezuko. "Keep him back." Nezuko grabbed Kazumi by the collar. He struggled. She did not move. The demon emerged behind Tanjiro. Its claws struck his back. The core uniform resisted the cut, but the impact forced him forward. A second body rose from the road and attacked from the side. Tanjiro twisted. Water-breathing, 6th form, whirlpool. His blade circled around him. The first body lost both arms. The second was cut across the chest. Hellfire entered both wounds. Their regeneration stopped instantly. The demon screamed through 2 mouths. Black cracks spread across its flesh. The spirit surged with triumph. Weak. Tanjiro smelled the truth. This demon could not survive direct contact with hellfire. Not even for a few breaths. Its blood demon art made it dangerous to ordinary slayers, but against the spirit's flame, regeneration became useless. The demon understood it too. Both bodies fled into the ground. Tanjiro did not pursue immediately. He knelt and touched the road. The scent of the demon's inner space became clearer now that hellfire had marked it. A chamber existed beneath the village, but not physically. a distorted pocket created by the demon's blood. Inside, Tanjiro smelled fear. Many women, some alive, some dead. The spirit pressed harder. Burn the nest. They're inside. Corruption surrounds them. They could burn. Innocence is immune to judgment. Tanjiro remembered Nezuko. Hellfire had bent away from her soul, but physical heat could still injure her. The spirit's punishment distinguished innocence. Its flames did not always. I'm not risking them. Then enter. Tanjiro looked at the black sword. The flames lined toward the earth. He remembered Yurikodaki's rules. Power did not remove the need for precision. It made precision more important. Tanjiro drove the blade into the road again, but instead of releasing the hellfire outward, he compressed it. One breath. The blue-white flame thinned along the sword. 2 breaths. The road blackened around the tip. 3. The spirit resisted the narrow command. It wanted expansion. Tanjiro forced the flame into one point. The black pool opened beneath him. He allowed himself to fall. Cold darkness swallowed Tanjiro. The ground vanished. For one instant, he floated through a space that smelled of wet stone, blood, and fear. Then he landed in waist-deep water. The demon's domain stretched around him like an underground swamp beneath a starless sky. Pieces of clothing drifted across the surface. Wooden boxes and broken sandals floated between narrow stone platforms. Young women were trapped inside transparent walls formed from black liquid. Some pounded weakly against the barriers. Others did not move. Tanjiro's anger rose. The spirit fed on it. Judgment. Not yet. 3 versions of the demon appeared across the water. One had lost its arms. Another carried black cracks across its chest. The third remained uninjured. The damaged bodies were failing to regenerate. Your fire is disgusting, one said. Tanjiro looked at the imprisoned women. Release them. The uninjured demon laughed. Why would I? Because I'm giving you one chance. The spirit recoiled. No mercy. Tanjiro ignored it. The demon tilted its head. A chance to do what? To surrender. The 3 bodies stared. Then all began laughing. The sound echoed across the false sky. You think you're a swordsman? The demon asked. You smell like something worse than us. Tanjiro's grip tightened. The demon continued. You have a demon behind your eyes. The spirit rose. Tanjiro felt the hellfire climbing the blade. He knows us, it whispered through his thoughts. No, Tanjiro said. He's afraid. All 3 bodies attacked. They vanished beneath the water and emerged from different directions. Tanjiro used water breathing. Third form, flowing dance. His feet moved across the surface. The first body's claws missed his neck. Tanjiro cut through its waist. Hellfire spread. The body ignited from the inside. It turned to ash before hitting the water. The second body froze. Through the remaining bodies, the demon had felt that death. Not a decapitation, not the gradual collapse caused by sunlight, instant destruction. One part of its existence had simply ceased. Tanjiro felt its fear sharpen. The spirit delighted in it. Again, the second body dove toward one of the imprisoned women. Tanjiro's heart stopped. The demon drove its claws into the liquid wall. If I die, they drown in here. Tanjiro halted. The demon smiled. You need me? The spirit pushed forward. It lies. Tanjiro smelled deception, but not entirely. The domain depended on the demon's blood demon art. If all 3 bodies died at once, the space might collapse. The prisoners could be returned to the village, or crushed between dimensions. There was no way to know. Tanjiro lowered his sword slightly. What do you want? To eat? No, then leave. No, the demon laughed nervously. You're not in control. It glanced at the fire on Tanjiro's blade. Neither of you is. Tanjiro's eyes narrowed. Neither. The thing inside you. The water around Tanjiro began to bubble. You think demons can't smell it? It hates us more than humans ever could. The spirit's voice became a growl. Burn. The demon moved closer to the prisoner. It wants me dead. It doesn't care if they vanish too. Tanjiro did not answer, because the demon was right. The spirit judged guilt. It did not value rescue in the same way Tanjiro did. Its purpose ended when the guilty suffered. What happened afterward was someone else's concern. The demon sensed Tanjiro's hesitation. Its confidence returned. You're carrying a monster on your back and another in your soul. Tanjiro looked at the trapped women. Some watched him with terror, others with hope. He remembered Jiu's words. The reason he drew his blade. Tanjiro extinguished it. The blue-white flame disappeared. The demon blinked. The spirit roared. "Fool!" Tanjiro returned the sword to its sheath. The demon laughed. "You surrender?" "No." Tanjiro inhaled. Total concentration. He could smell the domain. Not only the demon, the structure itself. The liquid walls were connected through thin currents of blood. Every prison led toward a central knot beneath the water. The demon controlled the pocket by maintaining those connections. Hellfire would destroy them too quickly. A sword could cut them carefully. Tanjiro moved. The demon attacked. He stepped beneath the claws and struck with the hilt rather than the blade. The impact broke the creature's jaw. Tanjiro leaped toward the nearest liquid wall. He drew the sword without flame. One clean cut opened the barrier. The trapped woman fell forward. Tanjiro caught her and placed her on a stone platform. The demon screamed. "What are you doing?" Tanjiro smelled the change. Breaking one prison weakened the others. He moved to the next. The demon's two bodies attacked together. Tanjiro used seventh form, drop ripple thrust. The sword pierced the damaged body's shoulder, avoiding the neck. He twisted and threw it across the water. Then he cut open the second prison. Another woman collapsed into his arms. The spirit pushed against him with increasing fury. "Waste! I'm saving them. The guilty remains. He'll still be here." Tanjiro freed a third prisoner. The demon understood. It abandoned attack and tried to move the remaining women deeper into the domain. Tanjiro followed the scent of the connecting currents. He cut one, then another. The black walls began to tremble. The uninjured demon body rushed toward the central knot beneath the water. Tanjiro intercepted it. Their blades and claws met. The demon had no sword, but its fingernails struck Nichiren's steel hard enough to throw sparks. "You can't save all of them," Tanjiro pushed forward. "I don't need to." The demon frowned. "Nezuko," the domain wall exploded. Nezuko crashed through a black opening from the village above. She had followed the scent. Her foot struck the demon's face, sending it spinning across the water. Tanjiro smiled despite himself. "I only need help." Nezuko landed beside him. The rescued women stared at her demonic eyes. Fear spread through them. Nezuko looked toward the remaining prisons, then she moved. She tore through one wall with her claws, caught the woman inside, and carried her to the platform. The women watched a demon save them. Their fear did not vanish, but confusion entered it. Tanjiro and Nezuko moved together. He cut the blood currents. She shattered the weakened prisons. The swamp demon's bodies attacked repeatedly, but its power diminished with every freed victim. At last, only one prison remained. Kazumi's scent clung to the woman inside. Satoko, she was unconscious but breathing. The demon reached her first. Its claw closed around her throat. "Stop!" Tanjiro froze. The damaged body stood behind him. The uninjured body held Satoko. "You should have burned me when you had the chance," it said. The spirit agreed. "Now the innocent suffers because of mercy." Tanjiro's guilt opened like a wound. The hellfire responded instantly. Blue light spread beneath his skin. The demon smiled. "Yes, let it out." Tanjiro saw Satoko's face. Her breathing was weak. The demon's claw pressed against her neck. One sudden movement could kill her. The spirit offered overwhelming force. Fire through every part of the domain. The demon would die. Satoko might live, might. Tanjiro heard Yurikodaki, power that makes mistakes permanent. He heard Sabido, choose the limit. Tanjiro closed his eyes. The spirit shouted, "Do not look away." "I'm not." Tanjiro inhaled. He smelled everything. The demon's damaged body, the uninjured body, the central blood knot, Satoko, Nezuko, the rescued women. A thin line connected the demon's three forms, a shared consciousness, one soul divided between bodies. Hellfire did not need to burn all three. It needed only one path into the whole. Tanjiro opened his eyes. The glow had faded from his skin. He looked at the damaged body behind him. "You're right." The demon holding Satoko smiled. "I should have used the fire sooner." Tanjiro turned and placed one hand against the damaged body's chest. The demon flinched. Tanjiro did not draw his sword. He ignited only his palm. A small flame appeared, no larger than the fire used to light a candle. Blue-white, quiet, controlled. It entered the demon. All three bodies screamed. The uninjured form released Satoko. Nezuko caught her. Hellfire traveled through the shared soul, not the domain. The demon's bodies collapsed. Black cracks spread across their skin. The spirit pushed for more, opened the doors. Tanjiro felt the penance stare waiting. He could see the victims behind the demon's eyes, the missing women, years of hunger, possession, cruelty, but the survivors were still trapped in an unstable domain. Tanjiro refused the connection. No stare! It deserves pain. It deserves to stop. Tanjiro closed his hand. The small fire expanded within the demon's soul. All three bodies ignited at once. The creature screamed, not with the full agony of every victim, only with the terror of its own destruction. The spirit considered that insufficient. Tanjiro considered it necessary. Within seconds, the swamp demon became ash. The false sky cracked. The water vanished. The domain began to collapse. Tanjiro grabbed two women. Nezuko carried Satoko and another. The others clung together. A black opening appeared above them. Moonlight shone through. "Jump!" Tanjiro shouted. The survivors rose as the domain folded inward. For one disorienting moment, gravity disappeared. Then they fell onto the village road. Villagers rushed forward. Kazumi pushed through the crowd. Nezuko placed the unconscious woman in his arms. Kazumi stared at Nezuko, her claws, her fangs, the blood on her clothing that belonged to no victim she had harmed. Then he looked at Satoko. "She saved her," Tanjiro said. Kazumi's eyes filled with tears. He bowed to Nezuko, not deeply, not without fear, but sincerely. "Thank you." Nezuko tilted her head, then patted Satoko's hair. 9 women had been taken. 5 survived. 4 did not return. Tanjiro found what remained of them when the demon's domain collapsed. Ribbons, clothing, small personal objects the creature had kept. Kazumi identified Satoko's missing sandal among them. The families gathered in silence. There was relief in the village. There was also mourning. Saving some did not erase losing others. Tanjiro sat alone beside the well after dawn. Nezuko rested inside her box. The sun warmed the village roofs. The spirit remained angry. "You denied judgment." Tanjiro cleaned his sword. "I killed the demon." "You spared it the truth." "The survivors needed me." "The dead deserved witness." Tanjiro stopped wiping the blade. That argument reached deeper. The penance stare did not only punish, it forced victims to be seen. The women the demon had killed would never receive graves with complete bodies. Their final moments might remain known only to their murderer. By refusing the stare, had Tanjiro abandoned their truth, his chest tightened, the spirit pressed. They called. "No, you felt them." "I felt memories," pain remembers. Tanjiro looked toward the grieving families. He understood the temptation. The spirit could show him exactly what happened. He could give the families answers. He could make every demon feel the weight of every stolen life. But each use placed those deaths inside him. And once the stare began, control became harder. The hand demon had nearly taken Fujikasen with it. This demon had been weak enough to destroy with one small flame. Using the stare would have been punishment far beyond what was required to protect anyone. Tanjiro sheathed his sword. "I won't use suffering just because it exists." The spirit became still. "Explain." Tanjiro looked at his marked palm. "You want every wrong answered with the greatest pain available." "Yes, that isn't justice." "Why?" "Because power changes the meaning of choice." The spirit waited. Tanjiro struggled to find words for something he felt more clearly than he understood. "If I only had a sword, then cutting a demon's neck would be everything I could do. But because I can burn its soul, make it feel every victim, and erase it instantly, I have more choices." "Then choose the greatest consequence." "No, choose the smallest force that saves people." The presence heeded with disagreement. "Mercy for the guilty, protection for everyone else." Tanjiro looked toward the sleeping village. "Small fires." The spirit did not understand. Tanjiro touched the hilt of his sword. "A little flame stopped the demon. A larger one might have destroyed the domain before we escaped. The biggest fire isn't always the right one. Fire exists to consume. My fire exists to serve a purpose." "Our fire." Tanjiro's jaw tightened. "Mine when it enters the world." The spirit withdrew, not defeated, thinking. Tanjiro had begun noticing that more often. It still argued, still pushed, still tried to turn every mission toward punishment. But it listened now, perhaps not because it respected him, perhaps because the ancient contract forced it to acknowledge the vessel's will. The reason did not matter yet. The result did. The following missions proved the same lesson again and again. A demon hiding in a temple attacked travelers with threads formed from its hair. Tanjiro cut the threads with water breathing and used a single line of hellfire across the demon's neck. Its regeneration failed. It died before finishing one scream. A demon posing as a physician poisoned sleeping families and fed on them slowly. Tanjiro found 6 victims alive inside the clinic. The spirit demanded the penance stare. Tanjiro refused until every patient had been removed. Then he looked into the demon's eyes. The memories were fewer than Fujikasen, but no less cruel. Tanjiro ended the stare after 3 breaths. The demon burned. Tanjiro carried the victim's fear for days. A demon living beneath a bridge attacked him with bone spears. One hellfire strike traveled through every spear back into its body. The creature turned to ash before Nezuko reached the fight. She stood beside the empty bridge and looked at Tanjiro as though offended that he had started without her. "I'm sorry," Nezuko crossed her arms. "It was fast." She turned away. "I'll wait next time." She looked over her shoulder. Tanjiro smiled. The lower-ranked demons could not withstand hellfire, not truly. Some lasted seconds. A few survived a glancing strike long enough to flee. None regenerated normally after being marked. News spread through the demon population. The burning slayer, the soul cutter, the sunless flame. Demons abandoned feeding grounds when Tanjiro's scent approached. Some killed recklessly before fleeing. Others hid among humans, hoping his judgment would hesitate. A few surrendered. The first demon to kneel before him had murdered 3 people. It begged. It claimed Muzan forced it. It promised never to feed again. The spirit wanted the stare. Tanjiro smelled lies. He killed it with one clean Nichiren cut. The second surrender was different. A young demon had been transformed only days earlier. It had injured a man but had not killed him. Its hands shook as it fought its hunger. Tanjiro held the black blade against its neck. The spirit demanded punishment. Tanjiro smelled terror and genuine remorse. For one dangerous moment, he wondered whether another Nezuko was possible. Then Muzan's curse activated inside the demon. Its flesh began destroying itself when it tried to reveal the one who changed it. Tanjiro attempted to use hellfire against the curse. The flame burned through the demon blood, but the body could not survive the damage. The demon died while apologizing. Tanjiro buried it. The spirit did not understand why. "It tried," Tanjiro said. "It failed. So have I. You live. That doesn't make failure evil." The grave became another disagreement between them, another small fire, another boundary. Weeks passed. Tanjiro's uniform collected repairs. His sword gained faint blue lines beneath its black surface, visible only when moonlight struck the blade. Hagenzuka sent increasingly aggressive letters demanding detailed reports about the metal. The Corps sent increasingly cautious messages about Tanjiro's mission results. Demons destroyed, 11. Civilians rescued, 23. Uncontrolled ignitions, 0. Penance stare uses, 1 limited incident. Property damage. 1 storehouse wall, 2 bridges, and a roof Nezuko had kicked a demon through. Tanjiro considered that progress. The Hashira considered it evidence, some toward trust, some toward deeper concern. Jiyu visited once without warning. He found Tanjiro practicing beside a river while Nezuko slept in the shade. Tanjiro ignited the sword. A narrow layer of hellfire formed around the blade. He moved through water-breathing forms. The fire followed the flow rather than consuming it. Water and flame should have opposed one another. Instead, they shaped each other. The breathing form gave the fire direction. The fire gave the sword a reach beyond steel. Tanjiro completed the sequence and extinguished the blade. Jiyu stood among the trees. "You knew I was here," he said, "for several minutes. You did not stop. I wanted you to see." Jiyu approached the river. "The reports say ordinary demons cannot survive contact." "Most can't. Then your swordsmanship will weaken." Tanjiro looked at him. Jiyu's expression remained still. A swordsman relying on one overwhelming advantage stops seeing other openings. Tanjiro nodded. "Yurakodaki said something similar. Then listen." "I do." Jiyu looked at the scorched marks on the training posts. "Do you?" Tanjiro drew his sword. No fire appeared. "Attack me." Jiyu's hand moved to his hilt. "Why?" "To see whether I'm relying on it." The water Hashira drew his blade. Tanjiro settled into his stance. The spirit awakened. He challenges training. He carries guilt. Irrelevant. No guilt is irrelevant. Tanjiro inhaled. Jiu vanished. Their swords met. The impact drove Tanjiro backward through the shallows. Water sprayed around them. Jiu attacked without hesitation. Tanjiro blocked the first strike, avoided the second, and failed to see the third. The flat of Jiu's blade struck his shoulder. Tanjiro fell. The spirit ignited the sword. Jiu's blade touched the hellfire. Blue flame tried to spread across the steel. Jiu released his weapon with one hand, rotated the hilt, and broke contact before the fire took hold. His foot struck Tanjiro's wrist. The black sword flew away. The flame vanished. Jiu placed his blade against Tanjiro's neck. Dead! Tanjiro stared up at him. That was fast. Yes, Jiu lowered the sword. The fire saved you from weak demons. It nearly reached your blade. Nearly. Tanjiro sat up. The spirit burned with anger. He humiliates the vessel. He teaches. Punish. No, Jiu heard the answer. What did it say? Tanjiro stood. That you humiliated me. I did. Tanjiro blinked. Jiu returned his sword to its sheath. You should remember the feeling. That sounds harsh. It is useful. Tanjiro picked up his sword. The flame activates when I'm threatened. Then anyone capable of surviving first contact can manipulate it. Tanjiro thought of Muzan, the hand demon, the swamp demon using hostages. Jiu continued, a powerful opponent will not stand still and allow you to judge him. Tanjiro's grip tightened. The lower demons made you believe the fire ends every fight. It has ended every fight, not the one that matters. Muzan's face entered Tanjiro's mind. The sword ignited. Jiu watched. Tanjiro extinguished it. You're right. Jiu turned away. The 12 Kizuki are not ordinary demons. Some have lived for centuries. Their speed, blood, demon arts, and regeneration will be beyond what you have seen. Will hellfire kill them? If it lands. The answer settled heavily. Tanjiro looked at the training posts. The small missions had taught him restraint. They had also created confidence, perhaps too much. Lower demons burned instantly. That did not mean every demon would. Strength was useless if he could not touch the target. Judgment was useless if he died before opening the door. Jiu paused near the trees. Your next mission may be different. Tanjiro smelled concern. Do you know something? A mountain northeast of here has gone silent. Which mountain? Natagumo. The forest around them seemed to darken. Jiu continued. Several squads entered. None returned. The spirit awakened. Not eagerly this time. Alert. Tanjiro smelled the message before the crow arrived. Silk, blood, and a strange imitation of family. His Kasugai crow descended through the trees. Tanjiro Kamado, it shouted. Immediate mission. Mount Natagumo, join Zenitsu Agatsuma and Inasuke Hashibira, demon slayers disappearing. Nezuko woke inside her box. Tanjiro looked toward the northeast. Small fires had been enough until now. Enough to destroy hidden demons. Enough to break regeneration. Enough to save villagers without surrendering to the full hunger of vengeance. But the scent drifting from Mount Natagumo was not small. It carried many demons bound together by fear. Children forced to call strangers mother, victims twisted into puppets, a boy at the center who called cruelty love. The spirit examined the distant guilt. Blue light appeared beneath Tanjiro's marked palm. This forest will burn. Tanjiro fastened his sword at his waist. Only what I choose. The spirit did not answer. Far away, on a mountain webbed in white threads, a pale demon boy held a frightened girl by the hair and explained once again what a family was supposed to mean. Above him, the moon rose. Below him, dead slayers moved like puppets. And on the road leading toward the mountain, Tanjiro Kamado began to run, carrying a demon sister who had protected strangers, a sword that burned souls, and the dangerous belief that even overwhelming fire should remain small until nothing smaller could save a life. Chapter 7, The Spider Family. Undone Mount Natagumo smelled wrong before Tanjiro could see it. The road leading toward the mountain passed through fields, a river, and 2 villages where people refused to look east after sunset. Every traveler Tanjiro questioned offered a different warning. Some said giant spiders lived in the forest. Others claimed voices called from the trees at night. One old man said the mountains swallowed anyone who entered carrying a sword. The stories changed. The fear did not. Tanjiro ran with Nezuko's box secured to his back. Beside him, a boy with a boar's head mask crashed through bushes instead of using the road. Faster! Inosuke Hashibira shouted. The mountain is challenging me. The mountain doesn't know you exist, said Zenitsu Agatsuma. Zenitsu ran several steps behind them, his yellow Haori flapping wildly. That's worse. What if it doesn't know we're coming because everything inside already ate everyone who could warn it? Inosuke jumped over a fallen tree. I'll make it know. You can't fight a mountain. I can fight anything. Tanjiro tried to focus on the scents ahead. That had become difficult after meeting his temporary companions. Inosuke smelled of dirt, confidence, wild animals, and the permanent excitement of someone who believed every object in the world might become an opponent. Zenitsu smelled of terror, not ordinary fear, an ocean of fear. Every rustling branch made it rise. Every distant bird call changed its shape. Yet beneath the panic rested something controlled and sharp, like lightning trapped inside a sealed jar. Tanjiro did not understand either boy. He liked them anyway. His Kasugai crow had ordered the three of them to enter Mount Natagumo together. They had crossed paths shortly after sunset. Inosuke challenged Tanjiro to a fight within 1 minute. Zenitsu noticed the faint sound of Nezuko moving inside the box and demanded to know why Tanjiro was carrying a girl. Tanjiro had not answered either question fully. There had been no time. The smell from the mountain had grown stronger. Blood, silk, demon flesh, and fear belonging to dozens of demon slayers. The spirit of vengeance shifted inside Tanjiro. Many guilty. Many victims, Tanjiro whispered. Zenitsu heard him. What? Nothing. Who are you talking to? Inosuke spun while running backward. He talks to his sword. I don't talk to my sword. The fire demon then. Zenitsu's face lost what little color remained. Fire demon, Tanjiro sighed. There is no time to explain. That means there is definitely a fire demon. They reached the first line of trees. The scent of wisteria disappeared completely. The darkness between the trunks seemed solid. Tanjiro stopped. Inosuke ran several steps before realizing and turning around. Why did you stop? Someone is coming. A figure staggered from the forest. A demon slayer. His uniform was torn. One arm hung uselessly. Thin white threads stretched from his wrists into the darkness behind him. Help, he whispered. Tanjiro stepped forward. The slayer's head snapped upward. His eyes were wide. His body moved, not by choice. The sword in his good hand swung toward Tanjiro's neck. Tanjiro blocked. Steel struck steel. The injured slayer's wrist twisted farther than a human joint should allow. He screamed as the threads forced his arm to attack again. Cut the strings, Tanjiro shouted. Inosuke drew both jagged swords. He slashed wildly. Several threads broke. More descended from above. They wrapped around the slayer's legs and neck. His body rose from the ground. Zenitsu backed away. He's a puppet. Another slayer emerged between the trees, then another, then 6 more. Their limbs were bent and bleeding. Some dragged broken bones behind them. Everyone was connected to the mountain by white threads. The spirit responded to the approaching blades. Tanjiro's sword warmed. Enemies? They're human. They attack. They're being controlled. Break the controller. Tanjiro smelled the threads. A demon's scent ran through them. Female, afraid, not close. The puppeteer was deeper in the forest. One of the controlled slayers rushed Zenitsu. He screamed and ducked. The blade passed above his head. Inosuke crashed into the attacker and pinned him beneath one knee. Stop moving. He can't, Tanjiro shouted. More threads descended. Tanjiro used water breathing. Fourth form, striking tide. His black blade cut through the threads surrounding 3 slayers. He kept the hellfire contained. The loosened bodies collapsed, but the strings reattached almost instantly. The puppeteer adjusted. The next threads wrapped directly around bones beneath the victim's skin. Tanjiro smelled new pain. The spirit pushed. Fire travels through the web. Tanjiro understood the offer. One touch. Hellfire could race along every thread and reach the demon controlling them, but the fire would pass through the puppets first. Their souls were innocent. The judgment would not condemn them. Their bodies could still burn. No! A controlled slayer struck Tanjiro's shoulder. The uniform stopped the blade, but the impact threw him sideways. The box on his back hit a tree. Nezuko growled inside. Tanjiro rolled and rose. Inosuke cut more threads, but his rough blades also sliced the trapped slayer's clothing and skin. Zenitsu ran in circles, somehow avoiding every attack while screaming continuously. "Stop screaming and help!" Inosuke yelled. I am helping by not dying, Tanjiro inhaled. The threads carried vibrations, each one connected to a hand somewhere in the forest. The demon controlled the slayers like dolls, moving fingers to move bodies. Cutting random strings was too slow. Tanjiro needed to interrupt the command. He drew one controlled breath of hellfire. The flame appeared along only the tip of his sword. He stabbed a thread. Blue-white light raced along it. The fire stopped before reaching the slayer's body. Tanjiro forced it in the opposite direction, toward the demon. The thread ignited across the trees. Far away, something screamed. Every puppet collapsed at once. The hellfire vanished before reaching the controller. Tanjiro exhaled. The spirit resisted. Finish, not through them. The freed slayers lay groaning on the ground. Zenitsu stared at the scorched thread. What was that? Inosuke pointed one sword at Tanjiro. Do it again? No, why not? Because there are people connected to the web, so burn around them. That's what I did. Then do it bigger. Tanjiro looked into the forest. The female demon's fear had intensified. She was not the source of the mountain's deepest guilt. Someone else controlled her. The scent at the center remained still. Young, cold, possessive, a boy who called pain family. Tanjiro's marked palm began to glow. The center commands all. We rescue the slayers first. Delay lives first. The spirit withdrew with familiar disapproval. Tanjiro knelt beside the nearest injured swordsman. Can you speak? The man's breathing rattled. Don't go farther. We have to. There's a family. His eyes unfocused. Spiders wearing faces. Mother, father, brother, sister. The scent of terror spiked. And the child. Tanjiro leaned closer. What child? The slayer's fingers closed around his sleeve. The one they fear. A thread tightened around the man's neck. Tanjiro cut it before it could pull. More strings descended. The puppeteer had recovered. This time she did not try to control the wounded slayers. The threads wrapped around their necks. Tanjiro's eyes widened. She's killing them. The first slayer rose into the air. His feet kicked weakly. Tanjiro ignited his blade. The spirit surged toward the entire web. Tanjiro narrowed the command. One line, then another. Blue-white streaks raced through the forest. The threads burned away inches before touching human skin. Bodies fell. Inosuke caught one. Tanjiro caught another. Zenitsu tried to catch a third and collapsed beneath the man's weight. I helped, he shouted from the ground. The female demon screamed somewhere ahead. The scream carried pain and terror. She had failed again. Someone was punishing her for it. Tanjiro smelled blood, her blood. The central scent remained calm. The boy did not care that she suffered. He only cared that she obeyed. The spirit awakened fully. Guilt. Tanjiro looked toward the trees. Yes, this time he agreed. They separated unintentionally. Inosuke charged after the puppeteer, declaring himself king of the mountain. Tanjiro followed, but the forest changed around them. Threads pulled branches into walls. Paths closed. Puppets attacked from the sides. Zenitsu vanished after hearing a human cry in another direction. Tanjiro shouted his name. Only a distant scream answered. Then Inosuke disappeared through a curtain of webbing. Tanjiro was alone. Nezuko struck the inside of the box. I know! He removed the box and opened it beneath the moonlight. Nezuko emerged at full size. She smelled the blood around them. Her eyes sharpened. People are trapped, Tanjiro said. Help me find them. Nezuko nodded. They moved together. The puppeteer's scent led toward a clearing. Along the way, Tanjiro found bodies hanging between trees, some dead, some barely alive. He and Nezuko cut them down. The spirit grew more agitated with every victim. Fire ends this. So will reaching her. The dead increase. I know. Their deaths become yours while you hesitate. Tanjiro stopped. The accusation struck harder because part of him feared it was true. If he released the hellfire through the entire web, perhaps the puppeteer would die immediately. Perhaps every controlled slayer would be freed. Or perhaps their bodies would burn with the strings. He did not know. The spirit treated uncertainty as cowardice. Tanjiro treated it as responsibility. A scream tore through the forest. Female, close. Tanjiro ran. He entered the clearing and saw the spider mother. She stood on a large rock, pale and slender, with white hair and red markings across her face. Threads extended from each fingertip. Her hands trembled. Blood ran down one cheek. She looked at Tanjiro, then at Nezuko. A demon protecting a human? Her voice shook. Tanjiro smelled fear so intense it nearly buried everything else. But beneath the fear waited guilt, many slayers, their bodies used as weapons until bones broke, some forced to kill one another, some murdered when they became useless. The spirit opened the path. Tanjiro saw the doors behind her eyes. He could judge her, easily. The spider mother raised her hands, more puppets descended. Tanjiro drew his sword, hellfire ignited. The puppeteer flinched. The spirit pushed, stare, not while they're connected. Tanjiro used water breathing to cut the threads. Nezuko caught the falling slayers and carried them away from the fighting. The spider mother sent more. Tanjiro continued cutting. He could smell her confusion. He was not advancing toward her. He was freeing victims one by one. "You should kill me," she said. Tanjiro cut another thread. "I might." The words surprised him. They surprised her more. She smiled weakly. "The others always threaten. I'm not threatening you." A thread wrapped around Tanjiro's ankle. He cut it. "You killed people." "Yes." "You used them even after their bodies broke." "Yes." Her answers came without defense, but the scent beneath them was complicated. Fear, remorse, resignation, and behind it the memory of a pale boy. Rui, the center. The spider mother looked toward the higher mountain. "He will kill me anyway." Tanjiro paused. The spirit reacted with contempt. Excuse, perhaps, but not a lie. Tanjiro smelled old wounds beneath the demon's clothing. Broken bones healed repeatedly. Punishment for failing to behave like a mother. She had harmed others. She had also been trapped. Guilt existed. So did victimhood. The spirit hated mixtures. It wanted clear categories. Guilty, innocent, burn, spare. Tanjiro saw something else. Choice narrowed by fear was still choice, but not the same as cruelty committed freely. The spider mother attacked again. Her threads wrapped around a wounded slayer's arms and forced him toward Tanjiro. The man's sword lifted. Tanjiro stepped aside and cut the strings. The spirit surged. She continues. "I know. Fear does not erase victims. I know." Tanjiro looked at the demon. "Release them," she laughed bitterly. "And then, you stop fighting. He'll punish me. I'll reach him first." The spider mother stared. For one breath, hope entered her scent. Then it vanished. "He is stronger than you." Tanjiro's blade brightened. "Maybe." She looked at the blue-white fire. "You don't believe that. I believe strength isn't the only thing that decides a fight." The spirit approved of that answer for the wrong reason. The spider mother's hands lowered. Threads loosened across the clearing. Several slayers collapsed. Tanjiro held his sword ready. "Release all of them." She closed her eyes. The remaining puppets fell. The forest became quiet. Nezuko moved among the bodies, checking for breathing. Tanjiro approached the spider mother. The spirit pressed eagerly. Now the demon looked at him. "Will it hurt?" Tanjiro smelled honesty in the question. "Yes." Her lips trembled. "More than him?" Tanjiro did not answer. The penance stare would force her to feel every victim. It would also open every wound Rui had given her. The spirit would not distinguish between guilt and suffering once the connection began. Tanjiro could limit it, perhaps. The hand demon had nearly overwhelmed him. This demon's guilt was smaller but tangled with terror. The spider mother stepped down from the rock. "I remember their faces." The spirit grew impatient. Remembrance is not remorse. Tanjiro examined her scent. She regretted the pain she caused, not enough to stop until death became the safer choice. But the regret was real. She could not be allowed to continue. That did not mean she required the greatest possible punishment. Tanjiro extinguished the hellfire. The demon looked surprised. He settled into a water-breathing stance. "Close your eyes." She obeyed. The fear left her face. For the first time, she looked relieved. Tanjiro understood. Death by his sword was mercy compared with returning to Rui. He used fifth form, blessed rain after the drought. The cut was gentle. Her head separated from her body. As she began to fade, the spider mother looked toward him. "Lower 5, Tanjiro froze. "What?" "One of the 12 Kizuki." Her voice weakened. "The boy." The scent of Rui deepened across the mountain. "Be careful." She became ash. The spirit recoiled with anger. "You spared her judgment." "I ended the threat." She killed, and regretted. Regret does not restore the dead. Neither does torture. The spirit became hot. Pain must answer pain. No, consequence must stop harm. Your mercy insults victims. Tanjiro looked at the freed slayers. Some would never walk normally again. Some had died before he arrived. He did not dismiss their suffering, but he refused to believe their pain required him to create more pain when death was already necessary. "I won't use them as an excuse to enjoy punishment." The presence became still. Tanjiro realized what he had implied. The spirit did not enjoy, not as humans understood enjoyment, but satisfaction entered it whenever the guilty suffered, purpose fulfilled, balance restored. Tanjiro feared that satisfaction. He feared one day feeling it as his own. A violent crash sounded from deeper in the forest. Inasuk. Then came a roar. Something large struck the trees. Tanjiro turned. Nezuko was already moving. They ran. They found Inasuk beneath the foot of a massive spider demon. The creature's body resembled a man exaggerated into monstrous size. Its head was spider-like, with several eyes and heavy jaws. Inasuk held both swords across his chest, blocking the descending foot. His arms shook. "About time," he shouted. Tanjiro attacked. The spider father turned. Tanjiro used water-breathing third form. His blade struck the demon's arm. The steel barely entered. The creature's skin was harder than any demon flesh Tanjiro had encountered. The spider father backhanded him. Tanjiro flew through a tree. Nezuko attacked from the side. Her kick moved the demon one step. It grabbed her ankle. Tanjiro's fear ignited the sword. Hellfire covered the blade. He rushed forward and cut the hand holding Nezuko. The fire entered. The spider father roared and released her. Black cracks spread across the wound. But unlike the lower demons from Tanjiro's recent missions, it did not immediately turn to ash. It tore off the burning arm. New flesh began growing, slower than normal, but growing. Tanjiro stared. The spirit sharpened, stronger. The spider father attacked again. Inasuk crossed his swords. Beast breathing, fifth fang! He cut repeatedly across the demon's legs. The wounds closed almost immediately. Tanjiro used another hellfire strike. The demon avoided the blade. It had learned after one contact. Jiyu's warning returned. A powerful opponent would not stand still and allow judgment. The spider father rushed through the trees. Tanjiro followed. The battle moved across the mountain. Inasuk attacked recklessly from every angle, using his strange awareness to predict movement. Nezuko forced the demon away from injured slayers. Tanjiro tried to land a clean hellfire cut. Each attempt failed. The demon blocked with trees, stones, or severed pieces of its own flesh. It could survive glancing contact, not forever, long enough to adapt. Tanjiro's breathing became heavier. The spirit grew frustrated. Release more. There are people nearby, then directed. "I'm trying." The spider father seized Inasuk. Its fingers closed around the boar mask. Tanjiro saw the neck about to break. He stopped limiting the blade. Hellfire exploded outward. The black Nichiren sword became a pillar of blue-white flame. Tanjiro used water-breathing. 10th form, constant flux. He circled the demon. Water-shaped movement carried the growing fire around him. Each rotation increased momentum. The spider father threw Inasuk aside and turned. Too late. Tanjiro's flaming strike crossed its torso. The hellfire entered deeply. For one instant, the demon remained standing. Then black cracks spread through its entire body. It screamed. Regeneration tried to begin. The flame consumed each new cell as it formed. The demon's flesh collapsed inward. Within seconds, its body became a tower of ash. Tanjiro fell to one knee. The larger flame had taken more than breath. It had taken warmth from his body. His fingers felt cold despite the fire. The spirit pressed toward the fading demon. Stare. No! It harmed the vessel's allies. It's dying, punishment unfinished. Tanjiro extinguished the sword. The spider father vanished. Inasuk climbed from the dirt. His mask had cracked near one tusk. "You stole my kill. You were being crushed. I was preparing a counterattack. Your neck was about to break. That was part of the plan." Tanjiro helped him stand. Inasuk slapped his hand away, then leaned against him anyway. Nezuko approached. Inasuk stared. The boar mask tilted. "This is the box girl. Her name is Nezuko." She kicked the giant. "Yes," Inasuk pointed at her. "Fight me," Nezuko stared. Tanjiro sighed. "No, why not? Because we have another demon to find." A thread appeared between the trees, not one of the spider mother's threads. This one was finer, sharper. It passed through a branch without slowing. The wood slid apart. Tanjiro pulled Inasuk back. The thread crossed the space where his neck had been. A pale girl stood beyond the trees. White hair, white clothing, red markings, the spider sister. She looked at Nezuko, then at Tanjiro. Rui wants the demon girl. Hellfire ignited along Tanjiro's blade. No! The spider sister stepped backward. Threads surrounded her. She is a real sister. Tanjiro's anger changed. The scent of the central demon sharpened. Rui had noticed Nezuko's protection. He wanted it, not because he loved her, because he wanted proof that family could be forced into existence. The spirit touched the guilt from afar. Dozens of deaths, other demons broken and remade into rolls, a family assembled through terror. The fire rose. Inasuk moved beside Tanjiro. "I'll cut the strings. You're injured. So are you. Nezuko, stay close." The spider sister smiled nervously. "You cannot refuse Rui." Tanjiro looked directly at her. "Do you want to be his sister?" Her scent twisted. Fear, hatred, need. She wanted to survive. She wanted his protection. She hated him. She feared being alone more than she feared obeying. Another complicated guilt profile. The spirit reached. Tanjiro closed the door. "Leave," he said. The demon blinked. Inasuk turned sharply. "What?" Tanjiro kept his sword ready. "Leave the mountain. Don't kill anyone. Don't follow Rui." The spider sister laughed. "You think he'll allow that? I'm going to stop him." For one heartbeat, she considered it. Tanjiro smelled the possibility. Then fear crushed it. She attacked. Threads filled the forest. Tanjiro and Inasuk moved. Nezuko ducked beneath the first wave and kicked through a tree supporting the web. Inasuk cut with both blades. Tanjiro used hellfire sparingly, burning openings through the strongest threads. The spider sister retreated. She did not fight to win. She fought to escape. Tanjiro realized it too late. The forest floor opened beneath her, revealing a path covered in webbing. She fled toward Rui. Tanjiro followed. Inasuk tried. His legs failed. He fell. Tanjiro stopped. "Go!" Inasuk shouted. "You can't stay alone." "I'm not weak." His scent carried pain and anger at being unable to continue. A Kasugai crow circled above. Reinforcements were approaching. Tanjiro smelled Jiu somewhere lower on the mountain. Shinobu too, her scent mixed with wisteria poison. Help was coming. "I'll return." Inasuk crossed his arms. "Don't die before I beat you." Tanjiro nodded. "Same to you." Nezuko climbed onto Tanjiro's back without entering the box. The moon remained high enough for her to move freely. They continued toward the center. Rui waited beside a river. The pale demon boy stood on a large stone, holding the spider sister by her hair. She knelt before him. "I found them," she said quickly. "The human and the demon girl." Rui looked toward Tanjiro. His eyes settled on Nezuko's arms around her brother. Something changed in his scent. Longing, jealousy, rage. "You protected him," Rui said to Nezuko. She growled. Tanjiro drew his sword. "Let her go." Rui looked at the spider sister. "She failed." The threads tightened. Her body split apart. Tanjiro smelled death before the pieces fell. His hellfire erupted. Rui watched the flames without surprise. "So you are the burning one." The spider sister's body began to fade. Tanjiro saw her final scent. Relief. She no longer had to be afraid. That relief struck him harder than her death. "You killed your own sister." Rui's expression remained calm. "She was not worthy of the role." The spirit surged. Doors appeared behind Rui's eyes, many. But unlike the hand demon's memories, these were tangled. Rui's victims feared him. His false family feared him. Yet beneath every act of cruelty was a desperate human memory. A sick child, parents who loved him. A demon transformation. Hunger. The murder of his own mother and father after they tried to end his suffering. A regret buried so deeply beneath rage that Rui had built an entire family to avoid facing it. The penance stare found an anchor. Tanjiro felt it. A wound shaped like love. Rui lifted one hand. Threads surrounded Nezuko. Tanjiro cut them. Rui's eyes narrowed. "I want her. She is not yours. She will become my sister." "No, I can give her a stronger bond." Tanjiro's anger became cold. "A bond forced through fear is not family." Rui's scent sharpened. "You know nothing about family." Tanjiro saw his home, his mother, his siblings. Nezuko carrying him through grief by simply remaining alive. The spirit fed on the pain. Hellfire climbed Tanjiro's arm. Rui attacked. Threads crossed the river. Tanjiro used water breathing to cut through them. The first snapped. The second cut into his shoulder. Rui's threads were stronger than the spider mother's, sharper than steel. Tanjiro ignited the blade. Hellfire burned through several lines. Rui changed the color of his threads. Red, his blood demon art deepened. The next web struck Tanjiro's sword and forced him backward. Hellfire spread along the threads. Rui severed them before the flame reached his body. He learned instantly. "You can burn what you touch," Rui said. Tanjiro adjusted his stance. "And you're afraid to let it touch you." Rui's expression changed. The river exploded with threads. Tanjiro moved. Water breathing carried him between the lines. Nezuko attacked from the side. Rui trapped her midair. Red threads wrapped around her limbs. Tanjiro's heart stopped. Rui tightened his hand. Nezuko's arms and legs were cut. Blood sprayed across the riverbank. Tanjiro screamed. The spirit broke through restraint. Hellfire exploded from his body. The river began to boil. Trees ignited. Rui's eyes widened. Tanjiro vanished through the flames. He appeared before Rui. The black sword struck a wall of red threads. Hellfire and demon blood collided. The web burned but did not break immediately. Rui leaped backward. Nezuko fell into the river. Tanjiro reached for her. Rui's thread caught his wrist. It cut through the uniform and into flesh. Blood ran down his hand. The spirit roared. "Stare!" Tanjiro looked into Rui's eyes. The connection formed. The forest vanished. Rui stood inside a dark house. Human again, small, sick. His mother sat beside him. His father watched from the doorway. They loved him. Rui turned away from the memory. "No!" the spirit spoke through Tanjiro. "Look!" Rui's demon self appeared. He killed to survive. His parents discovered the bodies. They decided to kill him and then themselves, believing death together was better than allowing their son to become a monster. Rui murdered them first. His mother apologized as she died, not for trying to stop him, for failing to give him a healthy body. The memory cracked open. Rui screamed. The spirit pushed deeper. Every false family member appeared. The mother he abused, the father he strengthened and discarded. Sisters torn apart for failing him. Brothers forced to compete for approval. Slayers killed inside webs. Rui felt them, but the stare did not burn him cleanly. His guilt resisted, not because he felt none, because he had buried it beneath a belief so absolute that the spirit could not separate remorse from self-justification. "I wanted a family," Rui shouted. The dead surrounded him. "You had one," Tanjiro said. Rui's human parents appeared behind him. He refused to turn. "They betrayed me. They tried to stop what you became. They tried to kill me. They were willing to die with you." Rui's body trembled. The spirit gathered hellfire. "Condemn." Tanjiro felt the victim's pain, the spider mother's fear, the sister's relief in death. Every slayer cut apart by threads. Rui deserved consequence, but the stare had found something the hand demon lacked, a grief twisted into cruelty. The fire did not know whether to burn the grief or the cruelty first. Tanjiro did. "Look at them," he said. Rui faced his parents. His mother reached for him. The moment her hand touched his face, the wall inside him broke. Remorse flooded the connection, not for losing power, not for suffering, for killing the people who had loved him before he demanded proof. Hellfire ignited. Rui screamed. Tanjiro screamed with him. The guilt was not simple. It carried love, sickness, fear, abandonment, murder, and a century of attempts to replace something that could never be forced. The spirit poured all of it through Tanjiro. He began losing himself. He saw his own family. What if they had feared him? What if Nezuko someday decided the spirit had taken too much? What if Tanjiro tried to hold her through force because he could not survive losing one more person? Rui's guilt entered him like poison. The line between them blurred. The spirit pushed for total judgment, burn the false bond. Tanjiro's flames spread across the physical forest. Trees turned white with heat. Webs ignited overhead. The river steamed. Nezuko climbed from the water and saw her brother standing motionless before Rui, their eyes locked. Blue-white fire surrounded them both. She rushed forward. Rui's remaining threads attacked automatically. Nezuko tore through them despite new cuts. Tanjiro heard her growl from far away. The sound reached the memory. He looked at his sister. Not a possession, not proof. A person choosing to stand beside him. That difference became the path home. Tanjiro seized control of the stair. "You cannot call fear love." Rui's body cracked. "You cannot make victims into family." More fire entered him. "And you cannot use grief to excuse what you chose." Rui looked at his parents. His mother smiled sadly. His father held out a hand. Rui reached toward them. The stare ended. The physical world returned. Rui stood burning. But he did not disintegrate. The connection had shattered his will, not his neck. Tanjiro moved. His body remembered the Hinakami Kagura, not as a full technique he had mastered, as his father's dance, a rhythm beyond exhaustion. The black sword blazed. Tanjiro crossed the final distance. Rui lifted red threads. Nezuko's blood ignited across them from where it had fallen. Her blood demon art awakened. Red flames spread through the web. They did not harm Tanjiro. Hellfire and Nezuko's demonic blood flame met. For one impossible moment, the forest shone red, blue, and white. Tanjiro swung. Hinakami Kagura. Dance! The blade crossed Rui's neck. His head separated. The threads vanished. Rui's body began to fade. Tanjiro fell to his knees. Nezuko caught him. Across the river, Rui's head rested beside the stone. His expression was calm. He saw his parents, not as accusations, as memories. "I'm sorry," he whispered. The spirit stirred. Too late. Tanjiro looked toward him. Yes, but too late did not mean meaningless. Rui's parents embraced his fading soul. The lower moon became ash. The forest remained on fire. Tanjiro could not stand. The stare had filled him with too many lives. Rui's guilt remained like a web behind his eyes. Every thought caught on it. Nezuko held him as trees burned around them. The hellfire was no longer expanding, but it had spread far enough. Large parts of Mount Natagumo turned black. Webs vanished. Demons hiding among the branches screamed as the fire found them. The spirit reached toward every guilty scent. Tanjiro pulled it back. "Enough!" The word came weakly. The flames lowered. A figure landed beside the river. Jiyu. The water Hashira looked at Rui's ashes, then at Tanjiro. His gaze moved to Nezuko. Her arms remained around her brother. Jiyu understood immediately. Another figure descended from the trees. Shinobu Kacho landed lightly on a branch untouched by fire. Her smile disappeared as she examined the forest. Blue-white flames crawled across the ground without burning living slayers. Dead demon webs turned to ash. A wounded Kakashi member lay near a tree while hellfire curved around his body. Shinobu looked toward Tanjiro. "You did this!" Tanjiro tried to answer. Rui's memories flooded him. The spider mother screaming, the sister dying with relief, his own family calling from another room. He pressed one hand against his eye. "I stopped it. That was not what I asked." The words resembled Yurikodaki so closely that Tanjiro almost laughed. Instead, he coughed. "Yes." Shinobu stepped closer. Nezuko growled. Jiyu moved between them. "She is protecting him. She is a demon. She is not attacking." Shinobu looked at the burns on Nezuko's body, at the way the hellfire bent around her. "The flame refuses to judge her." Tanjiro lowered his hand. "She hasn't killed anyone." Shinobu's eyes sharpened. "So innocence is immune. The soul is. And the body," Tanjiro looked at Nezuko's wounds, "not always." Shinobu studied the scorched forest. "You turned a mountain into ash again. Not all of it. That is a very concerning defense." Jiyu looked toward Rui's remains. "Lower 5 is dead." Shinobu's expression changed slightly. "You're certain?" "The eyes." A fragment of Rui's face remained in the ash, marked with the number. Shinobu looked back at Tanjiro. A new scent entered her calmness. Respect. Fear remained with it, not fear of what Tanjiro intended, fear of what he might become if intention stopped mattering. The spirit noticed her guilt, a dead sister, hatred hidden beneath smiles. Tanjiro closed the door. He could not carry another soul, not tonight. Shinobu stepped around Jiyu. "May I examine him?" Nezuko bared her fangs. Tanjiro touched her hand. "It's all right." Shinobu knelt. She placed 2 fingers against his wrist. His skin was cold. "The fire lowered your body temperature. It uses something inside me. Breath, sometimes. Blood, I don't know. Years of your life." Tanjiro looked at her. The question frightened him because he had never considered it. Shinobu noticed. "We will need to learn." Behind them, a tree collapsed. The hellfire vanished before it touched the ground. The forest became dark. Smoke rose into the night. Jiyu surveyed the destruction. "Where are the others?" "Inosuke is injured. Zenitsu disappeared." Shinobu stood. "My assistants will search." She looked toward Nezuko again. "Your sister came with you?" "Yes." "That violates several core rules." "Yes." "She protected demon slayers." "Yes." Shinobu's smile returned faintly. "You make simple decisions difficult." Tanjiro leaned against Nezuko. "People aren't simple." "No." Shinobu looked at the ashes where Rui had died. "Neither are demons, apparently." Jiyu turned toward the lower mountain. Kakashi are coming! Tanjiro heard them in the distance. Many footsteps, orders, stretchers, relief weakened him. The mission was over. Rui was dead. The surviving slayers could be treated. Yet the mountain remained filled with damage that victory could not erase. Bodies hung from burned webs. Some families would receive swords without owners. Some children would wait for siblings who never returned. The spirit considered the guilty punished. Tanjiro considered the work unfinished. He closed his eyes. Rui's final apology remained inside him, so did the screams. Shinobu watched him. What did the stare show you? A child who wanted his family back. That is all. No, Tanjiro opened his eyes. It showed me what he did when the world wouldn't give it back. Shinobu looked toward the forest. And did understanding make killing him harder? Yes. Did it make him less guilty? No, the answer seemed to satisfy her, not because it was simple, because Tanjiro had preserved both truths. Rui had suffered. Rui had also chosen to make others suffer. One did not erase the other. Jiyu helped Tanjiro stand. Nezuko remained close. As they began descending Mount Natagumo, dawn touched the horizon. The first sunlight entered the burned forest. Nezuko returned to her box. Tanjiro carried her despite barely remaining upright. Shinobu offered to have a Kakashi take the box. Tanjiro refused. She carried me. He tightened the straps. I can carry her. The spirit stirred faintly. Attachment creates weakness. Tanjiro looked at the sunrise. No, his voice was quiet. Possession creates weakness. He remembered Rui, family held through threads, love measured through obedience. Tanjiro touched the box. Choosing each other creates strength. The spirit offered no answer. Behind them, Mount Natagumo smoked beneath the morning sky. The spider family was gone, its false father burned, its terrified mother released, its broken sister freed by death, its pale child finally forced to face the family he had destroyed. The forest had been undone, not only by hellfire, by the difference between a bond demanded and one freely given. Jiyu walked beside Tanjiro in silence. Shinobu followed, studying the scorched paths where fire had curved around the innocent. Both Hashira had now witnessed the truth. Tanjiro Kamado carried a power capable of annihilating demons faster than almost any breathing form. It could burn forests, break regeneration, and force centuries of guilt into a single unbearable moment. But the most dangerous part was not the flame. It was the boy deciding where it stopped. When the Corps heard what happened on Mount Natagumo, there would be no avoiding another judgment. This time, Tanjiro would not stand alone before the Hashira. Nezuko would be brought with him, and every sword in the courtyard would be drawn not only against a demon, but against the possibility that the spirit of vengeance might someday decide mercy itself was guilty. Chapter 8, The Hashira Verdict. Tanjiro woke to the smell of medicine. Wisteria, clean cloth, boiled herbs, and beneath all of it, a bitterness that clung to the walls like invisible smoke. Grief lived in the butterfly mansion. It hid beneath polished floors and gentle voices. It lingered in empty rooms that had once belonged to patients who never recovered. It rested inside the hands of attendants who smiled while changing bandages because crying would not make the wounds close faster. Tanjiro opened his eyes. Morning light entered through a paper screen. For one brief, confused moment, he did not know where he was. Then Rui's memories returned. The threads, the burning forest, a mother forced to play a role, a sister relieved to die, a pale child reaching for parents he had murdered. Tanjiro's breath caught. Hellfire flickered beneath the skin of his right hand. A small blue line appeared across the dark chain-shaped mark on his palm. The spirit stirred. The guilty is gone. Tanjiro stared at the ceiling. That doesn't remove him. His pain is irrelevant after judgment. It's inside me. The spirit did not answer. It had never understood what remained after the penance stare. To the spirit, punishment completed a cycle. A wrong occurred. The guilty suffered. Balance returned. But Tanjiro carried the memories after the fire went out. He remembered Rui's parents as if he had stood inside their home. He remembered the spider mother's terror. He remembered bodies hanging from threads. Nothing felt balanced. A soft knock came at the door. Tanjiro! Ai Kanzaki entered carrying a tray. Her dark hair was tied back, and irritation appeared on her face before Tanjiro had done anything to deserve it. That seemed to be her natural expression. You're awake! Yes, you were supposed to remain asleep until the medicine finished working. I don't think sleep listens to instructions. It should. She placed the tray beside him. Rice porridge, water, and medicine waited upon it. Tanjiro pushed himself upright. Pain moved through his chest and shoulder. The cuts from Rui's threads had been bandaged. His ribs remained bruised from the spider father. Where is Nezuko? Ai's expression tightened. In the next room. Is she hurt? Most of her wounds healed before sunrise. Tanjiro released the breath he had been holding. Ai folded her arms. She has not attacked anyone. The statement sounded like a report. Tanjiro looked toward the wall separating the rooms. Has anyone threatened her? Not directly. The scent of caution deepened. Tanjiro noticed. What happened? Kacho instructed us to keep her box in a shaded room. And several Kakashi refused to enter. Tanjiro lowered his gaze. He could not blame them. Some had carried bodies down Mount Natagumo. Others had seen what demons did to their friends. Nezuko's restraint did not erase their memories. Ai continued. She came out after sunset. She helped carry medicine. Tanjiro looked up. She did. She also tried to carry 3 patients at once. That sounds like her. She dropped one. Tanjiro's smile faded. Was he hurt? No, she caught him with her foot. Tanjiro pictured it. His smile returned. Ai picked up the medicine cup. Drink! Tanjiro accepted it. The liquid tasted worse than its scent suggested. He forced it down. Ai watched until the cup was empty. Then she said, the Hashira will meet this afternoon. The warmth left Tanjiro's face. About Mount Natagumo, about you, and Nezuko. Ai did not answer. She did not need to. Tanjiro placed the cup on the tray. The spirit awakened fully. They gather again. Yes! This time they bring the innocent. Tanjiro's fingers tightened. Ai looked at his hand. The blue light beneath his skin disappeared. Does that happen whenever you become angry? Sometimes. That is not reassuring. I know. She studied him for a moment. Kacho said the fire bent around the injured slayers. It did, and around your sister. Yes, but she had burns. Tanjiro looked toward the next room. The judgment doesn't touch innocent souls. The heat still touches bodies. Yes, Ai sat back on her heels. So the flame can decide who is guilty. The spirit thinks it can. And you? Tanjiro remembered Yurikodaki's guilt, Jiyu's regret, Seinmi's pain. I think guilt is more complicated than the spirit understands. Ai frowned. That sounds dangerous. It is. Then why are you calm? Tanjiro looked at his marked palm. I'm not. Ai smelled the truth. Fear sat deep inside him. Not only fear that the Hashira would kill Nezuko. Fear that they might be right to worry. He had scorched 2 mountains. He had nearly lost himself twice. He had stopped both times, but almost remained too close to failure. Ai lifted the tray. The master asked everyone to hear the full truth before deciding. Tanjiro nodded. Then I'll tell it. Even the parts that make you look dangerous. Especially those. Ai rose. At the doorway she paused. For what it is worth, your sister thanked me. Tanjiro blinked. She can't speak with the bamboo muzzle. She bowed. Ai looked away. It was obvious. Then she left. Nezuko sat beside the window in the next room. The curtains had been closed against direct sunlight. Thin shadows crossed the floor. She wore a clean pink kimono provided by the Butterfly Mansion. The bamboo muzzle remained secured across her mouth. When Tanjiro entered, she turned. Then she crossed the room and struck him lightly on the forehead. Tanjiro stopped. What was that for? Nezuko struck him again. He smelled anger, worry, relief. I'm sorry. She crossed her arms. I didn't mean to frighten you. Her eyes narrowed. Tanjiro sat beside her. I used the stare again. Nezuko's posture softened. She touched his temple. Tanjiro closed his eyes. The memories are worse this time. Nezuko leaned closer. I understand Rui now. The spirit reacted. Understanding weakens judgment. No, Tanjiro said aloud. Nezuko looked around. He's speaking. She tapped his chest. Tanjiro nodded. He thinks understanding makes guilt smaller. Nezuko tilted her head. I told him it doesn't, the spirit whispered. You pit the innocent against vengeance. She's my sister. She gets an opinion. Nezuko patted his cheek as though agreeing. Tanjiro smiled faintly. Then his expression became serious. The Hashira are meeting today. Nezuko smelled no surprise. Perhaps she had heard the attendance. They'll want to see you. Her fingers curled into her kimono. They're going to test whether you're dangerous. Nezuko looked at him. Tanjiro took her hand. I know you won't hurt anyone. The spirit remained silent, but Seinmi may try to make you. Nezuko's scent sharpened. Tanjiro remembered the wind Hashira's scars, his mother, his siblings, his hatred shaped by necessity. He may cut himself. Nezuko's pupils narrowed. Human blood will be close. Her grip tightened around Tanjiro's hand. You must not attack. She looked offended. I know you can resist. Her expression softened. But this won't only be about you. Tanjiro placed her hand against the mark on his palm. The spirit may react too. Blue light appeared beneath their fingers. Nezuko did not pull away. The flame did not ignite. It examined her. The presence reached toward her memories. Tanjiro felt the familiar doors, a home on the mountain. Siblings, a mother, Musen's blood entering her body, hunger, the cellar. Rui's threads cutting her limbs. The spirit searched for victims. It found none. No human life taken, no cruelty chosen, no pleasure in suffering, only resistance. The heat bent away from her soul. Tanjiro opened his eyes. This is what I need to prove. Nezuko looked at the glowing mark. The flame cannot judge you. Her head tilted. Not because you're my sister. Tanjiro squeezed her hand. Because you're innocent. The courtyard at the Yubayashiki estate was quieter than Tanjiro remembered. No one shouted. No one provoked him. That made the tension worse. All 9 Hashira had gathered. Kyojuro Rengoku stood upright with the same blazing intensity as before, though concern now rested beneath his confidence. Shinobu Kacho watched Tanjiro with the focus of a physician studying a dangerous illness. Tenjin Yuzui appeared impatient but attentive. Mitsuri Kanroji looked openly worried for both Kamado siblings. Muikaro Takedo stared at a drifting cloud until the meeting began. Jihomai Haimjima held his prayer beads and wept silently. Obanai Aguro stood near Seinmi. The white snake around his shoulders watched Nezuko's box. Jiyu remained apart from the others, yet not far from Tanjiro. Seinmi stood closest to the center. His sword was already drawn. Nezuko's wooden box rested on the ground beside Tanjiro. The spirit pressed against his senses. Blades surround the vessel. They haven't attacked. The scarred one intends harm. Tanjiro smelled it too. Seinmi's intention was clear, but not murderous. A test. A brutal one. Kaguya Yubayashiki entered the courtyard with his daughters. Every Hashira bowed. Tanjiro followed. Good afternoon, my children. The master's voice softened the atmosphere without removing the danger. His damaged face had worsened since the previous meeting. The illness had spread slightly farther. Tanjiro smelled pain beneath every breath. Kaguya sat on the veranda. Tanjiro, I am grateful that you and your sister survived Mount Natagumo. Thank you, sir. And Nezuko is inside the box. Yes. Seinmi tapped the flat of his sword against one shoulder. Let it out. Tanjiro's jaw tightened. Kaguya raised one hand. Seinmi! The wind Hashira lowered the blade, though his expression remained hard. Kaguya looked toward Tanjiro. Before Nezuko emerges, I would like you to explain what occurred with Lower 5. Tanjiro told them. He described the spider family, the puppets, the mother's surrender, the father's strength, the sister's fear, Rui's demand that Nezuko become his sibling, the penance stare, the forest burning. He did not hide that the stare nearly overwhelmed him. He admitted he had seen his own grief reflected inside Rui's obsession. He explained that Nezuko's presence gave him a path back. When Tanjiro finished, Obanai spoke first. You used the prohibited ability to stop a lower moon. You had already been instructed to avoid it unless ordinary means could not prevent further deaths. Rui had Nezuko trapped and was strong enough to survive hellfire through his threads. Obanai's snake hissed. You believed no other option remained. Yes, and if your belief was wrong, Tanjiro lowered his head, then the responsibility is mine, Seinmi scoffed. Responsibility is a word people use after damage is done. Tanjiro looked at him. Yes, the simple agreement seemed to irritate Seinmi more than an argument would have. Shinobu turned toward Jiyu. You witnessed the aftermath. Yes. Did the fire target humans? No. Did it physically burn any human? No. Did it burn Nezuko? Her existing wounds were aggravated. Tanjiro's chest tightened. Shinobu noticed. The distinction matters, she said. Rengoku crossed his arms. The flames spared the souls of the innocent but remained dangerous as physical fire. Tanjiro nodded. Yes. Tenjin tilted his head. So it is both supernatural judgment and ordinary heat. Not ordinary, Shinobu replied. The temperature changed depending on proximity to guilt. She looked toward Tanjiro. The flames were hottest near demon remains and weakened near injured slayers. Gyomai's prayer beads clicked. A fire that discriminates. Imperfectly, Jiyu said. Seinmi's eyes moved toward Nezuko's box, and were supposed to accept that it discriminates in favor of a demon. Tanjiro placed one hand on the box. Nezuko is innocent. She is hungry. Those are not the same. Seinmi's scent sharpened. Every demon is hungry. Not every demon has killed. Yet, Hellfire warmed the sword at Tanjiro's waist. He did not touch it. Jiyu glanced toward him. Tanjiro inhaled. The warmth faded. Kaguya watched the exchange. Tanjiro, you said the fire cannot judge Nezuko. Yes. Explain precisely. Tanjiro looked toward the box. When the spirit examines someone, it sees the pain connected to their actions. Shinobu listened closely. Actions or guilt? Both. That is part of the danger, Tanjiro continued. A person can feel guilty without doing evil. Yurakodaki feels guilty for students he could not save. Jiyu feels guilty for surviving someone who protected him. Jiyu's expression did not change. His scent did. Tanjiro realized the personal detail might have been too direct. I'm sorry. Jiyu looked away. Continue. The spirit sees that guilt as an opening, but I decide whether the guilt comes from cruelty, regret, helplessness, or something else. Seinmi laughed bitterly. A child decides whether souls deserve punishment. I don't want to. That doesn't change it. No, Tanjiro's honesty quieted the courtyard. He looked at Kaguya. When the spirit examines Nezuko, it finds hunger and demon blood, but it finds no victims. She has chosen not to kill. She has protected people, so the judgment turns away. Obanai narrowed his eyes. You say innocence makes her immune. Yes, completely. Her soul cannot be condemned for crimes she did not commit. Shinobu spoke softly. Her body can still be harmed by proximity to the flame. Yes, Mitsuri clasped her hands. So the fire itself recognizes that Nezuko hasn't hurt anyone. Tanjiro nodded. Seinmi's jaw tightened. Or the boy protects her because he loves her. The spirit wanted to burn her when she first transformed, Tanjiro said. Several Hashira became still. Tanjiro continued. It called her corruption. It pushed me to judge her. Jiyu looked toward him. Tanjiro had never explained that moment fully. The fire reached her soul, Tanjiro said. It searched. Then it stopped. Because you commanded it? Shinobu asked. No, the spirit reacted beneath his ribs. Truth. Tanjiro placed his hand over the mark. I was ready to resist it, but the judgment withdrew before I understood why. Mitsuri looked toward the box. Because Nezuko was innocent. Yes, Seinmi lowered the tip of his sword. Then prove it. Kaguya's voice remained calm. How? Seinmi turned his blade. He drew it across his forearm. Blood flowed immediately. The scent struck the courtyard. Fresh human blood. Nezuko moved inside the box. Tanjiro's heart began to pound. Seinmi allowed the blood to fall onto the gravel. The smell became overwhelming. The Wind Hashira's blood was unusually rich, rare, powerful. Even Tanjiro felt its intensity as a human. To a demon, it would be far worse. Seinmi approached the box. Jiyu moved. Do not. This is the test. You are provoking her. I'm proving what she is. Kaguya did not stop him. Tanjiro understood. The master hated the method, but Nezuko's claim could not remain based on Tanjiro's word alone. Seinmi stopped beside the box. He smeared blood across the wooden lid. Nezuko struck the inside once. Tanjiro smelled hunger erupt. The spirit awakened. Threat to innocence. No, he torments her. He's testing her. Pain inflicted deliberately. The hellfire rose inside Tanjiro's sword. Seinmi looked at him. Control yourself. Tanjiro's eyes flashed. You first. Seinmi smiled. Then he opened the box. Nezuko emerged in a blur. Several Hashira drew their swords. Tanjiro rose. Jiyu placed one hand against his chest. Wait! Nezuko crouched before Seinmi. Her pupils narrowed. Veins appeared around her eyes. The blood ran down his arm. Her body trembled. Seinmi held the wound closer. Come on! Nezuko's claws dug into the gravel. The spirit pushed against Tanjiro. He invites violence. Nezuko can choose. If she fails, he kills her. She won't. Tanjiro wanted to believe it. The hunger in her scent was unlike anything he had felt before. It buried the courtyard. Every demon instinct inside Nezuko screamed toward the blood. She leaned forward. Seinmi raised his sword slightly. Tanjiro's black blade ignited inside its sheath. Blue-white light spread across the courtyard. The Hashira reacted. Rengoku drew. Obanai's snake coiled. Tenjin shifted his stance. Shinobu reached for poison. Jiyu remained between Tanjiro and Seinmi. "Tanjiro, I'm not attacking." The fire climbed the guard. "You are preparing too." "I'm preparing to stop both of them." Seinmi's smile widened. "Second monster." Tanjiro smelled his pain. The memory of his demonic mother opened beneath the spirit's attention. He closed the door. "Don't make this about your family." Seinmi's face changed. The courtyard became cold. "What did you say? You're not testing only Nezuko." Tanjiro's voice shook, but he continued. "You're testing whether your mother could have resisted." Seinmi crossed the distance. His sword stopped against Tanjiro's throat. Jiyu's blade blocked it. Metal rang. Hellfire erupted. Blue-white flames traveled along Tanjiro's sword and across the courtyard gravel. They reached toward Seinmi. The spirit found his guilt, his mother, his siblings, his younger brother. The doors opened. Tanjiro saw blood, a woman becoming a demon, children torn apart, Seinmi killing his own mother before sunrise. The spirit pressed. "Judge." Tanjiro closed his eyes. "No!" The flames stopped inches from Seinmi's feet. The wind Hashira stared down at them. They did not touch him. Behind him, Nezuko lunged. Every sword turned. She passed Seinmi, not toward his throat, away from him. Nezuko threw herself across the courtyard and buried her face against the wooden wall. Her claws tore grooves into the boards. She refused to look at the blood. Her entire body shook, but she did not attack. The hellfire changed. Tanjiro felt it examine her again. Hunger, pain, restraint, no victim, no cruelty, innocence. The blue-white flames bent. They moved around Nezuko in a wide circle, leaving the ground beneath her untouched. Every Hashira saw it. The fire reached Seinmi's blood on the gravel. It burned the drops away, then stopped at Nezuko's feet. Not one spark touched her. Mitsuri covered her mouth. Rengoku's eyes widened. Shinobu stepped closer. The flame recognizes her. Tanjiro forced his breathing steady. It recognizes what she hasn't done. Nezuko turned slowly. Tears filled her eyes. She looked at Seinmi, then away. She chose Tanjiro. Walking past the blood, Nezuko crossed the courtyard and placed herself beside her brother. The hellfire withdrew from the ground. Tanjiro extinguished the sword. Seinmi's blade remained locked against Jiyu's. Neither moved. Kaguya spoke. "That is enough." Jiyu lowered his sword first. Seinmi stared at Nezuko. His scent had changed. Not trust, not acceptance. Pain reopened. He looked at his bleeding arm, then at the demon who had refused him. For a moment his expression became young, lost. Then anger returned. He sheathed his sword. "She resisted once." Tanjiro knelt beside Nezuko. "She has resisted every day." Shinobu bandaged Seinmi's arm while the meeting continued. He looked deeply offended by the care. She tightened the wrapping harder than necessary. Tanjiro remained beside Nezuko. The Hashira no longer kept every hand near a sword. Some still did. That difference mattered. Kaguya folded his hands. "We have established several facts." His voice remained soft. "Nezuko Kamado experiences human hunger." "Demon hunger," Obanai corrected. "Yes," Kaguya continued. "She resisted blood deliberately offered by a Hashira." Mitsuri nodded quickly. "She also protected Tanjiro and other slayers on Mount Natagumo." Jiyu spoke. "She protected villagers during Tanjiro's first mission." Shinobu looked toward him. "You knew, yes, and did not report it." "Yes," Seinmi muttered something insulting. Kaguya continued before another argument began. "Tanjiro's fire does not condemn Nezuko's soul." Obanai's eyes narrowed. "We accept the boy's explanation. We accept what we witnessed," Kaguya said. "The fire moved around her while consuming blood that tempted her." Gyomai's beads clicked. "The innocent stands within judgment and remains untouched." Tanjiro looked at the stone Hashira. The words gave shape to the rule. Innocence was not kindness, not weakness, not humanity. It was the absence of chosen harm. Nezuko was a demon. She was hungry. She could become dangerous. But the spirit could not punish her for a crime she had not committed. Kaguya turned toward Tanjiro. "Can the flame be deceived?" "I don't know." "Can someone without remorse avoid judgment?" Tanjiro thought of the hand demon. The stare had still worked because memory remained. Guilt helps the stare take hold, but victims create the path too. Shinobu's expression sharpened. And someone with no emotional connection to their victims? Tanjiro did not have an answer. I haven't faced anyone like that, the spirit whispered. All guilty fear truth. Tanjiro was not certain. Kaguya noticed his hesitation, a limitation yet unknown. Yes, then we will treat it as one. Seinmi crossed his arms. And the demon, Kaguya looked at Nezuko, she will remain under Tanjiro's protection. Obanai immediately objected. Master, she will also remain under core observation. Kaguya's gaze moved toward Jiyu and Shinobu. Tomioka will continue to bear responsibility for his judgment. Kacho will examine Nezuko's condition and Tanjiro's fire. Shinobu smiled faintly. I anticipated that. Tanjiro did not find the smile reassuring. Kaguya continued. Yurikodaki has sent a letter. One of his daughters unfolded it. The master read aloud. Yurikodaki swore that if Nezuko killed a human, he would take responsibility with his own life. Jiyu had added the same vow. Tanjiro looked toward the water Hashira. Jiyu avoided his gaze. You shouldn't have done that, Tanjiro said. Jiyu's expression remained still. I already did, Seinmi scoffed. 2 lives pledged on a demon's appetite. Nezuko looked at Jiyu, then bowed deeply. Jiyu watched her. The smallest change entered his scent. Pain, hope. Kaguya addressed Tanjiro. Do you understand the weight others have placed behind your promise? Yes. If Nezuko harms a human, the consequences will extend beyond her. Tanjiro's throat tightened. Yes, and if the spirit harms an innocent... The courtyard became still. Tanjiro looked at his marked palm. Then I accept the same responsibility. Nezuko grabbed his sleeve. Tanjiro covered her hand. I won't let it happen, Seinmi spoke harshly. You cannot promise that. No, Tanjiro met his eyes, but I can promise I will never stop resisting. Kaguya smiled. That is the only promise any human can make honestly. The Hashira were allowed to question Tanjiro individually. Tenjin went first. Can the fire make my swords more flamboyant? No, you answered too quickly. I saw what happened to the farming tool. That sounds promising. It may also bond permanently and burn anyone who touches it. Tenjin reconsidered. Less promising. Muikiro asked whether the fire could burn clouds. Tanjiro said he did not know. Muikiro stared upward as though planning an experiment. Mitsuri knelt beside Nezuko. Can I hug her? Obanai objected immediately. Nezuko solved the argument by hugging Mitsuri first. Mitsuri began crying. Obanai looked personally betrayed. Rengoku stood before Tanjiro. You used a flame alongside water breathing. Yes, a remarkable contradiction. It feels more like balance. Rengoku's expression became thoughtful. Flame should rise with conviction. Water should adapt without losing direction. He placed a hand on Tanjiro's shoulder. Perhaps your problem is not choosing between them. Tanjiro looked up. What do you mean? You must learn when each is true. Rengoku's words were loud, but the meaning reached deeper. Hellfire wanted certainty. Water breathing required movement. One declared, the other adapted. Tanjiro carried both. Before he could ask more, Rengoku stepped away. Shinobu approached next. May I see your hand? Tanjiro extended it. She examined the chain-shaped mark. The color is darker. After Rui and Fujikasen, it appeared then, so repeated use creates permanent physical change. Maybe, do you feel pain not in the mark? Cold after large ignitions. Memory loss, Tanjiro hesitated. No, that was not entirely true. Some of his own memories had become harder to reach beneath Rui's. Shinobu noticed the hesitation. We will discuss that privately. Tanjiro nodded. She looked toward Nezuko. The fire cannot judge her. No, but can the spirit influence you into believing she is guilty? Tanjiro's stomach tightened. It tried when she first transformed. And if she loses control, I stop her. With the sword, Tanjiro looked at his sister. Nezuko watched him. With whatever saves the innocent. Shinobu's smile disappeared. And if the innocent is someone else? The question hurt because it was necessary. Tanjiro answered honestly. Then I choose them. Nezuko's grip tightened around his sleeve. Tanjiro looked at her. I won't abandon you. But if she attacked a child, saving Nezuko could not mean allowing the child to die. Love could not become possession. Rui had taught him that. Nezuko studied his face, then she nodded. Shinobu watched them both. You too continue to make my work difficult. Sorry, I did not say unpleasant. She stepped away. Gyomai approached last. The stone Hashira knelt despite being far larger than Tanjiro. Your flame bent around innocence. Yes, yet the spirit wished to punish Sanemi. It found his guilt. Did you? Tanjiro thought carefully. I found pain he believes is guilt. Gyomai's tears fell onto his hands. And what did you choose? To stop before seeing more. Why? Because his wounds are not mine to open. The prayer beads clicked. Gyomai bowed his head. Then remember this. Tanjiro waited. Judgment may reveal truth, but revelation without permission can also become violence. Tanjiro looked at the mark on his palm. The spirit recoiled. Truth requires no permission. Tanjiro answered silently. A soul is not a room you enter because you can. The spirit became hot. Gyomai seemed to sense the disagreement. The power will tempt you to believe that seeing everything gives you the right to decide everything. Tanjiro nodded. I won't forget. You will. Tanjiro looked up. Gyomai's expression remained sorrowful. All people forget lessons when pain becomes great enough. His fingers tightened around the beads. So surround yourself with those willing to remind you. Tanjiro looked toward Nezuko. Jiyu, Shinobu, even Sanemi, standing at the edge of the courtyard with anger that refused comforting lies. Then I'm not alone. No, the verdict came before sunset. Nezuko Kamado would be permitted to travel under Tanjiro's supervision. She would not be considered a core member. She would not be permitted to enter core estates without notice. Any attack on a human would immediately reopen the judgment. Tanjiro would continue serving under observation. The penance stare would remain restricted. Any uncontrolled use against humans would trigger immediate Hashira intervention. The conditions felt heavy. They also felt fair. Sanemi disagreed. He stood alone beneath the wisteria after the others began leaving. Tanjiro approached him. Nezuko remained several steps behind. The wind Hashira did not turn. You should hate me, he said. Tanjiro stopped. I was angry. That wasn't what I said. I don't hate you. Sanemi looked over his shoulder. Then you're an idiot. Maybe, Sanemi faced him. You looked into my past. Only part of it. You had the chance to use that fire. Yes, why didn't you? Tanjiro smelled the question beneath the anger. Why was Sanemi spared when guilt remained? Because pain isn't a crime. Sanemi's jaw tightened. And killing my mother? Tanjiro's heart hurt. You saved your brother. The wind Hashira's scent cracked, only briefly. Don't speak as though you understand. I don't. Tanjiro lowered his head, but the spirit doesn't either. Sanemi looked toward Nezuko. She stood in the shade, watching them. You think she proved something about my mother? No, the answer surprised him. Nezuko proved something about Nezuko. Sanemi stared. Tanjiro continued. Your mother's choices were made under different blood, different hunger, different fear. I won't use my sister to judge someone I never met. The wind Hashira's shoulders lowered slightly, not enough to call peace, enough to end the fight. If she kills anyone, Sanemi said, I'll cut her head off. Tanjiro's sword warmed. He stopped the ignition. If she attacks someone, I'll stop her before you arrive. Sanemi's eyes narrowed. That confidence will get you hurt. It already has. A faint, unwilling amusement entered Sanemi's scent, then vanished. He walked away. Nezuko joined Tanjiro. She looked toward Sanemi's back, then at her brother. Tanjiro released a long breath. That could have gone worse. Nezuko struck him lightly on the head. You're doing that often now. She did it again. Tanjiro smiled. That evening, Tanjiro sat beneath the wisteria with Nezuko beside him. The estate had become quiet. The spirit remained awake. It had been denied Sanemi's guilt, denied the spider mother's full punishment, denied the right to define Nezuko by demon blood. For the first time, Tanjiro sensed something beyond anger from it, confusion. The scarred one inflicted pain. Yes, he carried intent to test her. He exposed innocence to hunger. Yes, why was he not guilty? Tanjiro looked at the fading light. He was guilty of cruelty in that moment. The spirit stirred eagerly. But not every cruel act deserves the stare. Why? Because punishment must have a purpose, balance. No, protection, correction, prevention. The spirit rejected the words. Pain answers pain, then it never ends. Tanjiro touched the grass. Sanemi hurt Nezuko because a demon hurt him. If I hurt him because he hurt her, someone else could hurt me because I hurt him. The strongest judgment ends the chain. It only ends when everyone is dead. Silence. Tanjiro felt Nezuko rest her head against his shoulder. The spirit examined her again, not searching this time, observing she resists nature. She chooses. Choice causes pain. Yes, why choose it? Tanjiro smiled faintly. Because love matters more when it costs something. The spirit did not answer. Perhaps it could not understand. Not yet. A Kasugai crow descended through the evening sky. It landed on the veranda and shouted Tanjiro's name. New orders. New orders. Tanjiro looked up. The crow flapped its wings. Return to the Butterfly Mansion for recovery and training. Await assignment concerning disappearances aboard a train. A train! More than 40 passengers missing. The crow hopped closer. A flame Hashira has been assigned. Tanjiro thought of Rengoku, his loud voice, his certainty, his words about flame and water. The spirit awakened at the mention of the disappearances. Many victims. Tanjiro stood. His injuries had not healed fully. The next mission would not begin immediately, but the road had already opened. A train carrying fear through the night, a demon hiding among dreams, a flame Hashira whose conviction burned without hellfire. Tanjiro looked toward Nezuko. She stood beside him. The Hashira had reached a verdict, not innocence, not trust, permission. A fragile space in which Tanjiro and Nezuko could continue proving their choices. It was not mercy freely given. It had been earned through restraint, blood, and fire bending around a demon who had committed no sin. Tanjiro placed his hand over the mark on his palm. The rule was now spoken. Innocence was immune to judgment, not to danger, not to hunger, not to fear. But the spirit of vengeance could not condemn a soul for what it might someday do, only for what it chose. That rule protected Nezuko. It also bound Tanjiro. He could no longer judge anyone by possibility alone. Not demons, not Hashira, not even himself. The wisteria moved in the evening wind. Kaguya Yubayashiki watched from the veranda as the Kamado siblings departed. One of his daughters stood beside him. The Hashira remain divided, she said. Yes, do you think today changed them? A little. Kaguya smiled gently. Large fires frighten people. Small lights show them where to step. He listened to Tanjiro's fading footsteps. Today, the boy did not prove he was harmless. The girl waited. He proved that power can be dangerous without being cruel. Far beyond the estate, a black train crossed the countryside beneath a moonless sky. Passengers slept in their seats. Some dreamed of lost families. Some dreamed of futures they would never reach. A pale demon moved through those dreams, feeding carefully while leaving bodies behind. And atop the train, hidden beneath the smoke, another demon waited for the moment a certain flame Hashira would be weakened enough to challenge. Tanjiro did not yet know the names Enmu or Akaza. He did not know that the next mission would teach him the difference between a fire that inspired others and a fire that consumed its own vessel. He only knew people were disappearing. That was enough. The Hashira had delivered their verdict. Now the world would test it. Chapter 9, the Flame Regiment. Kyojuro Rengoku ate 11 boxes of food before Tanjiro introduced himself. Delicious. Passengers throughout the train turned toward the Flame Hashira. Rengoku lifted another piece of grilled beef with his chopsticks. Delicious! Tanjiro stood in the aisle with Nezuko's box on his back, unsure whether he was supposed to wait until the meal ended. Zenitsu leaned toward him. Is he shouting at the food? I think he likes it. Then why does he sound angry? Across the aisle, Inasuk pressed both hands against the window. The countryside passed in a dark blur. The beast is moving. It's a train, Zenitsu said. A metal beast. It isn't alive. Inasuk headbutted the glass. I'll defeat it from inside. Please don't break the train, Tanjiro said. Rengoku finished another box. Delicious. Tanjiro looked at the remaining stack. Perhaps the introduction could wait. The Mugen train was larger and louder than anything he had traveled aboard before. Smoke rolled past the windows. The floor vibrated beneath his feet. Every wheel struck the rails with a steady rhythm that reminded him of a heartbeat formed from iron. Hundreds of scents crowded the passenger cars. Food, coal, perfume, luggage, children excited by the journey, workers returning home, families traveling together, and beneath it all, something faintly sweet. A demon. Tanjiro had smelled it from the moment he boarded, but the scent existed everywhere and nowhere, spread throughout the train so completely that no single direction led toward its source. The spirit of vengeance noticed it too. The guilty surrounds us. Tanjiro touched the hilt of his black Nichiren sword. Not yet! Rengoku stopped eating, his bright eyes fixed on Tanjiro. You speak to the presence? Tanjiro startled. Yes. Zenitsu slowly moved away from him. You really do have a fire demon. It isn't a demon. The trembling one insults vengeance. Don't respond to him. Zenitsu pointed. You're doing it again. Rengoku laughed loudly. Excellent, sit. Tanjiro sat across from him. Inosuke remained at the window, still attempting to intimidate the train. Zenitsu sat beside Tanjiro, though he kept a cautious distance from the sword. Rengoku closed the final food box. I have heard much about you, Tanjiro Kamado. I assumed so. The boy who carries a demon sister and a flame that burns demons from within. Nezuko shifted inside the box. Rengoku looked toward it. And the demon who refuses human blood. Tanjiro rested one hand on the lid. Her name is Nezuko. Nezuko. The entire train car heard him. Nezuko knocked once from inside the box. Rengoku nodded seriously. She has a firm response. Tanjiro smiled. The flame Hashira's intensity was overwhelming, but his scent contained no fear of Nezuko. Caution, yes, responsibility, but not disgust. Tanjiro looked at the flame pattern along the edges of Rengoku's Haori. At the Hashira meeting, you said my problem might not be choosing between water and fire. Correct. What did you mean? Rengoku placed both hands on his knees. Water adapts, flame advances. Several nearby passengers turned toward them again. Rengoku did not lower his voice. A warrior who only adapts may spend his life reacting. A warrior who only advances may destroy himself against an obstacle he should have moved around. Tanjiro listened closely. The fire inside you demands certainty, Rengoku continued. Your water-breathing demands awareness. You should not silence one with the other. Then how do I balance them? Purpose. The spirit stirred. Punishment is purpose. Tanjiro's fingers tightened. Rengoku noticed. What did it say? That punishment is purpose. Rengoku's smile faded slightly. Punishment may be a purpose. He leaned closer. It should never be the only one. The spirit became hot. The flame human lectures vengeance. He has earned the right. No mortal earns authority over judgment. Tanjiro looked at Rengoku. What does your flame mean? Rengoku answered without hesitation. Protection. The word was simpler than Tanjiro expected. Rengoku placed one hand against his own chest. My father taught me flame breathing. My mother taught me why strength matters. Those born strong must protect those who cannot protect themselves. He looked around the passenger car. Children slept against their parents. An old woman rested beside a basket of flowers. A young couple spoke quietly near the far door. These people do not need to know my name, Rengoku said. They do not need to understand breathing forms or demon ranks. They need only arrive safely. The spirit examined him. Tanjiro felt the doors behind Rengoku's eyes. A dead mother, a father hollowed by grief, a younger brother trying desperately to become worthy. Regret existed there. Pain, but no desire to punish the world for causing it. Rengoku had turned grief outward as warmth. Tanjiro's spirit turned grief outward as fire. The difference unsettled him. You make it sound easy, Tanjiro said. It is simple. Rengoku smiled again. Simple does not mean easy. The conductor entered the car. He moved slowly, punching tickets one passenger at a time. The sweet scent grew stronger. Tanjiro looked toward him. The conductor appeared human, tired, afraid. A faint demonic scent clung to his hands, not demon blood, influence. The spirit awakened, complicit. He's being controlled. He chooses obedience. Through fear, choice remains. Tanjiro watched the conductor approach. The man's hand shook as he accepted Rengoku's ticket. Beneath his uniform, desperation filled his scent, a wish. Someone had promised him a dream. Perhaps a dead family member, perhaps a life without pain. The conductor punched Tanjiro's ticket. The sound was soft, click. The sweet scent exploded. Tanjiro's vision blurred. The spirit roared, deception. Then darkness swallowed the train. Tanjiro woke beside his family's hearth. For several seconds, he did not question it. His mother stirred a pot over the fire. Takeo carried wood through the doorway. Hanako and Shidru argued over a folded blanket. Rokuta slept near Nezuko's lap. Snow rested against the windows. The house smelled warm, whole. Tanjiro sat on the floor with his hands in his lap. His sword was gone. The chain mark had vanished from his palm. Tanjiro, his mother asked. Are you feeling well? He looked at her. Her face was alive. No blood, no fear, no memory of a pale man standing before the house. Tanjiro's chest hurt. I'm fine, Nezuko smiled at him. Human, her eyes were dark and gentle. No fangs rested behind her lips. You've been staring at everyone, she said. Tanjiro laughed weakly. I missed you, Nezuko frowned. We're right here. His family returned to their tasks. Tanjiro remained seated. Something inside the dream felt absent, not wrong. Quiet, the spirit was gone. The silence should have comforted him. Instead, it frightened him. He touched his chest. No heat, no furnace, no voice, only his heartbeat. Tanjiro looked at the hearth. The flames moved normally. Orange and red, they did not lean toward guilt. They did not whisper. His mother placed a bowl before him. Eat while it's warm. Tanjiro accepted it. His hands trembled. Perhaps the mountain had been a nightmare. Perhaps Muzan did not exist. Perhaps Nezuko had never become a demon. Perhaps Sabido and Makomo were only dreams created by grief that had no true source. Tanjiro lifted the bowl. A scent reached him, sweet, artificial, the same scent from the train. He stopped. His mother noticed. Tanjiro, the dream trembled. A thin blue flame appeared inside the hearth. The spirit spoke from very far away. False. Tanjiro's throat tightened. No! His family looked at him. Takeo lowered the wood. What's wrong? Tanjiro stood. The bowl fell from his hands. It struck the floor without breaking. The dream protected itself from disruption. His mother approached. You're tired. She touched his face. Her hand felt warm, real. Tanjiro closed his eyes. The scent of her skin was perfect. The demon had taken his memories and rebuilt them with care. It had given him everything he wanted. That made the dream crueler than any obvious nightmare. Wake! I can't! Burn it! Tanjiro looked at his mother. Hellfire would destroy the illusion, perhaps instantly. It might also burn through the memory itself. He had already felt Rui's life pushing against his own. What if destroying the dream erased something real? His mother's voice, the shape of Takeo's smile, the way Hanako folded clothes. The spirit did not care. False things obstructed judgment. Therefore, false things should burn. Tanjiro stepped away from the hearth. His family followed. Where are you going? Nezuko asked. Tanjiro's eyes filled with tears. Back! Back where? He looked at her human face. To you. Confusion crossed her expression. I'm here. No. Tanjiro pressed one hand against his forehead. You're waiting for me somewhere else. The blue flame in the hearth grew. The dream resisted. Snow began falling inside the house. His mother reached for him. Please don't leave. The words broke him. Tanjiro fell to his knees. He wanted to stay. The spirit pressed harder. A pleasant lie remains a lie. I know. Then destroy it. Tanjiro remembered Yurikodaki. The greatest force was not always the correct one. He did not need to burn the dream. He needed to wake. A scent reached him from behind the house. His own. Tanjiro followed it. His family called after him. Each voice became a chain. He stepped outside. Snow covered the clearing. A second Tanjiro stood near the trees. This one wore his demon slayer uniform. A black sword hung at his waist. His eyes burned blue-white. The dream's Tanjiro looked down at his ordinary clothing. What are you? The other version smiled without kindness. What you pretend not to be. The spirit wore his face. Flames rose behind it, shaping something tall and skeletal for one brief moment before settling into the outline of a warrior. Wake! How? The spirit drew the sword. The blade rested against its own neck. Tanjiro understood. The demon had hidden the path out behind an act no sane person would choose while awake. Death inside the dream. Tanjiro recoiled. His family emerged from the house. His mother saw the sword. Tanjiro, don't! The spirit offered the blade. The body survives. How do I know? You do not. Tanjiro stared at the black edge. The dream was built from his longing. It would say anything to keep him. His family approached. Rokyuta called his name. Tanjiro's hands trembled. He accepted the sword. It felt real. The spirit stood beside him. Do not confuse mercy with surrender. Tanjiro looked at his family one final time. I'm sorry. His mother began running. Tanjiro raised the blade. I'll carry you with me. He cut. The dream shattered. Tanjiro woke with his hand gripping the hilt of his sheathed sword. Ropes bound his wrist to a sleeping child beside him. The boy held a small metal spike near Tanjiro's chest. Inside Tanjiro's consciousness, the child had been searching for his spiritual core. a place shaped like a quiet field beneath sunrise, but the spirit had found him first. Tanjiro smelled terror from the boy, not guilt. He had accepted Enmu's offer because he wanted a pleasant dream. The child had intended to destroy Tanjiro's mind, but manipulation had narrowed his choices. Tanjiro cut the rope without igniting his blade. The boy collapsed. Nezuko stood in the aisle. Her forehead was bruised. She had apparently tried to wake Tanjiro by headbutting him. Red blood flames burned along the other ropes, severing the connections without harming the humans attached to them. Zenitsu slept while holding the edge of Nezuko's clothing. Inosuke remained unconscious, muttering about ruling a cave. Rengoku sat perfectly still. 4 ropes connected him to people in nearby seats. The passengers chosen by Enmu had entered his dream, but none had reached his core. Rengoku's instincts had caught them. Even asleep, his hands gripped their throats lightly enough to prevent movement but not breathing. Tanjiro stared. "That's incredible. The flame human is useful. That may be the closest thing to praise you've ever said." The train shook. Flesh spread across the walls. Eyes opened between the windows. Passengers began screaming. A voice echoed through every car. "I have become the train, Enmu, lower one." The demon's consciousness had fused with the entire structure. Tanjiro smelled hundreds of lives inside its reach. The spirit surged. "Burn all. The passengers are inside him. Their souls are innocent. The train is physical." The same danger as the swamp demon's domain. Hellfire could distinguish souls. It could not guarantee harmless heat when hundreds of bodies were surrounded by demon flesh. Tanjiro drew his sword. "We cut carefully." Rengoku's eyes opened. He assessed the situation in one breath. 5 cars behind us, 3 ahead, more than 200 passengers. Tanjiro nodded. "I'll find the neck." "Excellent." Rengoku stood. Flame-breathing erupted. His sword crossed the car in a brilliant arc, cutting demon flesh away from the passengers without touching them. Unlike Hellfire, Rengoku's flames were not supernatural fire. They were the visible expression of breathing, speed, and technique, yet they felt warm, protective, controlled from beginning to end. "Tanjiro!" Rengoku shouted. "Take Inosuke forward. I will protect the rear cars." "What about Zenitsu?" A bolt of thunder shook the roof. Zenitsu had awakened without opening his eyes. He moved through the next car, cutting tendrils away from Nezuko and the passengers. Rengoku smiled. "The yellow-haired boy has found his purpose." Tanjiro opened Nezuko's box. "Stay with Zenitsu." Nezuko nodded. Inosuke woke and immediately stabbed the floor. "The beast has revealed its insides." Tanjiro followed him toward the engine. They cut through flesh filling the cars. Tanjiro used water breathing. Small bursts of hellfire marked the demon tissue and prevented it from regrowing. Enmu adapted quickly. Whenever Tanjiro ignited his blade, the demon shifted passengers toward the path of the flame. Tanjiro extinguished it. Inosuke noticed. "Burn through! I'll hurt them. The fire avoids humans. The heat might not." Inosuke grunted. "Complicated power?" "Yes." They reached the engine. Enmu's neck bone lay beneath layers of flesh. The demon attacked with eyes formed across every surface. "Sleep." Tanjiro's consciousness fell into the dream. He cut his own neck immediately. Woke. Another eye caught him. Dream, cut, wake, again, again. Each return blurred the line between sleeping and reality. Tanjiro raised his sword in the real world. For one terrifying instant, he almost cut his physical neck. Inosuke struck him with the flat of a blade. "Wrong world," Tanjiro staggered. "Thank you. I saved your head. You owe me a fight." Enmu's flesh closed around them. Tanjiro ignited the black blade. The spirit found the demon's guilt. Enmu's cruelty was uncomplicated. He enjoyed breaking happy dreams. He enjoyed waking victims at the worst moment. He fed on despair as much as flesh. The doors behind his consciousness opened. Tanjiro could use the stair, but the demon had become the train. The connection might pull every sleeping passenger into the judgment. Tanjiro refused it. "No stair! He deserves it. After they're safe." Inosuke cut through the outer flesh. Tanjiro used Hinokami Kagura, clear blue sky. The flaming sword formed a circle of blue-white light. It struck Enmu's exposed neck bone. Hellfire entered. The demon screamed through every part of the train. Regeneration stopped. Inosuke crossed both jagged blades. Beast breathing fourth fang. Together they severed the neck. The train derailed. Tanjiro remembered weightlessness, metal screaming, passengers thrown from seats, Rengoku moving through the cars faster than collapse, using breathing forms to reduce the impact. Then darkness. When Tanjiro woke, the train lay broken across a field. Dawn remained some distance away. Passengers cried, called for relatives, and climbed from damaged cars, but most were alive. Rengoku had protected them. Tanjiro tried to stand. Pain tore through his abdomen. A piece of Enmu's flesh had wounded him during the derailment. The injury was deep enough that breathing became difficult. Inosuke moved somewhere nearby. Zenitsu and Nezuko helped passengers escape. Rengoku approached. "You have done well." Tanjiro pressed a hand against the wound. "We didn't save everyone." "No," Rengoku knelt beside him, "but despair over those lost must not steal effort from those still living." He instructed Tanjiro to focus his breathing on the injury. Tanjiro tried, the spirit stirred. Lower one died without judgment. He died before harming more people. Insufficient. Rengoku looked toward him. "The presence speaks." "Yes, what does it want?" "To punish a demon that is already dead." Rengoku's eyes remained steady. "Then it does not understand endings." Before Tanjiro could answer, another scent arrived. It struck the field like a blade. Demon, ancient, powerful. Guilt buried beneath battle-lust and grief so dense it seemed almost mineral. The spirit surged harder than ever. Upper rank, a figure landed in the field. Pink hair, blue markings, golden eyes, the number upper 3 written within them. Akaza smiled. His gaze passed over Tanjiro, Inosuke, Zenitsu, and Nezuko, then fixed on Rengoku. "Become a demon." Rengoku stood. "No." Akaza's smile widened. "You possess magnificent fighting spirit. Your strength will decay as a human. Become a demon and we can fight forever." "No, you answer quickly." "My answer is simple." Rengoku drew his sword. "Growing old and dying give human life beauty. Strength exists because time is limited." Akaza's scent changed. Pain moved beneath his pleasure, a memory he refused to face. A sick father, a girl smiling beside a well, a teacher. Blood. Tanjiro saw the first doors. The spirit pushed violently. "Stare. I can't move." "Give control." Tanjiro's heart stopped. The spirit had never offered so directly. It could move his body, even wounded. If Tanjiro opened the final door between them, the rider would rise fully. The presence showed him an image, his flesh surrounded by hellfire, pain erased, bones strengthened, the mark spreading across his entire body. He would stand. He would fight Akaza beside Rengoku, perhaps save him. The cost remained hidden. "What would you take?" Tanjiro whispered. "Permission." Rengoku glanced back. "Do not." Tanjiro stared. "You heard." "No." Rengoku faced Akaza. "But I recognized the expression of someone offered strength without terms." Akaza attacked. Rengoku met him. The field erupted. Flame-breathing collided with destructive death. Fists struck the sword with force that shattered earth. Tanjiro had never seen combat at that level. Rengoku's every movement protected the injured people behind him. Akaza's every movement pursued the thrill of resistance. Tanjiro forced himself upright. His wound opened further. Nezuko rushed toward him. He raised one hand. "Help the passengers," she hesitated. "Go." Nezuko obeyed. Tanjiro drew his sword. The black blade ignited. He entered the battle. Akaza sensed him before the strike arrived. Tanjiro used Hinakami Kagura. Raging Sun, hellfire crossed Akaza's shoulder. The arm ignited. Akaza tore it off instantly and leaped away. New flesh regenerated. Slower than ordinary, but still fast. He looked at the burning arm on the ground as it turned to ash. "Interesting." Tanjiro attacked again. Akaza's fist struck the flat of the blade. Hellfire spread across his knuckles. He severed his own hand with the other arm, regenerated. The new hand formed before the old one finished burning. Tanjiro stared. Akaza laughed. "Your flame is dangerous if it enters deeply." The compass needle appeared beneath his feet. A snowflake pattern of power spread across the field. "But your fighting spirit tells me where you will strike." Tanjiro lunged. Akaza moved before he did. A fist struck Tanjiro's chest. He flew across the ground. Rengoku intercepted the next blow. Flame-breathing fourth form. A wall of sword strikes forced Akaza back. Tanjiro coughed. The spirit burned beneath his pain. He survives contact. "Not clean contact." "Release me." "No." "The flame Hashira dies while you choose weakness." Tanjiro looked at Rengoku. Akaza's speed increased. Rengoku blocked a strike aimed at the train. Another hit his side. He continued fighting. Tanjiro tried to rise again. His body refused. The spirit offered strength. Open. Tanjiro remembered Fujikasen, the forest screaming, Rui's memories filling his mind. Those had been fragments of the spirit's full power. What would happen if it seated itself completely? Would Tanjiro return? Would the rider distinguish Akaza from every guilty human nearby? The answer did not matter if Rengoku died while Tanjiro hesitated. Tanjiro placed his marked palm against the ground. Take enough to stand. The spirit became still. No half seat. Then no! Akaza struck Rengoku through the chest. The world stopped. Rengoku's sword cut deeply into Akaza's neck at the same moment. Akaza froze. Rengoku's free hand trapped his arm. The flame Hashira held him in place. Dawn approached. Akaza pulled. Rengoku did not release him. Tanjiro screamed and ran. He should not have been able to move. Breathing, grief, and hellfire forced his legs forward. The spirit rose behind his eyes. Akaza looked toward him. For one instant, their gazes met. The penance stare connected. Tanjiro saw a human man kneeling beside graves, a father dead by his own hand, a teacher poisoned, a woman named Kayuki lying still, a promise to become strong enough to protect them, a massacre committed in grief, then Musen, transformation, centuries spent worshipping strength because weakness had once taken everything. Akaza felt the door open. His smile vanished. Tanjiro's hellfire climbed the sword. "Look at them!" Akaza screamed. The stare began to pull him inward, but his survival instinct was stronger than his willingness to remember. He tore both arms from his trapped body. Rengoku remained holding severed flesh. Akaza leaped backward. Tanjiro's flaming blade crossed his torso. A clean hit. Almost. Akaza twisted before the blade reached his core. Hellfire entered one side of his body. Black cracks spread. He tore away the burning flesh as he fled. The rising sun touched the field. Akaza ran toward the forest. Tanjiro ripped Rengoku's sword from the ground and threw it. The blade pierced Akaza's shoulder. "Coward!" Akaza disappeared among the trees. Smoke and hellfire followed him. He had survived, but the wound did not heal completely. For the first time in centuries, Upper Three fled carrying a fire inside his blood. Tanjiro fell beside Rengoku. The flame Hashira sat against a broken piece of the train. Blood darkened his uniform. His breathing had become shallow. Tanjiro pressed both hands against the wound. Hellfire rose instinctively, not judgment, desperation. "Burn the demon blood," Tanjiro begged. "Close the injury, do something." The spirit examined Rengoku. No corruption. No demonic regeneration, no path for hellfire to heal what flesh had lost. He ends. No, death is not guilt. The flame cannot punish it. Then change! Tanjiro's hands ignited. Rengoku's clothing began to smoke. Tanjiro extinguished the flames immediately. "I'm sorry," Rengoku smiled. "You attempted to command fire into mercy. It didn't work." "Not yet." Tanjiro's tears fell. "I could have let it take control." Rengoku looked at him. "I know, I might have reached you sooner. Perhaps. I could have stopped Akaza. Perhaps." The uncertainty hurt worse than blame. Rengoku lifted one hand and placed it on Tanjiro's shoulder. "Listen carefully." Tanjiro tried to steady his breathing. "Grief will offer you certainty," Rengoku said. "It will tell you that one forbidden choice could have saved everything." The spirit stirred angrily. Rengoku continued. "You cannot build your life around the possibility that surrendering yourself might have changed one moment. But you're dying. Yes, you're not afraid." "I am." Tanjiro smelled it. Fear existed within Rengoku, quiet, human. He did not pretend otherwise. "But fear does not choose for me," Rengoku said. His hand tightened weakly. "Do not let grief seat the thing inside you." Tanjiro bowed his head. "I don't want to lose you. That is not yours to decide." The words were gentle. Rengoku looked toward the damaged train. Passengers stood alive beneath the coming sunrise. Zenitsu leaned against Inazuka. Nezuko remained in shadow, watching. "My duty was fulfilled." "No," Tanjiro said. "You still have people waiting for you. My father." Rengoku's smile became sad. "My brother." He gave Tanjiro messages for them. Words of encouragement. No accusation. No regret sharpened into cruelty. Tanjiro felt the spirit examining Rengoku's life. It found failure, not enough strength to defeat Akaza. not enough time to repair his relationship with his father, but the spirit did not reach toward him. Rengoku did not carry those failures as guilt demanding punishment. He carried them as unfinished love. The difference silenced the flame. Rengoku looked at Nezuko. "I believe in her." Tanjiro raised his head. "I saw her protect humans aboard the train. Whatever the Corps decides in the future, remember that I witnessed her choice." Nezuko knelt several steps away, avoiding the sunlight. Tears ran down her face. Rengoku smiled at her. "Set your heart ablaze." His gaze returned to Tanjiro. "But remember, a flame is not great because it burns the hottest." Tanjiro could barely speak. "What makes it great? What it keeps warm." Rengoku's hand slipped from his shoulder. The sun rose. Light crossed the field. Kyojuro Rengoku died smiling. The spirit tried to take control after that, not by force, by agreement. Tanjiro knelt beside Rengoku's body while rage hollowed him. Akaza had escaped. Enmu had killed passengers. The Corps would call the mission a victory because Lower One had been destroyed and hundreds survived. Tanjiro wanted no part of that word. He runs wounded. Tanjiro stared toward the forest. The hellfire mark spread from his palm to his wrist. We can follow. His black sword ignited where it lay. The sun drives him underground. We can burn the earth until he emerges. Blue-white flames spread through the grass. Inosuke turned. "Tanjiro!" Zenitsu backed away. Nezuko moved closer. Tanjiro rose. The spirit filled his bones. The world became guilt. Passengers who lied, workers who stole, slayers who failed, small wrongs illuminated around him like sparks. The spirit did not intend to punish them, not yet, but full control would leave no room for nuance, only targets and obstacles. Tanjiro looked toward the forest. Akaza's wounded scent remained. He could follow. He could give the spirit the seat. Rengoku's final words returned. "Do not let grief seat the thing inside you." Tanjiro's legs shook. "He killed him. Yes, he enjoyed it. Yes, he'll kill again. Yes, then why shouldn't I let you hunt him?" The spirit answered with complete honesty. "Because I may not return the body." Tanjiro closed his eyes. At last, the hidden cost had a shape. The spirit did not promise to possess him forever. It did not promise to release him either. Once fully seated, it would continue until vengeance felt complete. Against Akaza, against Muzan, against every guilty soul found along the road. The spirit's idea of completion might never arrive. Tanjiro opened his eyes. Nezuko stood before him. She did not touch the flames. She held out one hand. Behind her, Rengoku rested in the sunlight. Tanjiro inhaled. The air entered painfully. He exhaled. The flames lowered. The spirit resisted. Tanjiro breathed again. Water moved beneath fire. Adaptation beneath certainty. A third breath. The hellfire retreated from the grass. The mark stopped spreading. The sword went dark. Tanjiro collapsed into Nezuko's arms. The spirit withdrew, not defeated, denied. Inosuke stood nearby, trembling beneath the boar mask. "Don't cry," he said. His own voice broke. "Rengoku said to set our hearts on fire." Zenitsu wiped his face. "That doesn't mean we can't cry." Inosuke began shouting at the sky, then crying louder than either of them. Tanjiro held Nezuko. The grief did not become smaller, but it remained his. That was the victory Rengoku had asked of him, not defeating Akaza, not avoiding pain, keeping his own seat. Far from the train, Akaza buried himself beneath the earth before sunlight reached him. His body regenerated around the wounds. The Nichiren sword was forced from his shoulder. The cut across his torso closed, but thin blue cracks remained beneath his skin. Hellfire moved through his blood, slowly, persistently. Whenever Akaza closed his eyes, he saw Kayuki, his father, Kizo. The penance stare had lasted less than a second. It had not been enough to judge him fully. It had been enough to break the wall. Akaza struck his own head against the earth until the memories became distant. They returned anyway. For the first time since becoming Upper Three, regeneration could not remove pain. Above him, the sun crossed the morning sky. Near the wrecked Mugen train, Demon Slayer reinforcements gathered around the dead flame Hashira. The passengers called Rengoku a hero. Most would never understand the battle that preserved their lives. They would remember a loud man with flame-colored hair moving through a collapsing train. They would remember a boy carrying blue fire. They would remember waking from beautiful dreams to discover that reality still contained loss. Tanjiro sat beside Rengoku until the Kakashi came. He did not use hellfire to mark the grave. He did not swear vengeance. He simply promised aloud that Akaza would be stopped. Not because Tanjiro needed his suffering, because no one else should die beneath his fists. The spirit listened. For once, it did not correct him. Two kinds of flame had met aboard the Mugen train. One was ancient, absolute, and built to punish. The other lived inside a mortal man who knew he would someday die. The stronger fire had not belonged to the immortal spirit. It belonged to Rengoku, because the spirit burned when wrong already existed. Rengoku burned so others might live before wrong could reach them. Tanjiro carried both lessons away from the field. Hellfire could destroy lower moons. It could wound an upper rank. It could force buried guilt toward the surface. But it could not protect everyone merely by burning hotter. Akaza had survived. Rengoku had fallen. And the next time Tanjiro faced Upper 3, a glancing strike would not be enough. He would have to land the flame cleanly. He would have to open every door Akaza had sealed. And most importantly, he would have to do it without letting vengeance decide that grief gave it ownership of his body. The flame Hashira was gone, but his regiment remained. A frightened thunder swordsman, a wild boy wearing a boar's head, a demon girl who chose humanity every night, and a marked swordsman carrying two flames inside him, one that demanded punishment, and one that now remembered what it meant to protect warmth. Chapter 10, The District Burns Twice. The entertainment district looked like a place built to make people forget the dark. Lanterns covered every street. Music slipped through open windows. Laughter followed painted faces beneath silk umbrellas. Perfume, incense, food, sweat, money, and loneliness mixed until Tanjiro could barely separate one scent from another. Everything glittered. Everything hid something. Tenjin Yuzui stood at the entrance to the district with both hands on his hips, looking deeply disappointed in the three boys before him. "This is tragic." Zenitsu adjusted the makeup covering his face. "You made us look like this. I worked with what I had. You gave me yellow circles on my cheeks. They match your hair. They make me look diseased." Inasuk wore a woman's kimono and no makeup at all. His boar mask had been taken away. Without it, his face was so unexpectedly delicate that several people passing nearby had already stopped to stare. Inasuk glared at Zenitsu. "Why are they looking at me?" "Because you're prettier than all of us. I will defeat beauty." "You can't defeat beauty." Tanjiro stood between them, dressed in a simple patterned kimono with his forehead mark covered by powder. Tenjin looked at him. "At least one of you resembles a person." "Thank you. That was not praise." Nezuko rested inside her box on Tanjiro's back. The spirit of vengeance remained quiet, not sleeping, watching. It had disliked the district immediately. Too many concealed intentions. Too many people smiling while feeling fear. Too much guilt in one place. The spirit preferred guilt that announced itself through violence. The district offered subtler wrongs, debts, manipulation, broken promises, exploitation, cruelty hidden beneath etiquette. It pressed against Tanjiro's senses, trying to examine everything. Rot beneath silk. Tanjiro adjusted the strap of Nezuko's box. "We are here for a demon. Many humans harm one another here. Then they need help, not fire. Some require judgment. Not from us tonight." Tenjin's eyes moved toward Tanjiro. "The flame talking? Yes. Tell it to remain unflashy until we know where the demon is." The spirit reacted. "The jeweled one is arrogant." Tanjiro almost smiled. "He agrees. I knew it would." Tenjin turned toward the district. 3 of his wives had disappeared while investigating possible demon activity. Suma, Makio, Hinatsaru, all trained shinobi, all capable. None had reported back. That alone had been enough for Tenjin to suspect an upper rank. Tanjiro had smelled the concern beneath his confidence from the moment they met. Tenjin called himself a god constantly. His guilt smelled painfully human. "Listen carefully," Tenjin said. "You 3 will enter separate houses. Find information about my wives, the demon, or anyone disappearing under strange circumstances." Zenitsu raised one hand. "Why are we dressed like girls?" "Because boys carrying swords attract attention." "Then why aren't you dressed like a girl?" Tenjin looked offended. "Because I would be too beautiful. The district would collapse." Tanjiro believed he was serious. Tenjin pointed toward the 3 major houses. Keep your swords hidden. Do not attack unless you confirm a demon. Do not expose Nezuko. The spirit warmed at the implied restriction. Tanjiro placed a hand over the mark on his palm. What happens when we find the upper rank? Tenjin's expression changed. The humor remained. The softness left. You survive long enough for me to arrive. Inazuki grinned. I'll kill it first. No, I'm the Mountain King. You are a child dressed as a woman. Inazuki reached for a sword he was not currently carrying. Tenjin looked toward Tanjiro. Your fire hurt upper 3. A glancing hit. It still prevented complete healing. For a while, that is more than most slayers accomplish before dying. Tanjiro remembered Rengoku beneath the rising sun, Akaza fleeing with blue cracks beneath his skin. The spirit stirred. Upper 3 still breathes. Tanjiro's voice cooled. Not forever. Tenjin studied him. The change was small, but Tanjiro felt it too. Before Mugen Train, he had spoken of demons dying because people needed protection. Now, sometimes, he imagined Akaza burning, not simply stopping, burning. He heard Kyuki's name whenever he closed his eyes. He remembered Rengoku's hand slipping from his shoulder. Grief had not seated the spirit. It had left the door unlocked. Tanjiro kept one hand against it at all times. Tenjin turned away. Find the demon. Leave revenge outside the district. Tanjiro looked toward the sea of lanterns. I will, the spirit whispered. Lie. Tanjiro said nothing. The houses swallowed them separately. Zenitsu entered the Kyogoku house. Inazuki entered the Ajinomoto house. Tanjiro was taken into the Takedo house. The women there renamed him immediately. They taught him how to carry trays, fold cloth, and move without disturbing customers. Tanjiro performed each task carefully. The house matron praised his work ethic. The other attendants found his forehead mark strange, even beneath the powder. No one suspected the sword hidden beneath loose floorboards in his sleeping room. No one knew a demon slept inside the wooden box stored beneath blankets. Tanjiro spent 3 days listening. He learned Hinatsuru had once worked at the house and left after becoming ill. That illness smelled suspicious. A courtesan from a neighboring house had disappeared after arguing with an Warren. Servants whispered about a woman named Warabeheim, beautiful, cruel, young in appearance, though stories about her seemed to stretch back decades. The spirit noticed every frightened scent attached to her name. The guilty wears a face. Perhaps, I suspect, burn the house, she will emerge. Tanjiro stopped sweeping. No, an attendant passing nearby glanced at him. Did you say something? Tanjiro bowed. I remembered something. She shrugged and continued walking. The spirit pressed harder. Delay feeds the dead. Tanjiro's grip tightened around the broom. Rengoku's death had changed the voice, or perhaps it had changed the way Tanjiro heard it. Every delay now sounded like failure. Every decision to gather information felt like choosing to risk another body. Tenjin's wives might already be dead. Zenitsu and Inazuki could be walking beneath a demon's attention. Nezuko slept in a box while people disappeared. The spirit offered the simplicity of destruction. Burn everything hiding guilt. See what remained. Tanjiro breathed. Water beneath fire. Movement beneath certainty. The broom handle cooled in his hand. That evening, Tanjiro smelled demon blood, not from the upper rooms. Below, far below, a network of tunnels ran beneath the district. Inside them, people were alive, wrapped, stored. The scent stretched across multiple houses. A living sash moved beneath the city. Tanjiro left the Takedo house after midnight. Nezuko emerged from her box. Together, they followed the scent through narrow alleys. A section of ground shifted. A patterned sash slid through a crack in the wall and vanished. Tanjiro drew his black sword. The blade warmed. Not yet. Nezuko crouched beside the crack. Her claws entered the stone. She pulled. The wall broke open. A deep passage waited beyond. From inside came human fear and Inazuki's voice. I found the worm! Tanjiro jumped into the opening. The underground chamber was filled with cloth. Not ordinary cloth. Living obi sashes covered the walls and ceiling, twisting around wooden beams and stone supports. Human bodies were trapped inside them like insects in webs. Some were unconscious, some struggled weakly. Inazuki cut through the chamber with both jagged swords, laughing as the sashes attacked from every direction. You're late! Tanjiro landed beside him. How long have you been here? Long enough to defeat the tunnels. You can't defeat tunnels. I'm doing it now! A sash struck. Tanjiro cut it. The severed cloth regenerated instantly. Demon scent filled the chamber. But the sash was not the whole demon, a separated part, an extension. The spirit pushed. Burn. People are trapped inside. Innocence remains untouched. Heat doesn't. Inasu cut another sash. It keeps growing back. Tanjiro looked at the trapped humans. Some sashes wrapped directly around their necks. A wide hellfire release could burn the demon cloth away. It could also suffocate or injure the victims before they were freed. Nezuko, Tanjiro said. Get them out! She nodded. Tanjiro used water breathing to create openings. Inasu cut through outer layers. Nezuko tore people free and carried them toward the tunnel entrance. The sash adapted. It stopped attacking Tanjiro directly and tightened around the captives instead. The spirit surged. Hostages again. Tanjiro felt the old frustration sharpen. Demons had learned, hide among humans, tie survival to victims, force the burning boy to hesitate. A sash wrapped around Nezuko's waist. Tanjiro cut it. Another struck his back. The core uniform tore. Inasu jumped onto the wall and ran along it. I'll find the heart. There isn't one here. Then I'll make one and stab it, Tanjiro almost asked how. Then the chamber shook. An enormous section of obi rose from the floor. A face formed within it, a woman's face, beautiful and furious. You, it hissed. Tanjiro smelled the main demon through the connection. Warabeheim Daki, upper rank 6. The number became clear in the memory carried by the sash. The spirit awakened fully, upper moon. Blue-white flame appeared along Tanjiro's blade. The sash recoiled. The demon knew the scent. Musen's memories had reached her, the boy with the fire that wounded him. You're the Kamado child, Daki said. Tanjiro's eyes narrowed. You know my name. Master Musen hates you. The words changed the temperature of the chamber. Musen knew Tanjiro lived. He spoke of him to the upper moons. The spirit rose in response. The first guilty watches through her. Tanjiro felt Musen's blood inside the sash. A path, thin but real. Hellfire could enter Daki. Perhaps through her it could touch the curse linking every demon to Musen. Tanjiro raised the sword. The trapped humans cried out as the sashes tightened. Daki smiled. You can't burn me while they're inside. Tanjiro's anger became cold. No, the spirit pushed. Acceptable loss. Upper rank destroyed. Tanjiro froze. The words were direct. No disguise. The lives in the chamber weighed against an upper moon. The same calculation from the morning after the massacre. One life against thousands. Tanjiro tightened his grip. No loss is acceptable while I can still choose. Your choice preserves the guilty. My choice saves the living. The fire thinned along the blade. Instead of expanding, it became a narrow edge. Tanjiro moved. Hinakami Kagura. Burning bones, summer sun. The blue-white arc cut through the chamber, not the entire sash. Only the lines between the demon cloth and its captives. Every connection burned at once. The people fell free. Daki screamed through the cloth. The hellfire traveled toward her main body. She severed the entire underground sash network from herself. The chamber erupted in ash. The trapped victims hit the floor. Inasu grabbed 2. Nezuko caught 3. Tanjiro carried the nearest woman. The demon presence above the district roared. The real fight had begun. Daki stood atop a roof beneath the lantern-lit sky. Her hair had turned white. Green tips framed her face. Floral markings spread across her skin. Living obi sashes moved behind her like blades. Tenjin faced her from the opposite roof. Zenitsu was missing. The scent of his fear remained inside one of the sashes. Makio and Suma had been freed from the underground chamber. Hinatsuru remained somewhere in the district, poisoned but alive. Tenjin's anger filled the rooftops. Return my subordinate, Daki laughed. You mean the ugly yellow girl? A section of obi opened. Zenitsu's sleeping face appeared inside. I found him irritating. Tenjin vanished. His twin blades struck. Daki blocked with layered sashes. The impact shattered windows across the street. Tanjiro landed on the roof with Nezuko. Inasu followed. Daki looked at the siblings. Hatred entered her scent, not simple hatred, jealousy. Daki had spent more than a century measuring herself through beauty, Musen's approval, and the protection of someone hidden within her body. Nezuko stood beside a brother who loved her without demanding proof. Daki wanted to destroy that sight. Tanjiro saw the doors behind her eyes, a burning district long ago, a dying girl, a brother carrying her through the snow, human cruelty before demon cruelty. The spirit found an opening. Stare. Not yet, Daki attacked. Sashes filled the street. Tanjiro used Hinakami Kagura to cut through them. Hellfire prevented immediate regeneration, but Daki produced more. Tenjin moved faster than Tanjiro could follow, cutting several at once while protecting nearby buildings. Inasu climbed the roof edge. "Where's the neck?" "The obvious place," Tenjin shouted. "I knew that." Daki's sash struck Inasu through a wall. Zenitsu woke inside the Obi prison. Thunder shook the street. He tore free in a flash of yellow light. Daki recoiled. "What are these ugly things?" Zenitsu's eyes remained closed. His voice was quiet. "You made a girl cry." Lightning gathered around him. "That is enough." Tanjiro felt the spirit approve. The trembling one carries useful anger. Tanjiro almost answered. Daki's sash wrapped around his sword arm. It tightened. The blade cut into his own shoulder. Nezuko attacked. Her kick severed Daki's head from her body. For one heartbeat, everyone stopped. The head landed on the roof. Daki blinked, then screamed, not from death, humiliation. "How dare you!" Her body did not disintegrate. The neck began reconnecting through threads of flesh. Tenjin landed beside the head. "She isn't dying!" Tanjiro smelled it. Another demon, inside her. Daki screamed at her own body. "Brother!" Something crawled from her back. A thin man emerged from her flesh, hunched and sickly, with dark markings across his body. Green-black hair hung around a face twisted by resentment. Jutaro. His scent struck Tanjiro harder than Daki's. Poison, blood, poverty, hatred cultivated through a lifetime, and love, ugly, possessive, desperate love for the sister he had protected since birth. The spirit opened countless doors. Jutaro looked at Tanjiro, his yellow eyes narrowed. "You've got a nice face." He scratched at his own skin. "Good eyes, a sister who follows you, people who help you." Jealousy poisoned every word. "You should lose something." Tenjin moved first. Jutaro's sickles appeared. Their clash tore through the roof. Poisoned blood blades spread across the street. Tanjiro blocked one. The liquid touched his hellfire. It ignited. Blue-white flame traveled back toward Jutaro. He cut off the section of blood before it reached him. Like Akaza, he learned after one contact. "Bad fire," Jutaro muttered. Tenjin attacked from above. Daki's sashes intercepted him. The two demons moved together. Shared senses, shared life, a neck each. Both had to be severed at the same moment. Tanjiro smelled the bond. It was not false like Rui's family. Daki and Jutaro truly loved one another. That love had not made them kind. It had made them dangerous. The spirit struggled with the contradiction. Bond protects guilt. Love doesn't erase choice. Then burn both. After the civilians are clear. The district had begun emptying. Suma and Makio led people from buildings. Zenitsu and Inasu engaged Daki. Tenjin fought Jutaro. Tanjiro moved between them, using brief hellfire strikes to destroy blood blades before they reached the streets. He noticed the difference immediately. Daki's regeneration slowed after contact. Jutaro's barely did. The male demon's body resisted through sheer density of Musen's blood. Hellfire wounded him. It did not erase him instantly. Upper Six was weaker than Akaza, still beyond ordinary demons. Tenjin's blade cut Jutaro's neck halfway. The wound closed around the steel. Jutaro's sickle entered Tenjin's side. Poison spread. Tenjin smiled. "I've had better." His scent said otherwise. The poison was powerful. His shinobi training slowed it, not enough. Tanjiro attacked from behind. Hinakami Kagura. Fake rainbow. Jutaro followed the afterimage. Tanjiro's real blade cut across his back. Hellfire entered deeply. Jutaro screamed. Black cracks spread across his torso. Regeneration began around them. Slowly, painfully, but it began. Daki cried out across the street as she felt her brother's wound. The shared life carried suffering between them. The spirit saw the connection. One soul divided. Tanjiro understood. A clean hellfire strike on one might burn both, but the shared bond also created a defense. Each could absorb part of the other's suffering, distribute damage, delay destruction. Jutaro twisted and kicked Tanjiro through a wall. The room beyond belonged to a family. They had not evacuated. A mother covered two children beneath a table. Jutero's blood blades followed. Tanjiro raised his sword. Hellfire exploded across the room. The blades burned before reaching the family. The wooden walls caught. Tanjiro pulled the flame back. Too late. A curtain burned. The ceiling ignited. The mother screamed. Nezuko entered through the broken wall. Her blood demon art spread across the ordinary fire. Red flames consumed the blue-white heat without touching the humans. Tanjiro stared. Nezuko's fire burned demon influence. The hellfire was not demonic, yet her will reshaped it. The flames lowered around the family. For the first time, Tanjiro saw the possibility Rengoku had named. Command fire into mercy. Nezuko had done it instinctively. She carried the children outside. Tanjiro followed. The spirit recoiled from her influence. She alters judgment. She saves people. She weakens consequence. She gives it purpose. Jutaro attacked again. Tanjiro met him in the street. The fight divided the district. Zenitsu and Inazuma pursued Daki across the rooftops. Tenjin and Tanjiro held Jutaro below. The sound Hashira's poison worsened. His heartbeat changed. His left hand trembled. Tanjiro smelled death approaching. Rengoku's death. The same widening space between breaths. The spirit sensed Tanjiro's grief and surged. Another Hashira falls. No! Open the seat. No! You refused before. One died. Tanjiro's sword flared. The accusation entered every wound. If he had surrendered on the train, perhaps Rengoku would have survived. If he refused now, Tenjin might die. The spirit offered strength, not hidden this time. A skeletal shape appeared briefly around Tanjiro's shoulders, made from blue-white flame. Jutaro stopped. What is that? Tanjiro's vision changed. He saw guilt across the district. Small lights, large fires. Jutaro burned like a poisoned sun. The spirit pressed toward full control. Seat me, save the living. The argument had changed. Not vengeance, protection. The spirit had learned Tanjiro's language. That terrified him more. Tenjin noticed the flames forming around Tanjiro's face. Kamado! Tanjiro heard him distantly. The rider's shape grew, bones of fire around flesh. A jawline beneath Tanjiro's skin. The spirit could take pain, make the body continue, turn injury into fuel. Tanjiro imagined himself standing after every wound, fighting until the upper rank burned. Tenjin surviving, no one else dying. Then he smelled the nearby civilians, their guilt, arguments, small cruelties. The rider saw them too, not targets yet, but visible. Full control would open every door. Tanjiro remembered Rengoku. A flame is not great because it burns the hottest. He pulled back. The skeletal fire vanished. Jutaro attacked immediately. His sickle crossed Tanjiro's jaw. Poison entered the cut. Tanjiro fell. Tenjin blocked the next strike. You almost transformed. Tanjiro forced himself upright. Yes, would it have worked? Yes, would you come back? I don't know. Tenjin grinned through blood. Then that option lacks style. Jutaro laughed. You're both dying. Tenjin's muscles tightened. The sound Hashira stopped his own heart. For one terrible moment his scent vanished. Jutaro looked surprised. Tenjin disappeared from the compass of sound he had built through the battle. His blade cut through Jutaro's arm. The heart restarted. Tenjin's musical score was complete. He had read Jutaro's attack pattern as rhythm. Kamado, he shouted. One opening. Tanjiro inhaled. Poison burned through his body. The spirit offered immunity through surrender. Tanjiro refused. He used total concentration, forced blood away from the wound, forced his legs forward. Jutaro and Tenjin exchanged dozens of blows. Sickles, blades, explosions. Hellfire waded along Tanjiro's sword, not large, compressed. Every lesson gathered into one edge. Water's adaptation. Hinakami Kagura's rhythm. Rengoku's purpose, Daki's discipline, Sabido's limit, Nezuko's mercy. Jutaro saw him approaching. You're too slow. Tanjiro threw the sword. Jutaro dodged. The blade passed him. A trick. Tanjiro closed the distance empty-handed and slammed his forehead into Jutaro's face. The old scar burned. The spirit entered through contact. Jutaro froze. Tanjiro saw the doors. A sickly boy born in the poorest part of the district. Beaten, starved, despised for his appearance, a beautiful sister who became his only pride, men hurting her, Jutaro killing to protect her, their bodies burning, Dama offering blood. Centuries of feeding together, every victim reduced to payment for a world that had treated them cruelly first. The penance stare opened. Jutaro screamed. Tanjiro screamed with him. The spirit forced the demon to feel every person whose envy he had used as justification. People with loving siblings, people born healthy, people with food. Jutaro had hated them for possessing what he lacked. He had made innocence feel like an insult. The stare made him experience each death, but Daki felt it too. Across the rooftops, she screamed. The shared soul carried judgment between them. Zenitsu's blade approached her neck. Inasu crossed from the opposite side. Daki's memory entered Tanjiro. A girl named Ume burned alive for injuring a samurai. A brother crawling toward her body. A lifetime shaped by a world with no mercy. The spirit burned hotter. Both guilty, yes. Both victims, yes. The spirit hesitated. The contradiction widened. Tanjiro seized control of it. Pain explains what you became. Jutaro's eyes locked on his. It does not excuse what you chose. The hellfire focused, not on their childhood, not on the harm done to them, on the lives they had taken afterward, centuries of decisions. The boundary became clear. Victimhood was not guilt. Cruelty chosen after suffering was. Tanjiro released the stare after 3 breaths. Jutaro staggered, his will shattered. Tenjin kicked Tanjiro's black sword from where it had landed. The weapon spun through the air. Tanjiro caught it. Hellfire ignited. Hinakami Kagura, Dragon Sun Halo head dance. The blade crossed Jutaro's neck. At the same moment, Zenitsu and Inasu severed Daki's. Both heads fell. For 1 heartbeat, nothing happened. Then hellfire entered the shared connection. Daki's body ignited from within. Jutaro's did the same. Their regeneration began, failed, began again, failed again. The demon blood fought the judgment. Hellfire punished every attempt to restore corrupted flesh. Black cracks covered both bodies. Daki screamed for her brother. Jutaro's head turned toward her. Even separated, they tried to crawl closer. Tanjiro saw it. The spirit wanted to hold them apart, make each die alone. Greater pain, greater consequence. Tanjiro lowered his sword. No, they caused separation. They're already dying. Let them feel what they gave others. They did. Tanjiro picked up Daki's head. Tenjin stared. What are you doing? Tanjiro carried it toward Jutaro. The spirit burned angrily inside him. Mercy. Yes. He placed the heads near one another. Daki looked at her brother. Fear left her face. Jutaro's expression softened. Then their anger returned. They blamed each other. Daki called him ugly. Jutaro told her she would have lived better without him. Their words became weapons because love made separation unbearable. Tanjiro knelt. Stop! They looked at him. You're using the last moments to hurt each other. Daki began crying. Jutaro looked away. The hellfire continued consuming them. Tanjiro saw their human selves beneath the demon forms. A brother carrying his burned sister through snow. A girl holding onto him because there was nowhere else to go. You stayed together when the world gave you nothing, Tanjiro said. Jutaro's eyes narrowed. Don't pity us. I don't. Tanjiro thought of the victims. You killed many people. You have to answer for that. Daki trembled. But you don't need to die hating the only person you loved. The spirit recoiled. Judgment incomplete. Tanjiro ignored it. Jutaro looked at Daki. The demon forms faded. For a moment they appeared human. Ume reached for her brother. Jutaro took her hand. They walked together into the dark. Their bodies became ash. The hellfire vanished. The district exploded. Jutaro's final blood blades had been released before decapitation. They tore through streets and buildings. Tanjiro barely had time to turn. Nezuko reached him first. Her red flames spread across the blood blades. The demonic poison burned away, but physical destruction continued. Roofs collapsed. Lanterns shattered. Fire moved from building to building. The entertainment district burned a second time, first beneath human cruelty that created Jutaro and Ume. Now beneath the consequences of the demons they became. Tanjiro tried to stand. The poison entered his heart. His legs failed. Nezuko caught him. Tenjin lay beneath rubble. One hand was gone, one eye destroyed. His heart continued beating. Suma screamed his name while Makio and Hinatsuru tried to free him. Zenitsu lay unconscious. Inasu had been stabbed through the chest. His heartbeat was faint. Tanjiro crawled toward him. The spirit spoke. He dies. No, the sickle pierced the heart. Inasu opened one eye. My organs can move. Tanjiro stared. What? I moved them? That doesn't make sense. I'm flexible. Then Inazuki passed out. Nezuko burned the poison from his body. Her blood demon art spread across Tanjiro and Tenjin too, consuming Jutero's cells without harming human flesh. Tanjiro watched. The same fire that once only destroyed demon blood had become precise enough to heal poison, not restore lost flesh, not reverse death, but redirect destruction toward mercy. The spirit observed. She uses flame without judgment. Yes, impossible. No, Tanjiro looked at Nezuko. It's a choice. The spirit became silent. The sun rose over ruins. The district survived. Barely. People emerged from shelters and alleys. Some buildings had collapsed. Others smoldered. The dead were counted quietly. Far fewer than there might have been. Still too many for celebration. Tenjin lay against a wall while his wives surrounded him. Suma cried loudly enough to frighten nearby Kakashi. Makio shouted at her for crying. Hinatsuru smiled through exhaustion. Tenjin looked toward Tanjiro. Upper Six is dead. Tanjiro sat nearby, bandaged and weak. Yes, 200 years. What? No upper rank had been killed in more than a century. Tenjin looked at the ruins. Today changes the war. The spirit approved. The guilty fall. Tanjiro looked at the ashes drifting between buildings. Today changes people's homes. Tenjin studied him. You don't feel victorious. No, you should. Should I? Tenjin leaned his head back against the wall. Victory and grief can occupy the same room. Tanjiro remembered Rui. The spirit hated mixtures. Humans lived inside them. Tenjin continued. If you refuse every victory because someone suffered, you insult the people who survived. Tanjiro looked toward the families emerging from shelters. And if I celebrate while they bury someone, then you insult the dead. Tenjin grinned faintly. Complicated. Yes, good, simple people are rarely flashy. Tanjiro almost smiled. Tenjin's gaze moved to the chain mark on Tanjiro's hand. It now reached halfway up his wrist. The fire spread farther. Tanjiro covered it with his sleeve. I almost let it take control. I saw. It used protection as the reason. Tenjin's expression sharpened. That is new. Yes, the thing learns. Tanjiro looked down. So do I, then learn faster. The words were harsh, not cruel. Tenjin had watched comrades die because hesitation lasted a breath too long. You're colder than you were at headquarters, he said. Tanjiro looked up. The spirit became still. Am I? You didn't hesitate before using the stare on Jutaro. He was killing you. That is an explanation. Tanjiro waited. Not an answer. Tenjin's gaze was steady. When you looked at him, part of you wanted him to suffer. Tanjiro remembered the moment. Jutaro's envy, Rengoku's death, Tenjin's fading heartbeat, the memory of Akaza fleeing. Yes, the admission tasted bitter. Tenjin nodded once. Good. Tanjiro frowned. That's good. Admitting poison exists is how you avoid drinking more. He looked toward his missing hand. I was trained to kill before I understood why. It took years to learn that obedience and purpose are not the same. Tanjiro touched the mark. The stare worked better because I was angry. That should frighten you. It does. Then keep the fear. Tenjin closed his eyes. But don't worship it. The Hashira received the news by Crow. Upper Six destroyed. Tenjin Uzui alive but permanently injured. Multiple slayers wounded. Civilian district heavily damaged. Hellfire used in controlled and uncontrolled bursts. Penance stare deployed against both upper rank components. At the Yubayashiki estate, Kaguya laughed softly when he heard the result. His daughters had never heard him sound so relieved. An upper moon had fallen. The balance of centuries had shifted. Muzan felt it too. Inside the Infinity Castle, he summoned the remaining upper ranks. Akaza arrived carrying faint blue cracks beneath his skin that had never fully vanished. Damas smiled. Kokoshibo remained silent. Muzan's rage shook the castle. Daki and Jutaro were dead, not by sunlight alone, not by Nichiren decapitation alone. Their shared life had been burned from within. Muzan looked at Akaza. The Kamado boy. Akaza's fist tightened. Kyuki's face flashed through his mind. The hellfire wound awakened. Yes, kill him, Akaza bowed, but beneath obedience another desire had formed, not merely to defeat Tanjiro. To prove the memories were lies, to prove strength could erase grief if pursued long enough. Far away, Tanjiro slept inside the butterfly mansion. His body healed, his mind did not rest. In dreams, Daki and Jutaro argued. Rui reached for his parents. The hand demon crushed fox masks. Enmu offered a warm home. Akaza fled into the dawn. Rengoku smiled. The dead crowded closer. The spirit stood among them, no longer a distant flame. It wore Tanjiro's outline more clearly now. Blue-white bones, burning eyes, a chain wrapped around one arm. You improve. Tanjiro faced it. So do you. I learned protection opens the seat. Tanjiro's fear rose. The spirit smiled with his face. You learned anger sharpens judgment. Neither denied it. The cost mechanic had changed. Every stare left memories. Every great ignition left a mark. Every victory made the rider easier to summon, and every loss made Tanjiro more willing to consider it. He woke before dawn. Nezuko slept beside the bed in her smaller form. Tanjiro looked at his reflection in the dark window. For one moment, his eyes appeared blue-white. Then they became human again. He touched the mark reaching up his wrist. The entertainment district had burned twice. The first fire created 2 demons from abandoned children. The second destroyed the monsters they became. But another fire remained. Quiet, learning, growing behind Tanjiro's ribs. He had entered the district believing he only needed to control how much hellfire he released. He left understanding the deeper danger. The flame was not simply becoming stronger. It was becoming more like him, and Tanjiro, with every death he carried, was becoming more like it. Chapter 11, Unmaking a God of Strength. The mark on Tanjiro's wrist stopped growing 3 months after the entertainment district burned. It did not fade. The dark chain-shaped lines remained wrapped around his right arm, beginning at his palm and ending halfway between his wrist and elbow. During ordinary days, they resembled an old scar beneath the skin. When the spirit awakened, they glowed. Blue-white light moved through each link. Shinobu examined the mark at least twice a week. She measured Tanjiro's body temperature, tested his reflexes, checked his memory, and asked questions he increasingly disliked answering. What did you dream about last night? Rui. Only Rui. Jutaro was there too. Did they speak? No. Did the spirit? Yes. Shinobu wrote something in her notebook. Tanjiro sat on the examination table inside the butterfly mansion. Morning light passed through the open window. Nezuko slept in the shade nearby. What did it say? Shinobu asked. That I'm becoming more efficient. Her pen stopped. At killing demons? At judging them. Shinobu resumed writing. That distinction worries you? Yes, it should. Tanjiro looked at the mark. After upper 6 fell, the course celebrated, not carelessly, not without mourning. But crows carried the news across the country. Swordsmiths worked with renewed purpose. Lower-ranked slayers stood straighter. For the first time in more than a century, an upper moon had died. Kaguya Yubayashiki called it the opening of a door. Muzan called it an insult. Demons became more aggressive afterward. Villages vanished overnight. Safe houses were discovered. Lower-ranked demons began traveling in groups, terrified of encountering the boy whose fire stopped regeneration. Tanjiro completed mission after mission. He used hellfire carefully, small flames, controlled strikes, no full penance stares, yet restraint no longer felt the same. Before Rengoku's death, Tanjiro refused excessive punishment because he feared becoming cruel. Afterward, he sometimes refused because he knew the spirit was waiting for him to become tired enough to agree. That was different. The spirit had stopped shouting constantly. It had learned patience. You will call when another pillar falls. Tanjiro heard those words whenever he fought beside a Hashira. He hated them because he feared they were true. Shinobu closed her notebook. You are physically recovered. Tanjiro looked up. And the poison? Nezuko's blood demon art destroyed what remained. She saved all of us. Yes. Shinobu glanced toward the sleeping demon girl. Her flames are changing. Tanjiro had noticed. Nezuko's fire once burned only demon blood and demonic influence. In the entertainment district, it had also redirected hellfire away from humans. She gave the fire mercy, he said. Shinobu's expression became thoughtful. Perhaps. The spirit says that is impossible. The spirit appears to say many things with great confidence. It's ancient, so are many incorrect beliefs. Tanjiro smiled faintly. Shinobu's smile did not return. You are changing too. The amusement left him. Tenjin said I was colder. He was correct. Tanjiro looked toward the garden. AI directed recovering slayers through breathing exercises. Zenitsu complained loudly. Inasuk tried to balance 3 medicine trays on his head while declaring himself master of healthcare. "What should I do?" Tanjiro asked. Shinobu folded her hands. "Do you want comfort or advice?" "Advice." "Then stop asking whether you are still kind." Tanjiro frowned. Shinobu continued. "Kindness is not a possession. You cannot place it inside yourself and assume it remains untouched." She looked toward the mark. "You make decisions. Some are compassionate, some are not. Judge the decision in front of you instead of searching for proof that your entire soul remains pure." The spirit stirred. "Purity is irrelevant." Tanjiro silently agreed. That frightened him. Shinobu noticed the glow beneath his skin. Did it approve? "Yes." "Then I dislike my own advice." Tanjiro almost laughed. A Kasugai crow crashed through the open window. It struck the wall, recovered immediately, and shouted at full volume. "Emergency! Emergency! All available slayers prepare!" Shinobu rose. The humor vanished from the room. The crow flapped above them. "MUZANKI has appeared at the UBUISHIKI estate." Tanjiro's chair fell behind him. The spirit ignited, not gradually. Every chain mark on his arm burned blue-white. Nezuko woke. The room became hot. Muzan, the scent of blood on snow. His mother's hand near the hearth. The wound on Tanjiro's throat. The murderer escaping into the trees. The spirit filled his chest. At last. Shinobu placed one hand on the hilt of her sword. "Tanjiro!" He heard her as though from far away. The walls changed. For one moment, he saw the Kamado home instead of the butterfly mansion. Muzan stood in the doorway, red hands, calm eyes. Tanjiro's black sword ignited inside its sheath. Nezuko moved in front of him. She placed both hands against his face. Her eyes held his. No blood, no flames. His sister, alive, choosing. Tanjiro inhaled. The air burned his lungs. He exhaled. The vision disappeared. The hellfire remained, but contained itself along the mark. Shinobu watched him. "Can you travel?" "Yes." "Can you face Muzan without opening the seat?" Tanjiro looked toward the crow. He did not lie. "I don't know." Shinobu drew her sword. "Then remain near people willing to close it for you." They never reached the Yubayashiki estate. The explosion lit the horizon before the core arrived. A pillar of fire rose beyond the trees. Tanjiro smelled the blast. Wood, oil, blood, Muzan, and Kaguya Yubayashiki. The master's scent vanished inside the flames. Tanjiro stopped running. "No!" The spirit surged. "Another death." Jiyu landed beside him. The water Hashira's eyes remained fixed on the distant fire. "He chose this." Tanjiro looked at him. "What?" "The master used himself as bait." Shinobu's scent tightened. "He brought Muzan within reach." The ground shook. Roots erupted through the forest ahead. Tamio's scent reached Tanjiro, medicine, demon blood, and centuries of remorse. Muzan roared. The Hashira moved. Tanjiro ran with them. He saw fragments through the trees. Muzan trapped by flesh-like arms created through a blood demon art. Tamio holding him. Gyomai's chained weapon crushing Muzan's head. Nicarin blades striking from every direction. Hellfire erupted across Tanjiro's sword. He leaped. Muzan regenerated before the Hashira's attacks finished passing through him. Then he saw Tanjiro. Crimson eyes widened. The wound on Muzan's hand remained, a blackened mark that had never healed. "You!" Tanjiro swung. The black blade crossed Muzan's chest. Hellfire entered. Muzan screamed, not loudly, briefly. The sound of something experiencing pain it considered impossible. Black cracks spread across his flesh. Then the world opened beneath them. Doors, rooms, platforms moving through endless darkness. Biwa music echoed. The Infinity Castle swallowed the Demon Slayer core. Tanjiro fell. Nezuko was not beside him. She had remained hidden under Yurikodaki's protection while her body continued changing toward humanity. Tanjiro reached for nothing. Jiyu caught his arm. They struck a wooden platform together. The room rotated. Walls became floors. Staircases twisted into the distance. Muzan's scent vanished among thousands of moving corridors. The spirit roared, "Pursue!" "We can't find him!" "Burn the castle!" "Slayers are inside!" "The guilty controls it!" "Nakam isn't the only one here!" The castle shifted again. A wall opened. A fist came through it. Jiyu pulled Tanjiro aside. The strike shattered the platform. A familiar snowflake pattern spread across the floor. Akaza stepped from the broken wall. Blue markings covered his body, golden eyes fixed on Tanjiro. The faint cracks left by hellfire still moved beneath his skin. He smiled, but the smile was strained. I hoped Muzan would leave you for me. Tanjiro's grief became cold. Rengoku, the train, the rising sun, the sword thrown into Akaza's shoulder. Jiyu drew his blade. Tanjiro's hellfire rose. Akaza looked at the water Hashira. Another strong one. Then his gaze returned to Tanjiro. You have improved. Tanjiro settled into a stance. So have the wounds. Akaza's smile vanished. The blue cracks beneath his skin brightened. For months, the fragment of the penance stare had remained inside him. Not enough to destroy, enough to prevent silence. His human memories had returned in dreams. A sick father apologizing for being a burden. Kizo offering him a home. Kayuki promising marriage. Each memory angered him. Each one weakened the lie on which Upper Three had built himself. Akaza lifted both hands. Destructive death! The compass needle appeared. Let us finish what began at sunrise. Akaza attacked Jiyu first. The water Hashira met him with 11th form, dead calm. A storm of punches entered Jiyu's range. His blade erased their force through movements too subtle for Tanjiro to follow. Akaza laughed. Wonderful! He increased his speed. The platform broke beneath them. Tanjiro attacked from the side. Hinakami Kagura, fire wheel. Hellfire wrapped around the black blade. Akaza's compass detected the strike before Tanjiro completed it. He twisted. The sword crossed his ribs instead of his heart. Blue-white flame entered the wound. Akaza tore away the burning flesh. His body regenerated. Tanjiro smelled the cost. The regeneration was slower than on the train. The old hellfire remained inside him, weakening every restoration. But the upper moon still moved faster than Tanjiro. Akaza struck his chest. Tanjiro blocked with the flat of his blade. The impact drove him through two walls. Jiyu cut across Akaza's neck. The demon ducked. His fist caught Jiyu's sword and cracked the edge. Jiyu released the weapon with one hand, rotated, and cut Akaza's arm. Tanjiro returned through the smoke. Hellfire followed water breathing. Third form, flowing dance. Akaza blocked the first cut, avoided the second, allowed the third to touch his shoulder so he could strike Tanjiro's abdomen. Tanjiro understood the trade too late. Akaza's fist landed. Pain exploded. The flame left only a shallow mark. Akaza's body forced the burning flesh outward. The compass read every movement, every intention, every rise in fighting spirit. Hellfire made Tanjiro more visible to it. The spirit burned with absolute hostility. The compass needle saw that hostility as sunlight across snow. Release me. No! Akaza's foot struck Tanjiro's side. He hit the floor. He predicts the vessel. I know! Remove the vessel. Let judgment move. Tanjiro rose. Jiyu intercepted another attack. Water-breathing 10th form, constant flux. The dragon-shaped motion wrapped around Akaza. The demon struck through it. Jiyu's Haori tore. Blood entered the air. The spirit reacted. He wounds another. Tanjiro's mark spread. Blue-white lines reached his elbow. The rider's shape appeared around his shoulders. A burning jaw, empty eyes. Akaza froze for half a heartbeat. His compass needle trembled. The spirit did not possess fighting spirit in a human sense. It carried purpose without fear, judgment without survival instinct. Akaza could not read it fully. Tanjiro saw the advantage. The rider pressed closer. Seat me. His compass fails. Jiyu smelled the transformation. Tanjiro, I can beat the compass. Not that way. Akaza attacked. Tanjiro allowed the spirit one step closer. Flames covered his face. For one instant, his skin became transparent beneath a burning skull. Pain disappeared. Speed increased. Akaza's fist passed beside him. Tanjiro cut deeply across the demon's torso. A clean line of hellfire entered. Akaza screamed. Black cracks spread toward his heart. He tore his own upper body apart before the flame reached the core. His legs leaped away. Flesh regenerated from the waist upward. The process was slower, but it succeeded. Tanjiro's face returned. Pain struck him all at once. He collapsed. The spirit had taken more than control. It had taken sensation, then returned it with interest. Jiyu stood over him. You opened the seat. Only partly. That is how doors work. Akaza's body completed regeneration. He breathed heavily. For the first time, genuine fear entered his scent. Then he smiled. You became stronger. Tanjiro hated the admiration in his voice. Rengoku's death had been beautiful to Akaza because strength was the only language he allowed himself. "You still don't understand." Akaza rushed forward. Tanjiro and Jiyu moved together, water and sun, dead calm and burning dance. Jiyu redirected attacks. Tanjiro pursued openings. Hellfire marked Akaza repeatedly. A wrist, a shoulder, the side of his neck. Each contact weakened regeneration. None stayed long enough. Akaza tore off flesh, broke his own bones, and rebuilt himself around the flame. He had become willing to destroy any part of his body to protect the core. The spirit grew furious. He rejects consequence. He's afraid. Fear should open him, not this fear. Akaza did not fear pain. He feared memory. The penance stare had touched him once. He knew what waited behind his strength. Tanjiro saw the doors every time their eyes met. Akaza refused to look long enough for the connection to form. The upper moon attacked with increasing desperation. He called it excitement. Tanjiro smelled the lie. Jiyu's mark awakened across his face. His speed increased. For several minutes, Water Hashira and Upper Three fought beyond Tanjiro's ability to enter safely. The castle shattered around them. Rooms rotated. Platforms fell. Akaza adapted to every form. Jiyu accumulated wounds. The spirit whispered with growing patience, "One will fall." Tanjiro watched Akaza's compass. It detected fighting spirit, the desire to win, the will to kill. Even the instinct to protect created a direction Akaza could read. Rengoku had burned with fighting spirit so immense that Akaza saw him as a treasure. Tanjiro's hellfire blazed even brighter. As long as he fought through anger, Akaza would always know where the flame moved. Tanjiro closed his eyes. The battle sounds sharpened. Fists, steel, blood, breath, behind them memories, his father dancing through snow. Tanjiro Kamado possessed a presence so gentle animals did not flee from him. Even while performing the Hinakami Kagura from sunset to dawn, his father carried no aggression, no desire to dominate the fire. He simply moved. Tanjiro remembered the transparent world. He had touched it briefly in previous battles. Muscle movement, blood flow, the body revealed before action. But seeing Akaza was not enough. Akaza saw intention. Tanjiro had to remove intention from the strike. The spirit objected immediately. Judgment requires purpose. Yes, then purpose cannot vanish. Maybe it can become quiet. The spirit grew hot. Silence is surrender. No, Tanjiro slowed his breathing. He remembered Rengoku's flame, protection without hatred. He remembered Nezuko placing herself between humans and demons, love without possession. He remembered Yurikodaki's instruction. Feel everything, decide what happens next. Tanjiro released his anger, not forgave, not forgot. He simply stopped holding it in front of him like a weapon. Rengoku remained dead whether Tanjiro hated Akaza or not. The passengers remained saved whether Tanjiro took revenge or not. The next strike did not need to carry all of that. It needed only to stop the demon. The spirit receded. Tanjiro's mark went dark. His presence vanished from the compass. Akaza's head turned. Confusion entered his face. Tanjiro opened his eyes. The transparent world appeared. Akaza's muscles, his blood, the flickering core of demon power inside his chest. Jiyu saw Tanjiro standing behind the upper moon. Tanjiro! Akaza spun, too late. There was no fighting spirit to warn him, no anger, no declaration. Tanjiro's sword entered his chest. The black blade passed through the exact center of Akaza's core. Hellfire ignited after contact, not before. A clean strike. Blue-white flame erupted from Akaza's back. The upper moon screamed. Tanjiro held the blade inside him. Akaza struck backward. Jiyu blocked the fist. Water breathing absorbed the force. The hellfire spread through Akaza's entire body. He tried to tear himself apart. Tanjiro twisted the sword. The flame anchored to the core. There was nowhere to cut away. Regeneration began. The hellfire consumed it. Flesh formed and burned simultaneously. Akaza's head turned toward Tanjiro. Their eyes met. The penance stare opened. Akaza stood in a field of snow. No upper moon markings. No fangs. Human hands. A young man's body covered in bruises from fights he had once believed mattered. Hakuji. His human name moved through the vision. He looked at Tanjiro. No! Behind him stood his father. Thin, sick, a rope mark around his neck. Hakuji turned away. I became strong. The spirit spoke through Tanjiro. Look! I stole medicine for him. You hurt people. They had money. You hurt them. They would have let him die. His father's memory stepped closer. He had taken his own life to stop his son from stealing, not because he hated Hakuji, because he could not bear watching love become crime. Hakuji covered his ears. I became stronger. The field changed. Kizo's dojo appeared. A smiling man offered food and shelter to a violent boy. Koyuki waited inside, sick, kind, unfrightened by Hakuji's reputation. She asked whether he would remain with her. Hakuji's body trembled. I protected them. The memory showed poison entering the well, a rival dojo unable to defeat Kizo fairly. Koyuki and her father dead before Hakuji returned. The spirit opened the next door. Hakuji entered the rival dojo. 67 people died beneath his hands. Bone, blood, rage, the act that drew Musen's attention. The first time Hakuji turned grief into worship of violence. They took everything, Akaza said. Tanjiro stood opposite him. So you became strong. Yes. Did it bring them back? Akaza's eyes burned. No. Did becoming a demon bring them back? No. Did killing swordsmen bring them back? Stop. Did Rengoku's death bring them back? Akaza attacked inside the vision. His fist passed through Tanjiro. The stare held him. The spirit summoned the dead. Not only Hakuji's family, every human Akaza had killed. Every swordsman whose determination he admired before crushing the life from them. Every person reduced to proof of his own strength. They surrounded him. Akaza looked for worthy opponents among them. The stare denied him the comfort. It showed fear, families waiting, unfinished promises, the pain left behind after each victory. Akaza fell to one knee. I respected the strong. You murdered them. They chose battle. Some did. Tanjiro saw Rengoku. The flame Hashira stood among the dead, not accusing, simply present. Akaza looked at him. The upper moon's philosophy cracked. Rengoku had been strong. Rengoku had lost. Yet Rengoku's life had meaning beyond victory. Hundreds lived because of his defeat. His strength remained inside Tanjiro, Zenitsu, Inosuke, Nezuko, and every passenger who remembered the man who protected them. Akaza's strength left only bodies. The difference became unbearable. I pursued perfection, Akaza whispered. You ran from grief. Akaza's markings spread across his human skin. I never ran. You ran for centuries. No, you hated weakness because your father died while you were powerless. The spirit burned. You hated poison because Koyuki died while you were absent. More flames rose. You hated defeat because defeat reminded you that strength never gave you control. Akaza screamed. The snowfield cracked. Koyuki appeared, not dead. As Hakuji remembered her, gentle eyes, a hand extended. You promised, she said. Hakuji looked at her. His entire body shook. I couldn't protect you. No, the answer was soft, not cruel. Hakuji lowered his head. I became strong. Koyuki's eyes filled with sadness. But you never came home. The sentence shattered him. The spirit surged forward. Condemn. Every victim's pain gathered into blue-white fire. Tanjiro felt it entering Akaza. He also felt the cost entering himself. Rengoku's death again, Koyuki's final breath, the father's despair, the dojo massacre. Centuries of battle. Akaza's guilt was vast, not as old as Kokushibo's, not as empty as Dama's, dense, focused, a philosophy built entirely to prevent one grieving boy from admitting strength had failed him. The stare could destroy him. It could also fill Tanjiro with that grief permanently. The spirit pushed, all of it. Tanjiro's mark spread beyond his elbow. A burning chain wrapped around his shoulder. The rider's skull appeared across his face. Akaza screamed beneath the judgment. Jiyu's voice reached Tanjiro from the physical world. Release him, the spirit refused. Sentence incomplete. Tanjiro saw the opportunity. Akaza's soul was open. Regeneration had stopped. One final push would erase upper three completely. The spirit wanted not merely death, total suffering, every victim repeated until nothing remained. Tanjiro looked at Koyuki. She did not ask for Akaza's torture. Rengoku did not ask. The dead wanted acknowledgement. The living needed safety. Pain beyond that belonged to vengeance alone. Tanjiro seized the chain around his own arm. Inside the vision, it became physical. Blue-white links connecting him to the spirit. He pulled. I decide when it ends. He has not felt enough. He remembers. Memory is not payment. No, Tanjiro looked at Hakuji. It's responsibility. The spirit roared. Tanjiro broke the connection. The infinity castle returned. Tanjiro's sword remained through Akaza's core. Hellfire covered the upper moon's body. Jiyu held one of Akaza's arms. The other had stopped mid-strike. Tanjiro pulled the blade free. Jiyu severed Akaza's head. The head fell. The body remained standing. Regeneration began. A new head started forming from the neck. Jiyu's eyes widened. He overcame decapitation. Akaza's body moved. Instinct continued after will had shattered. Fists attacked. Tanjiro blocked one. The force threw him across the room. The spirit surged with outrage. He rejects death. The head continued rebuilding. Upper three had reached a state beyond ordinary demon limits. Centuries of pursuing strength had made his body obey survival even after his soul chose otherwise. Tanjiro rose. The hellfire still burned inside the core, but Akaza's flesh fought it. Jiyu prepared another attack. Tanjiro smelled something change. Akaza's regeneration slowed, not because the fire became stronger, because Hakuji stopped supporting it. Inside the reforming head, human eyes opened. Kyuki remained before him. Akaza looked at his own hands, the centuries of violence, the promise he had abandoned. "No," Jiyu said. "He's resisting his own regeneration." Tanjiro lowered his sword. The spirit protested. "Strike." "Wait! The guilty escapes judgment through surrender. He isn't escaping." Akaza's body cracked, not from hellfire alone, from within. Muzen's blood commanded survival. Hakuji refused. The regenerated head formed halfway, then collapsed. Akaza struck his own chest. The core shattered around Tanjiro's hellfire. Blue-white flames erupted through his body. He looked toward Tanjiro. Rengoku's face passed through his memory. "You were right," Akaza said. Tanjiro's throat tightened. "About what?" Akaza looked beyond him, at someone only he could see. "Strength did not save me." His body began turning to ash. The spirit reached hungrily toward the final pieces. Tanjiro held it back. Akaza had faced the truth. He had chosen to stop. That did not erase his victims. It did not forgive him. But punishment no longer needed to force what he now accepted. Kyuki's hand reached through the fading vision. Hakuji took it. The upper three markings vanished from his face. For one moment, he was only a young man who had become lost for centuries. Then the ash carried him away. The snowflake compass disappeared. Silence entered the broken room. Jiyu remained standing for 3 breaths, then his knees buckled. Tanjiro caught him. Both fell against the damaged floor. The water Hashira's wounds were severe. Tanjiro's own body shook from the stare. The chain mark had reached his shoulder. He pulled back his uniform and stared. Dark links wrapped around his arm and crossed part of his chest. Jiyu noticed. It spread. "Yes." "Can you move the arm?" Tanjiro tried. His fingers responded slowly. "Yes. Do you remember your name?" Tanjiro almost laughed. "Tanjiro Kamado, your sister, Nezuko, your teacher, Yurikodaki, the flame Hashira." Tanjiro's voice caught. "Kyojuro Rengoku." Jiyu nodded. "Then you remain, for now." The spirit whispered the words. Tanjiro did not repeat them. Jiyu leaned against the wall. "You entered the selfless state." "I think so. Your fighting spirit disappeared. Akaza couldn't read me. You also allowed the spirit closer." Tanjiro looked at the mark. "For one strike, one becomes easier than none." "I know." Jiyu's expression remained calm. "Do you?" Tanjiro smelled fear beneath the question. Jiyu had watched the burning skull cover Tanjiro's face. He had seen the difference between Tanjiro using hellfire and the spirit using Tanjiro. "I heard you tell me to release the stare," Tanjiro said. "You did not. Not immediately." "No, if I hadn't stopped." The memories crowded him. Akaza's victims, the dojo, Kyuki, Rengoku. "If I had taken everything, I might not know which grief was mine." Jiyu looked at the ash. "Why did you stop?" "Because the dead didn't ask me to enjoy his pain." Jiyu's scent shifted. Approval, sadness. Tanjiro continued. "Akaza believed strength gave him the right to define everything. Victory meant truth, defeat meant worthlessness." He touched the chain mark. "The spirit believes something similar." Jiyu looked toward him. "Judgment means truth." "Yes, and you?" Tanjiro considered the question. The answer was not comfortable. "I think truth is what remains after every excuse is removed." He looked at the place where Akaza vanished. "But what someone does with the truth still has to be a choice." Akaza had been forced to remember. He had chosen to stop regenerating. The distinction mattered. Without it, Tanjiro would have reduced Hakuji to another object burned by the spirit, a target, not a soul responsible for its own final decision. The castle shifted. A doorway opened beneath them. Tanjiro grabbed Jiyu. They slid down a rotating wall into another corridor. Nakheim's biwa echoed through the distance. The Infinity Castle continued rearranging itself, separating slayers, hiding upper ranks, and carrying Muzan deeper into darkness. Tanjiro smelled battles everywhere. Zenitsu's lightning, Inasuke's wild determination, Kanao's controlled grief. Shinobu, Tanjiro's head lifted. Her scent was faint, mixed with ice, and something empty, a demon without remorse, without emotional connection. Dama, Shinobu's earlier question returned. Can someone without remorse avoid judgment? Tanjiro's hand tightened around his sword. The spirit examined the distant presence. For the first time since awakening, it did not immediately say guilty. It searched, found victims, found cruelty, found no guilt connecting the demon to either. No door opened. The presence became confused, hollow. Tanjiro helped Jiyu stand. Someone needs us. Jiyu followed his gaze. Kacho. Tanjiro nodded. They moved through the castle. Behind them, Upper Three was gone, not simply killed, unmade. His regeneration had failed because the philosophy supporting it had collapsed. Akaza had believed strength existed to outrun grief. The penance stare forced him to discover that every victory had only carried him farther from the people he wanted to protect. Hellfire destroyed his demonic core. Truth destroyed his reason to rebuild it. Tanjiro had finally landed a clean strike. He had avenged Rengoku in the only way that mattered, not by creating equal pain, but by ensuring Akaza could never kill another protector. Yet victory left no warmth. The chain mark had reached his heart, the rider had worn his face, and somewhere ahead waited an upper moon whose soul offered the spirit no guilt to seize. Tanjiro ran toward the scent of ice. The next enemy did not worship strength. He did not love. He did not grieve. He did not regret. Dama had murdered for centuries with a smile and felt nothing behind it. For the first time, the spirit of vengeance faced a monster that might be guilty of everything and sorry for nothing. Chapter 12, The Hollow Moon. The scent of Dama's room was beautiful. That was the first warning. Flowers bloomed along painted walls. Cold incense drifted beneath golden lanterns. Frost covered the floor in delicate patterns shaped like lotus petals. The air carried no rot, no panic, and no obvious trace of the centuries of death that had occurred around the demon waiting inside. It smelled peaceful, almost holy. Tanjiro hated it immediately. He and Jiyu landed on an upper balcony as the Infinity Castle shifted beneath them. The water Hashira's breathing remained controlled, but blood soaked the side of his uniform. One hand pressed against a wound beneath his ribs. Tanjiro was not in better condition. The chain-shaped mark had spread across his right shoulder and part of his chest. His arm felt heavy. Akaza's memories still moved behind his eyes whenever he blinked. But Dama's scent pulled him forward. Shinobu's scent was there too, faint, too faint. Tanjiro jumped from the balcony. Jiyu caught his sleeve. Wait, she's inside. I know. Her scent is disappearing. Jiyu's grip tightened. Then rushing without seeing the room will not restore it. Tanjiro forced himself to stop. The spirit of vengeance did not agree. The hollow one consumes another. Tanjiro's hand moved toward his sword. What do you see? Nothing. The answer disturbed him. The spirit always saw something. Guilt, victims, regret, fear. Even Muzan's complete lack of remorse had been surrounded by the pain he caused. But Dama's presence felt like a brightly painted door opening into an empty room. Tanjiro looked through the balcony railing. Below, the chamber was enormous. A golden statue of a smiling deity stood at the far wall. Frozen lotus flowers covered the floor. Several wooden platforms floated at different heights. Kano Tsuyuri stood near the center. Blood ran down one side of her face. Her sword remained raised. Across from her stood Dama. Upper too, his hair appeared pale beneath the lanterns. A dark pattern resembling spilled blood marked the top of his head. Rainbow-colored eyes stared at Kano with open fascination. He held Shinobu Kacho in his arms, or what remained visible of her. Dama's flesh had opened around her like a mouth. He was absorbing her. Tanjiro's mind stopped. Shinobu's face remained calm. Her eyes moved toward Kano, not fear, instruction. A final command carried without words. Kano lunged. Dama's golden fans opened. Ice spread across the chamber. Tanjiro jumped. He drew his black Nichiren sword in the air. Hellfire ignited along the blade. Hinakami Kagura, burning bones, summer sun. The strike crossed Dama's shoulder. Blue-white fire entered the demon's flesh. Dama released Shinobu and moved backward. Tanjiro caught her before she struck the floor. She felt impossibly light. Shinobu! Her eyes moved toward him. Her lips parted. No breath came. Tanjiro smelled the truth. Her lungs had stopped. Her heart had already fallen silent. The spirit stirred. Another pillar falls. No! Tanjiro pressed his hand against her chest. Hellfire appeared beneath his palm. He tried to change it, not judgment, not punishment, mercy. Burn the demon cells, restart her heart, do something. The flame entered Shinobu's uniform. It curved around her soul. There was no guilt to burn, no demonic corruption to remove, only a human body that had passed beyond what fire could restore. The hellfire faded. Dama watched with curiosity. "Your flames cannot bring people back." Tanjiro looked up. The upper moon's shoulder had already regenerated. A thin blue crack remained for less than a second, then even that disappeared. Tanjiro's stomach tightened. Dama smiled. "How disappointing!" Kano attacked him. Flower breathing carried her across the frost. Her blade nearly reached Dama's neck. He blocked with one fan. The other swept toward her ribs. Tanjiro intercepted it. Hellfire and ice collided. The fan burned at the edge. Dama released it before the flame spread. A new fan formed from frozen blood in his hand. "So quick," Dama said. "The others described your fire as much more frightening." Tanjiro placed Shinobu carefully on the floor. Kano moved beside her. For 1 second the girl's sword lowered. Her face remained still. Her scent did not. Grief struck the room like a storm compressed into a single breath. Tanjiro understood. Shinobu had raised Kano, taught her, protected her, given choices to a girl who once needed a coin to decide whether she was allowed to want anything. Now Shinobu lay motionless between them. Dama tilted his head. "Are you sad?" Kano's eyes lifted. Dama smiled more brightly. "I have always wondered what that feels like." The spirit pressed forward. "Judge." Tanjiro looked into Dama's rainbow-colored eyes. The doors appeared, then vanished. Tanjiro tried again. He saw faces. Women kneeling inside a temple, men offering prayers. Children brought before a smiling leader who promised salvation. Dama listening, Dama comforting, Dama consuming them when their suffering became inconvenient. Victims existed, hundreds, perhaps thousands. The path should have opened. It did not. Dama remembered them as meals, sounds, colors, interesting movements. He carried no emotional connection to the pain, no guilt, no shame, no buried grief. The spirit could see the wrong. It could not enter it. Dama noticed Tanjiro staring. "Oh!" His smile widened. "Were you attempting that unpleasant eye trick?" Tanjiro's hellfire rose. "You know about it. Akaza complained about dreams." Dama laughed softly. "He became very irritable after meeting you." Kano's sword trembled. Dama looked down at Shinobu. "The insect girl was irritable too." Tanjiro attacked. The blade crossed Dama's chest. He allowed it. Tanjiro realized too late. Dama's body split around the sword. A statue made of ice formed from his back. It grabbed Tanjiro's arm. Cold entered through his skin. The hellfire weakened. Tanjiro's eyes widened. Dama leaned closer. "Your body becomes cold when you use the fire." The upper moon had understood after one strike. "You create heat outside by consuming warmth within." A fan cut across Tanjiro's chest. Jiyu landed between them. Dead calm erased the second attack. The water Hashira seized Tanjiro and pulled him away. Dama's smile became delighted. "The quiet one came too." Jiyu placed himself between Dama and Shinobu's body. "Kacho!" Tanjiro smelled Jiyu's grief. It entered quietly. No cry, no visible break. Another person he had failed to reach in time. The spirit reached toward that guilt. Tanjiro forced the door closed. "Not now." Dama examined Jiyu. "You all make such interesting faces when one of you dies." Kano moved. Her blade cut across Dama's neck. A shallow line appeared. The wound regenerated instantly. Dama touched the blood. "Anger, sadness, love." He looked at the liquid on his fingers. "I understand the words." He licked the blood away. "I simply cannot find the sensations." Tanjiro felt the spirit recoil, not in fear, in confusion. Dama had committed horrors beyond most demons Tanjiro had faced, yet the mechanism of judgment found no remorse to ignite. No self-hatred, no buried humanity begging to be seen, only emptiness wearing a pleasant face. Hollow, Tanjiro tightened his grip on his sword. Then we fill him. Kano looked toward him. Dama laughed. With what? Tanjiro's eyes remained on Shinobu. Everyone you stole. Dama's blood demon art transformed the chamber. Frozen mist filled the air. Lotus blossoms opened beneath the floor. Each flower released tiny particles of ice that entered the lungs with every breath. Jiyu noticed first. Do not inhale deeply. For demon slayers, the warning was almost impossible to obey. Breathing styles required air. Dama's ice turned their greatest strength into a weakness. Tanjiro used total concentration and felt frost form inside his chest. He coughed. A thin line of blood touched his lips. Dama spread both fans. Breathing is such a fragile method. Kano rushed him without answering. Flower breathing, fifth form, peonies of futility. 9 curved attacks surrounded Dama. He formed replicas from ice. 5 frozen Damas appeared around him. Each smiled. Each carried his strength and technique. Jiyu intercepted 2. Tanjiro faced another. Hellfire cut through the ice clone's neck. The body melted. Cold vapor exploded outward. The temperature inside Tanjiro's body dropped sharply. His fingers lost sensation. The spirit pushed. More flame. It feeds the cold. Then burn hotter. That makes me weaker. The body is temporary. Tanjiro's jaw tightened. Not to me. The real Dama moved behind Kano. A fan passed toward her throat. She bent backward. The edge cut several strands of hair. Tanjiro attacked from the side. Dama blocked with an ice lotus. Hellfire spread across it. The lotus melted. Steam filled the space between them. Dama's other fan struck Tanjiro's ribs. He felt bone crack. Jiyu appeared, water-breathing, fourth form, striking tide. Dama's head nearly separated. The upper moon turned with the blade and allowed the cut to pass through the back of his neck. Regeneration closed the wound before Jiyu completed the motion. Dama's frozen clone struck Jiyu from behind. The water Hashira fell to one knee. His old injuries opened. Tanjiro smelled blood, too much. The spirit whispered patiently, "One will fall. Stop!" The flame Hashira fell when you refused. Tanjiro blocked another fan. The insect falls while you hesitate. She chose this. The water Hashira falls next. Tanjiro's mark glowed beneath his uniform. The rider's burning jaw appeared briefly across his face. Dama stopped attacking. His rainbow eyes widened with wonder. "There you are." The spirit pushed toward the seat. Tanjiro allowed one step. Pain disappeared. The frost inside his lungs became distant. Hellfire covered his bones. He crossed the chamber faster than before. Dama's fans rose. Tanjiro cut through both. The black blade entered Dama's chest. Hellfire exploded from his back. For a moment the upper moon burned. Then his body opened into thousands of frozen petals. A decoy. The real Dama appeared above Tanjiro. "Your powerful form is even colder." A massive ice statue descended. Its hands closed around Tanjiro. The spirit filled his body with flame. The statue melted around him, but the cold consumed the heat from inside faster than the rider could generate it safely. Tanjiro's vision darkened. The partial transformation vanished. Every injury returned. He fell. Kano caught him before his head struck the floor. "You cannot use it here," she said. Her voice remained controlled. Tanjiro coughed blood. "I noticed." Dama watched them from a floating platform. "You are all so determined." He rested one hand against his cheek. "Is that grief?" Kano's eyes hardened. Dama pointed toward Shinobu. "She believed eating her would kill me." Tanjiro looked at the body. Something was wrong. Shinobu's scent had not remained on the floor. It continued inside Dama. The body Tanjiro had caught had been incomplete. Part of her had already been absorbed. Poison. Shinobu had filled her own body with wisteria poison, a concentration far beyond what any demon could survive under ordinary circumstances. She had entered the battle expecting Dama to consume her. Her final command to Kano had not been a request for rescue. It had been a signal. "Wait." Dama's smile flickered. A small change, almost nothing. Then blood ran from one nostril. He touched it. His expression became confused. Kano saw it too. "No!" she attacked. The entire chamber erupted. Jiyu used water breathing to destroy the remaining ice clones. Tanjiro forced himself upright. Dama's flesh began melting at the edges. Shinobu's poison spread through him. He tried to decompose it. More poison activated. Years of planning unfolded inside his body. Dama laughed, but the sound lacked smoothness. The insect woman, his smile twitched. She made herself unpleasant. Kano's sword cut through his shoulder. He regenerated. Slower, Dama struck her across the room. She landed on her feet. The floor beneath Tanjiro broke. A figure crashed through from below. Inazuk landed face first in the frost. He rose immediately. Who put the ceiling there? Dama looked toward him. For the first time, something resembling recognition crossed his face. Inazuk lifted both swords. His boar mask had been damaged, exposing part of his face. Dama tilted his head. You resemble someone. Inazuk attacked. Dama blocked. Their blades and fans collided. The upper moon studied his face. A woman. Inazuk froze. Dama smiled. She came to my temple carrying a baby. Tanjiro smelled the change in Inazuk, confusion, then fury. Dama continued as though telling an amusing story. She was beautiful, though not especially intelligent. Kadoha, I believe. Inazuk's swords trembled. My mother? Dama's smile brightened. Yes. The memory appeared in his scent, a frightened young woman fleeing an abusive home, a child held against her chest. Dama's cult offering shelter. Kadoha discovering that the leader ate his followers, running toward a cliff, throwing her child into a river to save him, Dama catching her, consuming her. The spirit saw it. The path still did not open. Dama remembered Kadoha's singing voice, her face, the movement of her hands, but not her terror, not her love, not the meaning of her final choice. Inazuk screamed and attacked wildly. Dama blocked with ease. Anger, he said. That expression is anger. He struck Inazuk aside. I recognize it now. Tanjiro understood the true nature of Dama's emptiness. The demon was not ignorant. He had studied emotions for centuries. He knew how faces moved, how voices changed, how grief smelled to ordinary humans. He could imitate sympathy, offer comfort, create the appearance of holiness. But he experienced every emotion as information, never connection. The penance stare could not force him through guilt because he possessed no internal bridge between action and consequence. The victims existed outside him, separate, objects consumed and remembered. Tanjiro looked at Shinobu's body, at Kano, at Inazuk. Dama had taken people from each of them. The spirit wanted a door inside the demon. There was none, so Tanjiro would build one. Kano, Tanjiro shouted. She looked toward him. Don't attack his neck. Inazuk landed beside her. What? Dama laughed. An unusual strategy. Tanjiro raised his sword. We need him to remember them. He remembers, Kano said. No, he records. Dama's eyes narrowed slightly. Tanjiro continued. He knows faces, names, voices. He doesn't understand what any of them meant. The spirit resisted. Meaning is irrelevant. Acts remain. The stare cannot reach acts he refuses to connect. Force pain. I'm trying. Dama formed a giant frozen bodhisattva behind him. The statue opened its hands. Cold flooded the room. Tanjiro's lungs seized. Jiyu stepped forward. 11th form, dead calm. The water Hashira cut through the frozen storm, creating a narrow path. Quickly, Tanjiro looked at Kano. Tell him about Kenny. Her expression broke, only slightly. Dama smiled. The elder sister? Kano's fingers tightened around her sword. Tanjiro smelled Kenny's memory inside Dama too. A gentle Hashira dying beneath moonlight. She had pitied him, even at the end. Dama had found that amusing. Kano looked directly at Upper Two. My sister spent her life believing demons might still remember humanity. Dama opened one fan. She was kind. She saw you. The smile weakened. Of course. No, Kano stepped forward. She saw what you were. Flower breathing carried her through the frost. Her blade did not aim for Dama's neck. It cut across his eyes. One rainbow-colored eye split. Dama recoiled. Kano continued. She knew you felt nothing. Another strike cut his cheek. And she pitied you. Dama blocked the third attack. His smile disappeared, not from pain, from insult. Pity suggested lack, imperfection. Dama considered himself complete because he desired nothing. Kano forced him to consider emptiness as absence rather than superiority. A crack appeared, not guilt, offense. Tanjiro saw the first hinge forming on the invisible door. Inazuk, the wild swordsman, rushed forward. My mother sang when she was afraid. Dama blocked both jagged blades. Inazuk pressed harder. She smiled so I wouldn't cry. Dama's regenerated eye opened. The memory of Kadoha returned. singing, holding the baby, running. She threw me away, Inazuk shouted. Tanjiro smelled the lie he had once believed. Then Inazuk roared through it. She threw me into the river because it was the only place you couldn't reach. His swords cut Dama's fans in half. The memory changed. Dama had always recorded Katoha's final act as irrational panic. Now Inazuk named it love. Sacrifice, the same action carried new meaning. Another crack formed. Dama's expression became still, not smiling, not curious. Tanjiro attacked. His sword entered Dama's side. He did not ignite the hellfire immediately. Instead, Tanjiro looked into the upper moon's eyes. Shinobu made herself poison because she knew you would eat her. Dama's face twitched. She used your emptiness against you. The spirit reached. Victims gathered behind Dama, still distant, still unconnected. Tanjiro pushed the memories Kano and Inazuk had named into the space. Kani's pity, Katoha's sacrifice, Shinobu's planning. They had understood Dama better than he understood them. Each had acted from feelings he dismissed as weakness. Each action now destroyed him. The upper moon looked toward Shinobu's body. His flesh continued melting. For the first time, he faced a consequence shaped by another person's intention. Not random pain, not an obstacle. A judgment created specifically for him. Dama's scent changed. A tiny emotion appeared, not remorse. Fear of non-existence. Fear that his emptiness meant he had never truly lived. The spirit seized it. Tanjiro's eyes ignited. The penance stare opened. Dama stood inside his temple. Followers knelt before him. They smiled through tears. He smiled back. I will save you. The words echoed. The temple walls opened. Behind every worshipper stood the life they carried before meeting him. Families, children, friends, small hopes. Dama had never seen those things. He saw only suffering brought to his feet, problems to silence, bodies to consume. The spirit spoke through Tanjiro. Look. Dama's smile returned automatically. I am. No. The first victim touched his arm, a young woman he had eaten after she begged for help escaping her husband. Dama felt her final terror. He blinked. The sensation vanished immediately. His mind rejected it. The spirit pushed again. Another victim. A child who believed Dama could cure his mother. A man who donated all his money to the cult. A woman who thanked Dama before he killed her. The pain touched him, slid away. There was nothing inside him to hold it. The penance stare weakened. The spirit roared, except Dama laughed. I do not know how. Tanjiro felt the connection failing. The stare could show. It could not create conscience from nothing. Dama's soul was not protected by innocence. It was empty of the structure guilt required. Tanjiro looked toward the victims. They surrounded Dama. He remembered Gyomai's warning. Revelation without permission could become violence. Dama would never grant permission. But the victims had been denied every choice. Tanjiro could not force remorse. He could force witness. Kano, her voice entered the vision from outside. My sister's name was Kani Kacho. Kani appeared among the victims. Dama looked at her. She smiled sadly. Inazuk, Katoha Hashibira. Katoha stepped forward holding an infant. Dama's smile trembled. Tanjiro spoke. Shinobu Kacho. Shinobu appeared last, not smiling, not angry, simply looking at him. The poison inside Dama became part of the stare. Her body had entered his, her memories, her love for Kani, her care for Kano, her rage concealed beneath gentleness. For the first time, Dama carried an emotion that did not belong merely to a victim outside him. Shinobu's hatred lived inside his flesh. Her purpose moved through his blood. The stare found the anchor, not Dama's guilt. Shinobu's certainty that he should be stopped. The spirit entered through it. Every person Dama consumed returned through the pieces of themselves he had absorbed, memories stored in flesh, fear preserved in cells, love carried into death. The temple filled, thousands of voices. Dama staggered. What is this? Everything you called nothing, Tanjiro said. The pain entered him, not as guilt, as invasion. For centuries, Dama had consumed people while remaining untouched by who they were. Now they occupied him. He felt Katoha's terror for her child, Kani's pity for a creature incapable of connection, Shinobu's grief, Kano's loneliness, parents, children, followers who trusted him. Dama screamed. The sound was different from the hand demon, different from Akaza. He did not apologize. He did not understand. He simply could not remain empty while filled with so many lives. The spirit burned. Condemn. Tanjiro felt his own mind begin to freeze. The stare took Dama's emptiness and poured it back through the connection. Nothingness entered Tanjiro, a world without warmth, without grief, without love. For 1 second, Tanjiro looked at Nezuko's face in memory and felt nothing. He recoiled in terror. The mark spread across his chest. The rider's skull covered half his face. Dama laughed through the screams. "You are becoming hollow, too." The spirit pushed for total destruction. "Finish." Tanjiro almost agreed. The emptiness made agreement easy. No fear, no compassion, only purpose. Kano's voice reached him. "Tanjiro!" He could not feel concern for her. That frightened him intellectually, not emotionally. The rider pressed closer. A perfect judge feels nothing. Tanjiro remembered Rengoku, not the pain of losing him, the words. "A flame is great because of what it keeps warm." Warmth. Tanjiro searched for it. Nezuko sitting beside the hearth, his mother's hands, Yuriko Daki's spoon, Sabido's smile, Makomo's quiet correction, Zenitsu crying while protecting someone, Inazuki pretending not to care, Jiyu standing between him and every drawn sword, Shinobu tightening a bandage because gentleness alone could not hold her anger. The memories did not create warmth immediately. Tanjiro chose them anyway. Feeling followed choice. Slowly, painfully, his heart hurt. He welcomed it. The emptiness cracked. Tanjiro seized the spirit's chain. "I would rather suffer than become nothing." He ended the stare. The chamber returned. Dama's body collapsed. Shinobu's poison had destroyed most of his flesh. Hellfire burned through the rest, but his head remained attached. Regeneration struggled. Kano attacked. Flower breathing, final form, equinoctial vermilion eye, her vision sharpened beyond safe human limits. She saw every movement, every thread of regeneration. Her blade entered Dama's neck. Inazuki threw both swords. They struck Kano's blade from behind and drove it deeper. Dama formed one final ice clone. Jiyu destroyed it with water breathing. Tanjiro stepped beside Kano. He placed his burning black sword against hers. Hellfire traveled along the Nichiren steel, not uncontrolled, not toward Kano, only into Dama's neck. The upper moon looked at Tanjiro. His rainbow eyes had lost their brightness. Was that emotion? Tanjiro pushed the blade deeper. What? The fear. Dama's lips trembled. I disliked it. Kano's face remained cold. Good. Together they severed the neck. Dama's head fell. The body attempted to regenerate. Shinobu's poison dissolved it. Hellfire consumed each new piece before it formed. The upper moon looked toward the ceiling. A woman appeared in his fading vision. "Shinobu," Dama smiled weakly. "Do you think I might have loved you?" Shinobu's imagined expression was disgusted. "No," the head cracked. For the first time, Dama seemed disappointed by an answer. Then upper two became ash. Kano fell beside Shinobu's body. Her eyes bled from the final flower breathing form. Inazuki sat several steps away, his boar mask lowered. He did not cry loudly. He held the mask against his face and shook. Jiyu leaned on his sword. Tanjiro stood in the center of the room. The hellfire disappeared. Cold remained, not Dama's ice, something internal. For several breaths, Tanjiro looked at the people around him and struggled to feel the meaning of their grief. The stare had brought back a piece of Dama's emptiness. Kano touched Shinobu's hand. Tanjiro knew he should feel sorrow. He remembered feeling sorrow, but the emotion remained distant. The spirit spoke. Efficient. Tanjiro's stomach turned. No, pain interferes. No! The hollow one revealed an improvement. Judgment without grief is clear. Tanjiro walked toward Shinobu. Each step felt deliberate, mechanical. He knelt. Her face remained calm. He remembered her asking difficult questions, her threats disguised as smiles, her medicine, her grief for Kani, her warning that kindness was not something a person permanently possessed. Tanjiro placed his hand beside hers. "I'm sorry." At first the words carried nothing. Then Kano looked at him. Her face broke. The grief in her scent entered Tanjiro. He did not judge it. He allowed it. Pain returned. Tanjiro bent forward as tears struck the frost. Relief mixed with sorrow, he could still feel. The spirit recoiled, weakness restored. "Yes!" Tanjiro wiped his eyes. "That is the point." Kano placed Shinobu's sword across her body. "She knew she would die." Tanjiro nodded. "She chose the plan. That doesn't make it easier." "No," Inazuki lifted his head. "That demon ate my mother. Yes, I didn't remember her. She remembered you." Inazuki's hands tightened around the mask. "How do you know?" "I saw." The spirit stirred at the mention of the stare. Tanjiro ignored it. She was afraid. She sang to keep you calm. She threw you into the river because she believed you might survive. Inasuk lowered his head again. She was strong. Yes, no, his voice cracked. She was weak. Tanjiro waited. Inasuk's shoulders shook. She was weak and still did it. Tanjiro understood. Strength did not make sacrifice meaningful. Fear did. Limitation did. Katoha had no sword, no breathing form, no hellfire. She had only one chance to save her child. She took it. She loved you, Tanjiro said. Inasuk cried behind the boar mask. No one told him to stop. The infinity castle shifted. The room began sliding apart. Jiu lifted Shinobu's body. Kano objected. I'll carry her. Your eyes are damaged. I can still walk. Jiu looked toward Tanjiro. Tanjiro moved to help. His right arm failed. The chain mark had spread across most of his chest and around the base of his neck. Kano saw it. How far? Tanjiro pulled the uniform closed. Farther, can you stop it? I stopped the transformation. That was not what I asked. The phrase belonged to Yurikodaki, then Shinobu, now Kano. Tanjiro looked toward the ash. I don't know. The castle opened a corridor beneath them. Distant battle scents rushed through. Kokoshibo, the oldest guilt Tanjiro had ever smelled. Centuries compressed into one presence. Moonlight, envy. A brother loved and hated beyond reason. The spirit awakened despite exhaustion. This time the path opened immediately, too easily. Thousands of doors appeared from a distance. The chain mark burned. The ancient one is full. Tanjiro nearly fell. Jiu caught him with one arm while carrying Shinobu with the other. Do not look yet. I can feel him. So can the spirit. Yes, Dama had been difficult because he contained no guilt. Kokoshibo would be difficult for the opposite reason. Too much. The spirit had nearly hollowed Tanjiro while trying to judge emptiness. What would centuries of regret do? Kano looked toward the next corridor. Muikairo is there. Jihomai too, Seinmi, Genya, their scents mixed with Kokoshibo's. Blood, battle, fear. Tanjiro forced himself upright. We have to go. Jiu looked at his injuries. You cannot use the stair again. I may not have a choice. You always have a choice. Tanjiro looked at Shinobu. She had chosen death as part of a plan. Katoha had chosen to throw her child into a river. Kano had chosen to destroy her own eyesight for an opening. Choices were not always fair. Sometimes every option carried loss. The spirit preferred that truth. It made surrender easier. Tanjiro placed his hand over the burning chain at his throat. Then I'll choose the limit before I arrive. The spirit whispered, you cannot limit centuries. Watch me. They moved into the corridor. Behind them, Dama's temple collapsed into darkness. Upper 2 was gone, not because the penance stair discovered hidden remorse. There had been none. He died because the people he treated as empty objects refused to remain objects. Shinobu entered his body as poison. Kano named her sister's pity. Inasuk gave meaning to his mother's last act. Tanjiro forced the upper moon to become a witness to lives he had consumed without ever seeing. The stair did not create a conscience. It created contact. That was enough for the poison, blades, and hellfire to finish what remorse never would. Yet Dama had left something behind. A cold space inside Tanjiro. Proof that judgment could become perfectly efficient if he stopped caring about the people involved. The spirit considered that perfection. Tanjiro considered it death with the body still moving. He followed the scent of the oldest upper moon. Behind his eyes, the victims of Dama stood beside Rui's family, Jutero's district, and Akaza's snowfield. The dead were becoming a crowd. His own memories had less room. The spirit's voice sounded increasingly like his own, and ahead waited Kokoshibo, a demon who had spent centuries regretting one human life so intensely that the guilt had become the foundation of everything he was. Dama had been hollow. Kokoshibo was full, too full. When Tanjiro opened that door, the weight might not leave enough of him to close it again. Chapter 13, The Weight of Centuries. The first thing Tanjiro smelled was moonlight, not the clean, distant scent of the moon above a winter mountain. This moonlight smelled of iron, old blood. Silk kept too long inside a sealed chest. It carried the stillness of a blade resting beside a sleeping man who did not know he was about to die. The corridor of the Infinity Castle opened beneath Tanjiro and Jiu. They fell through darkness. Wooden rooms rotated around them. Staircases became walls. Lanterns drifted past like stars caught inside an endless box. Then gravity returned. Tanjiro landed hard on a broken platform. Jiyu came down beside him, still carrying Shinobu's body. Kano and Inasuke struck the floor several steps away. The chamber around them had already been destroyed. Deep cuts covered the walls, pillars lay in pieces, pools of blood darkened the floor, and in the center stood Kokushibo, upper one. 6 eyes examined the room. Long black hair flowed behind him. A dark kimono covered a body that appeared almost human until one looked at the sword grown from his own flesh. Small eyes opened along its blade. Tanjiro's stomach tightened. Kokushibo's scent was unlike any demon he had encountered. Muzan smelled of endless self-preservation. Akaza had smelled of grief buried beneath strength. Damas smelled of emptiness disguised as peace. Kokushibo smelled of time. 4 centuries of choice. 4 centuries of regret. 4 centuries spent trying to become greater than a brother who had never asked to be surpassed. The spirit of vengeance awakened so violently that Tanjiro's knees nearly buckled. Thousands of doors appeared behind Kokushibo's 6 eyes, not dozens, not hundreds, thousands. Each door led into another memory, and every memory appeared connected to the same figure. A swordsman standing beneath sunlight, red hair, Hanafuda earrings, a face carrying no arrogance despite possessing strength beyond comprehension. Yoriichi Tsujikuni, Tanjiro's right arm burned, the chain mark spread across his collarbone. Open, Tanjiro grabbed his shoulder. Not yet, Kokushibo turned. All 6 eyes settled on Tanjiro. For the first time, the ancient demon's composure changed. His gaze moved to the earrings, then to the black sword, then to the blue-white light beneath Tanjiro's skin. Those earrings! His voice was low, controlled, but his scent fractured. Memory entered the room, Yoriichi as a child, Yoriichi holding a wooden flute, Yoriichi leaving home so his older brother might inherit without conflict. Kokushibo's fingers tightened around his sword. "You are not him!" Tanjiro felt the spirit press against his chest. "No, you carry his breathing, part of it. You carry his scent." Tanjiro looked at Kokushibo's 6 eyes. "No," the demon's expression sharpened. Tanjiro continued, "I carry people who remembered him." The words struck deeper than he expected. Kokushibo's flesh sword shifted in his hand. Moon-shaped blades filled the air. Jiyu moved first. Water-breathing, 11th form, dead calm. The crescent blades vanished within his range. More replaced them instantly. Tanjiro drew his sword. Hellfire ignited. He cut through the nearest crescent. Blue-white flame spread across the demonic blade of air and erased it. But there were too many. Jiyu stepped in front of Kano and Inasuke. Water-breathing created an opening. "Move!" They crossed the chamber. Tanjiro smelled the others. Jaiomai, Seinmi, Muikairo, Genya, all wounded, all close. A massive chain tore through the far wall. Jaiomai Heimjima entered with prayer beads wrapped around one hand and his weapon spinning through the air. The axe struck Kokushibo's sword. Metal thundered. Seinmi attacked from the opposite side. Wind breathing filled the chamber with cutting pressure. Kokushibo blocked both Hashira. His 6 eyes moved independently. 1 followed Jaiomai's chain. 2 watched Seinmi. 1 examined Jiyu. The remaining pair never left Tanjiro. Muikairo Takido was pinned against a distant wall by a section of Kokushibo's blade. Blood covered his uniform. His left arm was gone. Genya knelt beneath him, body partially transformed from consuming demon flesh. A gun rested near his hand. Tanjiro's heart tightened. The spirit pushed. They fall. No! The Ancient One exceeds them. Tanjiro moved toward Muikairo. Kokushibo saw the path. Moon-breathing 5th form. A storm of crescent blades filled the chamber. Tanjiro used Hinakami Kagura. Fire wheel. Hellfire formed a burning circle around him. The crescent blades struck. Some vanished, others broke through. Cuts opened across Tanjiro's arms and face. Jiyu intercepted the largest attack. Jaiomai's chain wrapped around Kokushibo's sword arm. Seinmi's blade entered the demon's side. The wound regenerated before Seinmi could pull away. Kokushibo turned. A moon blade cut across Seinmi's abdomen. Jaiomai dragged him out of reach. Tanjiro reached Muikairo. He cut through the flesh blade, pinning the missed Hashira. Hellfire entered the weapon. Kokushibo severed the connection before it could spread into his body. Muikairo fell. Tanjiro caught him with 1 arm. The boy's scent was faint, too faint. Stay awake. Muikaro looked at him. His eyes struggled to focus. Kamado, I'm here. I stabbed him. Tanjiro looked toward Kokoshibo. A red Nichiren blade remained embedded in the demon's torso. Muikaro had turned his sword crimson before being pinned. The wound around it had not healed fully. Genya lifted his gun. He fired. The bullets entered Kokoshibo's flesh. Roots and branches erupted from the wounds. Genya's blood demon art had changed after consuming Upper One's hair and sword fragments. Wooden growths trapped Kokoshibo's body. The demon's eyes widened. For the first time, he was held. Gyomai's chain tightened. Seinmi and Jiyu attacked together. Wind and water crossed. Kokoshibo released power. Moon blades erupted from every part of his body. The wooden roots shattered. Gyomai's chain broke away. Seinmi was thrown across the room. Jiyu blocked enough blades to remain standing, but blood appeared across his chest and legs. Tanjiro covered Muikaro with his body. Hellfire spread across his back. The crescent blades burned as they touched him. The physical force still drove him into the floor. The mark across Tanjiro's chest grew brighter. The spirit whispered directly behind his eyes, "Seat me." "No!" The mist child dies. Muikaro's heartbeat weakened beneath Tanjiro. The devourer dies. Genya coughed blood while trying to reload. The wind pillar bleeds. Seinmi forced himself upright using his sword. The stone pillar cannot hold forever. Gyomai's prayer beads moved faster. The water pillar follows you into death. Jiyu glanced toward Tanjiro. The water Hashira smelled the pressure building inside him. "Do not listen!" Tanjiro pushed himself up. Kokoshibo walked from the broken roots. His body had changed. Blades grew from his torso and limbs. His appearance became less human with every breath. Centuries of refinement had stripped away the swordsman he once wanted to become and revealed the monster beneath. Yet his scent remained controlled, not proud, not afraid, ashamed. Tanjiro saw it. Kokoshibo hated this form. He had pursued beauty in swordsmanship, grace, perfection. Now power had turned him into a mass of blades and eyes. The spirit found the opening. "Look!" Tanjiro met Kokoshibo's gaze. The penance stare attempted to form. The connection touched for less than a heartbeat. Tanjiro saw a child kneeling beside a sickly twin. Then pain exploded through his skull. He fell. The spirit recoiled with something close to shock. The guilt was too dense. 4 centuries had compressed every memory until touching one meant touching all. Kokoshibo felt the connection too. He stopped. "What was that?" Tanjiro pressed a hand against his eye. Blood ran between his fingers. Kokoshibo looked disturbed, not by pain, by recognition. For one instant he had seen himself through Yoriichi's eyes, not as a rival, not as an inferior swordsman, as an older brother, loved without condition. Kokoshibo's scent cracked. He attacked Tanjiro immediately, not to win, to silence the memory. Gyomai intercepted him. Their weapons collided. The chamber split down the center. Tanjiro carried Muikaro toward Genya. Kanao and Inasuk reached them. Kanao examined the wound. Her expression remained controlled. "It's too deep." Muikaro looked toward Kokoshibo. His remaining hand tightened around the cloth of Tanjiro's uniform. "I can still move." "No," Tanjiro said. Muikaro's eyes sharpened. "Then make the time matter." The words stopped Tanjiro. Muikaro was 14, younger than most of them. A descendant of Kokoshibo's human bloodline. A child who had forgotten his family, found purpose, and walked into battle knowing memory might return only when life was nearly over. The spirit examined him. No guilt, only regret that he could not do more. Tanjiro closed the door before the flame could mistake it. Muikaro looked at the hellfire mark covering Tanjiro's neck. "It wants control." Yes, would it win? Maybe. Would Kokoshibo die? Maybe. Muikaro looked toward the battle. Gyomai and Seinmi attacked together with perfect coordination. Jiyu adapted around them, creating openings where none should exist. Kokoshibo matched all 3. "Then don't!" Tanjiro stared. Muikaro's voice weakened. "A maybe that costs you everything is not a plan." Jiyu had said something similar. Rengoku too. The people around Tanjiro kept refusing to let their possible deaths become excuses for his surrender. The spirit despised them for it. They value the vessel above victory. "They value my choice." Choice is waste. Tanjiro looked at his marked hand, only to something that has never been forced to live with consequences. The spirit burned. Kokoshibo's moon blade struck the chamber again. A crescent passed through Genya's torso. His body split. Seinmi screamed his brother's name. Tanjiro's heart stopped. Genya remained conscious. Demon flesh and consumed blood kept him alive, but the pieces of his body were separating. The spirit surged. Now, Tanjiro saw Seinmi fall beside his brother, saw the wind Hashira's rage break beyond control, saw Kokoshibo lift his sword. There was no time. Tanjiro moved. He did not open the seat. He opened the stair. The connection dragged both of them into the past. Tanjiro stood inside a vast field beneath a red sunset. Kokoshibo stood across from him, but not as a demon. He wore a human face, long dark hair tied behind him, a sword at his waist, Michikatsu Tsujikuni. His original name entered Tanjiro like a blade. A second figure stood nearby, Yoriichi, young, quiet, holding a handmade flute. The memories did not arrive one at a time. They fell together. Michikatsu born first, raised to inherit, taught that strength and position defined worth. Yoriichi born second, marked at birth, expected to die or be sent away. Michikatsu pitying him, then fearing him. A wooden sword placed in Yoriichi's hands. One movement. A teacher defeated. Everything Michikatsu had spent years learning surpassed in an instant by a child who seemed barely interested in victory. The spirit pushed the emotion through both of them. Envy. It was not a small feeling. It was the first crack in a life. Michikatsu covered his face. Stop! The memories continued. Yoriichi leaving home after their mother died. The flute remaining in his clothing. Michikatsu inheriting everything. Land, name, duty, a wife, children. Still, he thought of the brother who had left. Years later, a demon attacked Michikatsu's camp. Yoriichi appeared, saved him. Moved with a swordsmanship beyond anything human, sun-breathing, a path Michikatsu could not follow. He abandoned his family to become a demon slayer. Tanjiro felt the decision, not forced, not inevitable, chosen. The spirit seized it. He discarded them. Michikatsu looked toward the shadows of his wife and children. I sought strength. You left them, Tanjiro said. They were safe. You left them. I had a duty. You chose a new one because your brother had something you wanted. Michikatsu's expression twisted. The next memory struck. Moon breathing created as an imitation. Powerful, beautiful, never equal, the mark appearing. The knowledge that marked swordsmen died before 25. Fear, not of death alone, of dying before surpassing Yoriichi. Muzan arriving, offering time. Michikatsu accepting demon blood, killing members of the core, becoming Kokoshibo. The spirit opened every victim. Swordsmen cut apart beneath moonlight. Villages destroyed, generations erased. Kokoshibo felt each death. The stair burned, but beneath the victims waited the central wound. Yoriichi returning when both brothers were old. Kokoshibo still young in demon flesh. Yoriichi aged, wrinkled, standing before him with a sword. Kokoshibo had spent centuries preparing for that moment. Yoriichi moved once. The blade stopped at Kokoshibo's neck. One more strike would have killed him. It never came. Yoriichi died standing. Kokoshibo remembered the rage, not relief, not triumph. Rage that even as an old man seconds from death, Yoriichi remained beyond him. The spirit poured the memory through Tanjiro. The weight became unbearable. Tanjiro felt 4 centuries of comparison. Every movement measured against Yoriichi. Every victory made worthless because the wrong person had not witnessed it. Every improvement becoming proof that perfection remained farther away. Kokoshibo screamed. The sunset turned blue-white. Feel all. The spirit widened the stare. Tanjiro saw Yoriichi's life through fragments carried by Kokoshibo's guilt. A wife and unborn child murdered by a demon, years of wandering, joining the core, creating breathing forms adapted for others, failing to kill Muzan, failing to save Tamio from centuries of regret, being expelled, growing old alone. Yet despite everything, Yoriichi had kept the flute, the one Michikatsu made for him as a child. Kokoshibo had found it after his brother's death. He had kept it for centuries, hidden beneath his clothing. A proof of love preserved by the man who claimed rivalry had consumed everything else. Tanjiro's chest split with grief, not physically. Something inside him opened. The spirit entered the wound. He loved what he hated. Yes, he hated what he loved. Yes, contradiction is guilt. No, Tanjiro's voice shook. Contradiction is human. The spirit pushed harder. The stair opened every century. Kokushibo felt the terror of his victims, the shame of abandoning his family, the bitterness of betraying the core, the disgust of seeing his own monstrous reflection, the sorrow he refused to call sorrow when Yoriichi died. Tanjiro felt all of it too. The dead crowded behind his eyes. Rui, Daki, Jutaro, Akaza, Dama's victims, now Kokushibo's centuries. Tanjiro's own memories began disappearing beneath them. He tried to remember the sound of Nezuko laughing as a human. Another victim's scream answered. He tried to remember his mother's face. He saw Michikatsu's mother instead. He tried to remember Takio's voice. He heard Yoriichi speaking softly. The cost had arrived, not a mark, not cold, erasure through weight. There was only so much one mind could carry before new memories crushed the old. The spirit continued, all of it. Tanjiro grabbed the chain in the vision. It wrapped around his entire body now. Links of blue-white fire crossed his chest, neck, and face. He pulled. The chain did not move. The spirit had anchored itself in Kokushibo's guilt. Centuries demand sentence. Tanjiro looked at Michikatsu. The human swordsman had fallen to his knees. Yoriichi stood before him, not accusing, never accusing. That was the deepest punishment. Kokushibo had built his life around hatred because love without competition offered him no excuse. Why? Michikatsu whispered. Yoriichi looked at the flute in his hand. Why what? Why did you pity me? Yoriichi's expression became confused. I did not. You surpassed me. Yes, the answer carried no pride. You took everything. No, I abandoned my name because of you. Yoriichi looked at him with unbearable sadness. You abandoned it because you believed my life diminished yours. Michikatsu trembled. You were chosen. By whom? The gods, fate, the sun. Yoriichi lowered his eyes. My wife died while I was away. My child died before I held him. I failed to destroy Muzan. I spent my final years alone. He looked toward his brother. If I was chosen, I do not know for what. Kokushibo's philosophy began to collapse. He had seen only Yoriichi's strength, never his losses, never the cost, never the loneliness of being unmatched. You had no right to be unhappy, Michikatsu whispered. Tanjiro's heart hurt. There it was, the ugliest truth. Kokushibo needed Yoriichi's life to have been perfect. Otherwise, the envy had no meaning. If Yoriichi suffered too, then Michikatsu had abandoned everything not because fate was unfair, but because he refused to live a life that was his own. The spirit ignited the revelation. Kokushibo screamed. His demon form appeared around Michikatsu. 6 eyes, blades, flesh distorted by centuries of refusal. Tanjiro's memories continued breaking. He could no longer remember the exact color of Hanako's kimono. Panic struck. Stop, sentence incomplete. I'm losing them. The dead require space. They are not yours to place inside me. You are the witness. I am Tanjiro Kamado, the name echoed weakly. The spirit answered with thousands of other names. Victims, swordsmen, families. The weight pushed Tanjiro beneath them. Then another voice entered the stair. Tanjiro! Nezuko, not physically, a memory, her hand on his face, her forehead against his, her choice to turn away from Seinmi's blood. Tanjiro held onto it. The spirit tried to bury it. Tanjiro repeated her name. Nezuko! The chain tightened. Nezuko Kamado! The memory sharpened. A pink kimono, a bamboo muzzle, eyes carrying hunger and love together. Then Yurikodaki, Jiyu, Zenitsu, Inasuk, Kanao, Rengoku, names became anchors, not because memories were perfect, because relationships did not exist only inside memory. They had shaped his choices. Even if the details faded, the person Tanjiro became through loving them remained. He pulled the chain. This time one link cracked. The spirit roared. Centuries remain. Kokushibo has felt enough to choose. He will choose survival. Then that is his guilt. Tanjiro looked at Michikatsu. The swordsman knelt before Yoriichi. The flute rested between them. What did you want? Tanjiro asked. Michikatsu looked up. To become him. No, Tanjiro stepped closer. What did you want before you knew he was stronger? The question reached farther back than envy. A child, an older brother. A wooden flute carved poorly because he wanted his silent twin to call for him if frightened. Michikatsu's face broke. I wanted him to need me. Yoriichi knelt. I did. The answer destroyed the final wall. Kokushibo had spent centuries believing he was made irrelevant by his brother's strength. But Yoriichi had kept the flute. He had carried proof that Michikatsu mattered to him until death. Strength had never erased the brother. Only envy had. The spirit gathered for the final sentence. Tanjiro refused. He seized the cracked chain with both hands. I end the stare. He has not paid. He has seen. Not enough. Enough for the living. Tanjiro broke the link. The connection shattered. The battlefield returned. Only seconds had passed. Kokoshibo stood motionless. Tanjiro stood before him with his sword lowered. Blood ran from all 6 of the demon's eyes. Gyomai's axe was buried in his side. Seinmi's blade crossed his torso. Jiyu's sword held one arm away. Muekiro had forced himself upright. Using the last of his strength, he drove the crimson blade deeper into Kokoshibo's body. Genya's roots erupted again. This time, Kokoshibo did not immediately resist. His gaze fell upon the reflection in Seinmi's polished blade. He saw himself, blades growing from his body, 6 eyes, flesh twisted into an image no swordsman would respect, his scent filled with disgust. "Is this," the words came weakly, "what I wish to become?" The spirit pushed Tanjiro to attack. Tanjiro could barely lift his arm. His memories felt damaged. Hollow spaces existed where details should have been. He remembered having siblings. For one terrifying instant, he could not recall Rokuta's face. Tanjiro staggered. Jiyu caught him. Kokoshibo's regeneration began. The wounds around the crimson blades tried to close. Hellfire awakened within Tanjiro's sword. He did not need the stare now, only consequence. Tanjiro stepped forward. He placed the burning blade against Muekiro's sword. Blue-white fire traveled through the crimson Nichiren metal and entered Kokoshibo's body. The demon convulsed. The roots held him. Gyomai and Seinmi attacked. Their blades severed the neck together. Kokoshibo's head fell. His body remained upright. Regeneration started. A new head formed slowly. The same impossible survival Akaza had achieved. But Kokoshibo looked at Yoriichi's flute inside his clothing. It had fallen into view during the battle. A small wooden object kept for 400 years. The forming head stopped. Kokoshibo's human face appeared briefly within the demon flesh. Yoriichi! The name carried no hatred, only grief. His body began breaking apart. The hellfire consumed the demonic cells. The crimson blades prevented restoration. Genya's roots drained his strength, but the final collapse came from within. Kokoshibo no longer knew what survival would prove. He had surpassed nearly every swordsman in history. He had lived longer than kingdoms. He had become upper one. None of it changed the fact that his brother had loved him before strength divided them. Kokoshibo reached toward the flute. His fingers turned to ash before touching it. The spirit whispered through Tanjiro. Coward, Tanjiro looked at the fading demon. No! Kokoshibo's 6 eyes closed. He finally stopped running. Upper one became ash. The flute remained. It struck the floor softly. Muekiro fell first. Tanjiro caught him. The mist Hashira's body had reached its limit. His remaining hand rested near the sword still glowing faintly with hellfire. "Did we win?" he asked. Yes, Muekiro looked toward the ash. Good! His scent softened. Memories of his twin brother moved through him. A small home, arguments, love hidden beneath harsh words. Tanjiro tried to speak. He wanted to tell Muekiro that his brother had been proud, that his life mattered. The words caught. A name had vanished. Tanjiro knew Muekiro had a twin. He could not remember the twin's name. Panic entered his scent. Muekiro noticed. The stare took something. Tanjiro lowered his eyes. Yes, what? I don't know yet. Muekiro smiled faintly. That's frightening. Yes, then don't pretend it isn't. I won't. Muekiro looked toward the sword. I was useful. You saved everyone. Not everyone. His gaze moved to Genya. The boy's body remained divided. The demon flesh keeping him alive had begun turning to ash after Kokoshibo's death. Seinmi crawled toward him. Genya, the wind Hashira's voice broke. He gathered his younger brother's upper body into his arms. Genya looked at him. For once there was no anger between them, only time running out. Tanjiro turned away, not because he wanted to avoid the grief, because it belonged first to them. The spirit reached toward Seinmi's guilt. Tanjiro shut the door with everything he had left. No, the presence pushed. Pain, private, guilt. Love, the spirit withdrew. Muekiro's breathing stopped quietly. Tanjiro held him until the final warmth left. Another Hashira gone. another voice joining the crowd behind his eyes. But this time, Tanjiro could not trust himself to remember every detail. That was the piece Kokoshibo had taken. Not a limb, not years of life that could be counted, certainty in his own memory. The dead had become so heavy that some of the living past slipped between them. Jiyu knelt beside Tanjiro. "What do you remember? My name, your sister, Nezuko. Your family." Tanjiro closed his eyes. His mother's face appeared. Takeo, Hanako, Shidru, Rokuta, the image blurred. Tanjiro gripped his sword. "I remember loving them." Jiyu's expression tightened. "That was not what I asked. It's what remains." Jaiomai bowed his head for Muikiro and Genya. Tears moved freely down his face. Seinmi screamed at his brother not to disappear. Genya's body turned to ash in his arms. The sound filled the ruined chamber. Tanjiro let it enter him, not as guilt, not as judgment, as witness. He would not use Seinmi's pain. He would not open it. He would simply remain. The infinity castle shook, not from Nakaim's movement, from Muzan. Upper One had fallen, the strongest demon beneath him, the last swordsman who remembered the earliest breathing forms, the shield that had stood between Muzan and every Hashira for centuries. Gone. Muzan felt Kokoshibo's death through his blood. He felt Dama vanish. Akaza, Daki, and Jutaro. The upper moons had collapsed one after another. At the center of each death burned the same presence. Tanjiro Kamado. Muzan's fury spread through the castle. Walls cracked, rooms folded. Nakaim's biwa strings snapped beneath the force of his command. He had hidden while the upper ranks exhausted the core. That strategy had ended. There were no more assets strong enough to delay the boy carrying judgment. Muzan began moving himself. Tanjiro smelled him. The scent arrived through every corridor at once. Ancient blood, fear buried beneath rage, self-justification so complete that no guilt formed around it. The first demon, the first unforgivable wrong. The spirit rose despite Tanjiro's ruined body. Every chain mark ignited. The burning links reached his throat, jaw, and one side of his face. A skeletal outline appeared over him. Jaiomai lifted his weapon. Seinmi looked up from the place where Genya had vanished. Jiyu grabbed Tanjiro's shoulder. "Stay!" Tanjiro's eyes burned blue-white. "I can smell him. So can the spirit." "Yes. Can you still choose?" Tanjiro looked at the black blade. His reflection appeared in the metal, one human eye, one eye filled with flame. He tried to remember his father performing the Hinakami Kagura. The movements remained. The face had become less clear. Grief struck him. The spirit seized it. The first guilty approaches. Tanjiro tightened his grip. "I know!" No restraint. Tanjiro looked at Muikiro's body, at Genya's empty uniform, at Seinmi, Jaiomai, Jiyu, Kanao, and Inasuke entering the broken chamber behind them. At Shinobu's body still carried with care, so many dead, so many living. The spirit wanted Muzan to answer for all of them. So did Tanjiro. That alignment was more dangerous than conflict. When they disagreed, Tanjiro knew where the boundary stood. Now both wanted the same target. The only question was what would remain after reaching him. The castle shook again. A wall split open. Muzan's scent flooded the chamber. The spirit whispered with Tanjiro's own voice. "He is ours." Tanjiro raised the burning sword. "No!" The presence became still. Tanjiro's human eye narrowed. "He is everyone's." Around him, the surviving demon slayer stood, broken, bleeding, grieving, still standing. Kokoshibo had spent centuries trying to surpass one man. Tanjiro finally understood the failure beneath that dream. No single person was meant to carry an entire war. Not Yoriichi, not Tanjiro, not even the spirit of vengeance. Muzan would not fall because one flame judged him. He would fall beneath every life he had failed to erase. Tanjiro stepped toward the opening. The chain mark burned around his heart. Behind his eyes, centuries moved. Some memories were no longer his. Some of his own had become shadows. But one truth remained clear. The spirit could take pieces of him. It could fill him with the dead. It could wear his face. It could never be allowed to decide that vengeance belonged to it alone. The surviving Hashira followed. The infinity castle opened. Muzan Kibutsuji finally moved to meet them. And for the first time since the massacre on the mountain, Tanjiro walked toward him not as a grieving boy chasing the scent of blood, but as the living edge of every choice that had refused to let Muzan define what suffering created. Chapter 14, The Reckoning and the Choice Muzan Kibutsuji entered the ruined chamber wearing the faces of the dead. Not literally. His body remained pale and elegant, clothed in black, with crimson eyes burning above an expression that had forgotten how to appear human. But Tanjiro smelled everyone within him. The girl transformed in an alley and abandoned before sunrise. The father who returned home with new hunger and killed the family he once worked to protect. The child who begged for help while Muzan watched to see whether his blood would create another useful demon. Centuries of lives entered, corrupted, consumed, or discarded. They moved beneath Muzan's flesh like a city buried under black water. The spirit of vengeance saw them. The chain marks across Tanjiro's body erupted with blue-white light. First guilty, Muzan's gaze settled on Tanjiro. He took in the marked arm, the black sword burning at its edge, the half-formed skull of fire flickering over one side of Tanjiro's face. Then Muzan looked at the survivors gathered behind him. Gyomai, wounded but upright. Seinmi, covered in his brother's blood. Jiu, one hand pressed against his side. Kanao, her damaged eyes focused through pain. Inasuk, both swords held low. The bodies of Shinobu and Muekiro behind them. The space where Genya had vanished. Muzan's lip curled. Kokoshibo failed! Seinmi moved first. Wind breathing exploded through the chamber. Gyomai's chain followed. Jiu entered between them. Tanjiro smelled the pattern. 3 Hashira attacking from different angles, not to kill immediately, but to prevent Muzan from choosing a single target. Their blades struck. Muzan's body opened. Whips of flesh erupted from his back, arms, and legs. The chamber disappeared beneath motion. Stone broke, wood split. A single sweep of Muzan's arm sent cutting pressure across the room. Gyomai blocked with his axe. Seinmi ducked beneath another tendril. Jiu redirected a third. Tanjiro stepped into the center. Hinakami Kagura, raging sun, the black sword formed a wheel of hellfire. Blue-white flame touched Muzan's flesh. The first demon screamed. He severed the burning section instantly. New flesh formed before the discarded piece reached the floor. The severed limb turned to ash. The replacement remained untouched. Tanjiro's eyes narrowed. Muzan's regeneration was beyond Akaza, beyond Dama, beyond Kokoshibo. His body contained multiple hearts and brains, each shifting position constantly. Every cell acted with the same desperate command. Survive! Muzan attacked Tanjiro. The spirit pushed toward the seat. Tanjiro refused. He moved with the transparent world. The demon's flesh became visible beneath skin, hearts contracting, brains pulsing, organs changing position before each strike. Tanjiro cut toward one heart. Muzan moved it before the blade landed. A tendril struck Tanjiro across the chest. He flew backward. Jiu caught him. The impact forced both through a pillar. "Can you see the organs?" Jiu asked. "Yes. Can you reach them?" "They move." Muzan crossed the chamber. Gyomai's flail crushed his head. Seinmi cut through his torso. Kanao's blade entered his side. The bodies separated, then grew back around their swords. Muzan's mouths opened across his arms. Teeth closed around Nichiren's steel. The blades began breaking. Tanjiro ignited his sword more intensely. Hellfire spread from the black blade through every weapon touching Muzan. Gyomai's chain glowed. Seinmi's steel burned blue-white. Jiu's damaged blade carried the flame. Kanao's sword shone at the edge. The spirit recoiled. "They are not vessels. They are part of the judgment. Fire belongs to us." "No," Tanjiro forced the hellfire outward, not through their souls, through their weapons. Muzan's flesh ignited in several places at once. The regeneration slowed, not stopped. Slowed, Muzan tore himself away from the burning blades. Parts of his body remained behind. They dissolved into ash. His new flesh continued forming. The first demon stared at Tanjiro. "You spread it." Tanjiro raised the sword. "It was never yours to fear alone." Muzan's scent changed. Not guilt, never guilt. Calculation. The spirit opened the path toward the penance stair. Tanjiro looked into Muzan's crimson eyes. The doors appeared. Millions. More victims than Tanjiro's mind could understand. Entire bloodlines ended. Towns erased. Demons created who later created suffering of their own. Every wrong led back toward Muzan. The spirit pushed. Open all. Tanjiro met Muzan's gaze. The connection reached, and found nothing holding the other side. Musen remembered every death only as information, not like Dama who lacked emotional structure. Musen possessed emotion, fear, rage, pride, disgust, but every feeling turned inward, his own survival, his own pain, his own insult. The victims existed only as events that had affected him. A swordsman who nearly killed him, a doctor who failed to cure him quickly enough, a family carrying earrings that awakened an old terror. Musen did not deny his actions, he justified all of them. I lived, Musen said. The stare trembled. Tanjiro saw the physician who had treated a dying young nobleman centuries ago. Musen killing him before discovering the medicine had begun working. The blue spider lily, the first transformation, the first hunger. Musen looked at the memory without remorse. He was incompetent. The spirit pressed pain toward him. Musen rejected it, not through emptiness, through absolute self-importance. The suffering of others could not outweigh his life because he did not believe their lives possessed equal value. Tanjiro saw the flaw. The penance stare required some recognition that another person existed as more than an object. Dama had lacked connection. Musen refused connection. The result was similar. The judgment found victims. It found actions. It found no conscience willing to translate truth into guilt. Musen smiled. Your trick does nothing. The spirit roared. Force. Tanjiro tried. Every victim surged toward Musen. Screams filled the connection. Mothers, children, slayers, demons, Tamio, Yoriechi. Musen stood beneath them and looked only annoyed. All life consumes, he said. The words echoed inside the stare. Humans slaughter animals. The strong survive plague. Storms destroy villages. Mountains collapse. His crimson eyes fixed on Tanjiro. Do you judge the wind? You chose. I acted according to my nature. So did every demon. Yes, Musen smiled, and you killed them. The connection twisted. Rui, Jutaro, Daki, Akaza, Dama, Kokashibo. The dead appeared behind Tanjiro. Musen continued. You call me monstrous for surviving, then you burn anything that resembles me? Tanjiro's sword trembled. The spirit answered through him. The guilty must answer. Musen looked toward the blue-white skull forming over Tanjiro's face. Those are not your words. The sentence struck deeper than any tendril. Tanjiro felt the spirit's chains tighten. Musen saw it. You believe you are different because you hesitate before killing. The first demon stepped closer inside the stare. But every path brought you here. His finger touched the burning chain across Tanjiro's chest. Covered in the dead. Tanjiro's memories shifted, the hand demon screaming, Rui burning, Daki and Jutaro turning to ash, Akaza collapsing, Dama filled with his victims, Kokashibo unable to reach the flute. Musen's smile widened. You and I only disagree about which lives deserve to continue. The spirit pushed toward full control. He corrupts judgment. Tanjiro could not answer. Musen's argument was a lie, but it had enough truth to wound. Tanjiro had killed. He had chosen who received mercy. He had entered souls without permission. He carried memories taken through pain. The difference between him and Musen could not simply be that Tanjiro believed himself righteous. Musen believed the same. The stare weakened. The connection broke. The physical chamber returned. Musen's tendril struck Tanjiro through the abdomen. Pain exploded. The black sword fell from his hand. Jiu cut the tendril before it withdrew. Seinmi attacked Musen's neck. Gyomai's flail crushed two shifting hearts. Kano retrieved Tanjiro's sword and threw it. The burning blade spun through the air. Tanjiro caught it. Musen regenerated. Again. The infinity castle shook around them. Nakaim's control had become unstable. Rooms collapsed. Platforms turned. Musen's fury spread through every wall. You cannot judge me, he said. Tanjiro forced himself upright. Blood entered his mouth. No, the spirit burned in outrage. Tanjiro looked at the first demon. But we can stop you. Tamio's medicine began working. At first, Musen mistook the change for exhaustion. One of his hearts missed a beat. A section of his hair turned pale. He looked toward his own hand. The flesh appeared older, only slightly. Then another year passed across it in a heartbeat. His crimson eyes widened. Tamio, the demon doctor's final plan moved through his blood. A medicine created with shinobu, multiple effects layered together, human restoration, rapid aging, cellular destruction, division prevention. Muzan began decomposing it. The medicine changed. Every solution exposed another poison. The first demon roared. The infinity castle broke. Nakheim's biwa sounded once, then stopped. Muzan's cells lost their connection to her. The world inverted. Tanjiro fell beside the others through collapsing rooms. The wooden platforms vanished. Night air struck his face. They emerged into a city street. Buildings shattered beneath the falling demon slayers. Kakashi waited outside the castle's boundary. Lower-ranked slayers rushed to move civilians. The eastern horizon remained dark, hours before dawn, too long. Muzan landed in the center of the street, his body transformed. The elegant human shape split apart. Black hair turned white, flesh whips erupted from his back and thighs. Mouths opened along his body, his arms lengthened. Every trace of human appearance became a costume he no longer had patience to wear. The spirit of vengeance rose inside Tanjiro. Beast revealed. Tanjiro stood with difficulty. The other Hashira joined him. Mitsuri Kanroji and Obanai Iguro arrived from another section of the collapsed castle, both injured. Zenitsu appeared carrying his damaged sword. Inosuke landed beside him and denied having followed anyone. Kano remained near Tanjiro. The surviving corps surrounded Muzan. Not enough remained. Still, they surrounded him. Kaguya Yubayashiki's plan had brought Muzan into reach. Tamyo's medicine had begun aging him. The Hashira had destroyed the upper moons. Now the corps had one purpose: hold Muzan until sunrise. Muzan understood. His attacks became frantic. Flesh whips cut through streets faster than sound. Buildings collapsed. Slayers died before seeing the strikes. Tanjiro entered the transparent world. Every tendril became a path. He moved. Hinakami Kagura, dance. The black sword cut through one whip. Hellfire consumed it. Another struck his shoulder. Jiu blocked the next. Seinmi attacked from above. Gyomai's chain wrapped around Muzan's leg. Mitsuri used her flexible blade to hold several tendrils away from injured slayers. Obanai cut the openings she created. Zenitsu became lightning. Inosuke moved without rhythm, making his attacks difficult even for Muzan to predict. Kano targeted the shifting organs. The fight became a single body made from many swordsmen. Tanjiro smelled it, not a regiment following one leader, a network, each person protecting another's blind side. Muzan cut Mitsuri across the chest. Obanai caught her. A tendril pierced Gyomai's leg. Seinmi severed it. Jiu lost his sword. Tanjiro sent hellfire along the broken half. The water Hashira used the burning fragment as though it were complete. The spirit resisted each sharing. Judgment diluted. It's becoming stronger. They cannot contain it. They don't need to. Tanjiro cut across Muzan's torso. The flame entered. This time Muzan could not sever the entire section quickly enough. Tamyo's medicine had slowed him. Hellfire followed the corrupted cells. Muzan tore open his body and forced the burning flesh outward. Hundreds of small pieces scattered across the street. Each attempted to grow. The spirit reached toward them. Tanjiro raised his marked hand. Blue-white chains erupted from the ground. They were not metal, not fully physical. Links of hellfire wrapped around the pieces. The spirit surged with satisfaction. For the first time, Tanjiro had manifested its chains outside his body. The scattered flesh burned. Muzan's eyes widened. Tanjiro pulled. The chains tightened around the first demon's limbs. Muzan roared and broke several. More replaced them. The spirit pushed toward full transformation. Seat me. The guilty is held. Tanjiro's skull flickered beneath his skin. Pain disappeared from his wounded arm. The chain mark reached across his jaw. The rider was closer than ever. Tanjiro looked at Muzan, the murderer of his family, the source of every demon, the first wrong. If there was ever a moment to surrender, this was it. He imagined the full spirit rising, a skeleton wrapped in blue-white flame, chains covering the city. Muzan forced to feel every victim, whether his conscience accepted them or not. A punishment without end. Tanjiro wanted it, that was why he refused. No! The chains weakened. Muzan broke one arm free. A whip struck Tanjiro's face. He fell. The spirit roared. Fool! Tanjiro's human pain returned. Blood covered one eye. He pushed himself up. I won't win by becoming something that can't stop. Muzan laughed. You speak of stopping while crawling toward death. A flesh whip descended. Gyomai blocked it. The stone Hashira's chain snapped. The strike crushed his other leg. Gyomai fell, Seinmi screamed and attacked. Muzan drove a tendril through his shoulder. Jiu intercepted the next, his broken blade shattered completely. The core was running out of bodies. The horizon remained dark. Tanjiro's breathing failed. He saw Rengoku, not a memory forced through the stare. His own, set your heart ablaze. A flame is great because of what it keeps warm. Tanjiro looked around. The surviving slayers, the wounded Kakashi dragging civilians from ruins, the Hashira standing after their bodies had failed, the dead whose choices had led to this street. This was not a trial. Trials looked backward. They decided what guilt deserved. This was protection. Protection looked forward. It asked what must still be saved. Tanjiro understood the difference completely. The spirit existed to punish what had happened. Tanjiro fought for what could happen next. He raised the sword. Hinakami Kagura. The flame changed, not color, purpose. The blue-white hellfire remained, but sunlight appeared beneath it. A red-gold edge formed around the black blade. The original contract stirred in Tanjiro's blood. The Kagura had never been only a doorway for vengeance. It had been a binding, a promise that the fire behind the sun would remain shaped by human hands. The first Kamado did not worship punishment. He had taught it a dance so that destruction would move in rhythm with life. Tanjiro inhaled. The 12 forms of the Hinakami Kagura connected. Dance, clear blue sky, raging sun, burning bones, summer sun, setting sun transformation, solar heat haze, beneficent radiance, sunflower thrust, dragon sun halo head dance, fire wheel, fake rainbow, flame dance, one form after another, not separate techniques, a cycle, a sun moving across the sky. Tanjiro entered Muzan's reach. The first cut severed a tendril, the second struck a shifting heart, the third crossed one brain, the fourth burned poison from a slayer Muzan had touched, the fifth protected Jiu, the sixth opened a path for Seinmi, the seventh prevented Muzan from dividing, the eighth carried hellfire into another organ, the ninth turned Muzan away from the civilians, the 10th cut the mouths forming across his arms, the 11th broke his escape route. The 12th returned Tanjiro to the first position. Then he continued. Again. The Hinakami Kagura had always been danced from sunset until dawn. Tanjiro finally understood why. Not because one cycle was insufficient, because the sun did not strike once. It continued, breath after breath, step after step, until night ended. The spirit followed the rhythm. At first it fought. It wanted one absolute sentence. One great fire. Tanjiro gave it repetition instead, small judgments, precise cuts, every movement tied to protection. The rider's skull receded, the chain mark stopped spreading. Hellfire passed through the blade without owning the hand. Muzan screamed. His organs could not escape every cut. Tamio's medicine aged him. The crimson Nichiren wounds weakened him. Hellfire destroyed the flesh he tried to abandon. The core attacked through Tanjiro's pattern. Jiu used Tanjiro's discarded broken sword. Seinmi cut where the dance turned Muzan. Obanai memorized the cycle. Mitsuri pulled tendrils from its path. Zenitsu struck between breaths. Inasuk severed what moved unpredictably. Kano tracked the organs. No single strike finished Muzan. Every strike denied him one more path. An hour passed, then another. Tanjiro's body began failing. His lungs tore, his legs lost feeling. The mark across his chest burned like heated iron. The spirit remained inside the rhythm, no longer shouting, moving. Muzan aged thousands of years beneath Tamio's medicine. His whip slowed, not enough. Gyomai no longer stood. Mitsuri had been carried from the battle. Obanai's eyes failed. Seinmi's breathing became wet. Jiu held a blade with one hand that no longer closed properly. The horizon lightened. Muzan smelled dawn. Panic erased the last of his control. His body expanded. Flesh covered the street in a massive sphere. A giant infant emerged from it, pale, hairless, desperate. Muzan had reduced himself to the first instinct that shaped his entire existence. A dying child refusing the end. The form crawled toward shadow. Buildings collapsed beneath it. Tanjiro stood in its path. The sword fell from his hand. His fingers could no longer hold it. The spirit offered its body. Seat me. Tanjiro looked at the approaching sun. We don't need forever, the flesh escapes. We need one moment. Tanjiro picked up the sword with both hands. Muzan struck. The giant arm crushed the road. Tanjiro disappeared beneath it. Nezuko's voice reached him. "Brother," a human voice. Tanjiro opened his eyes. Nezuko ran through the street. Sunlight touched her. Her skin did not burn. The bamboo muzzle was gone. Her hair flew behind her. Her eyes were changing. One remained demonic. The other appeared human. Yurikodaki followed far behind, unable to match her speed. Nezuko had conquered the sun. Muzan smelled her, the perfect demon, sunlight immunity. Everything he had pursued for centuries. His body turned away from escape. He reached for her. Tanjiro's rage ignited. The spirit surged. He claims innocence. Blue-white fire exploded from the rubble. Tanjiro threw Muzan's arm aside. The rider's skull covered his face completely. Chains wrapped around the giant form. Muzan screamed. Tanjiro rose inside the flame. For one terrible instant, the spirit sat fully. Pain vanished. The body straightened. The eyes became empty furnaces. Every guilty soul in the city appeared. The rider looked through them. Muzan, slayers, civilians, Nezuko. The spirit reached toward her demonic blood. Tanjiro fought from somewhere behind the flames. She is innocent. Corruption carries the first guilty. Muzan's blood remained inside Nezuko. The same blood the spirit had once examined and rejected because she had chosen no harm. But now Muzan reached through it, trying to take her. The spirit wanted to burn the entire connection. If the hellfire entered without restraint, it would destroy Muzan's cells. It might destroy Nezuko with them. Tanjiro struggled against the full seat. Not judgment. The spirit tightened the chains. Corruption must burn. Mercy! Mercy does not exist in fire. Nezuko ran toward him, her human eye filled with tears. Tanjiro! The sound reached the place where he remained. He remembered her carrying charcoal, repairing clothing, holding Rokuta, protecting villagers, walking away from Seinmi's blood, burning poison from Tenjin, changing hellfire inside the collapsing district. She had already proven the spirit wrong. Flame could be redirected. Destruction could choose what it removed. Tanjiro reached for the chains inside his own soul. The links wrapped around him. He did not break them. He changed his grip. For the entire story of the spirit, Tanjiro had done one of two things: allowed the fire, or stopped it. He had never told it to become something else. Nezuko reached him. Muzan's flesh wrapped around her ankle. The first demon's blood surged into her. Her human eye turned crimson. Fangs returned. Muzan tried to take the sun immunity into himself. The spirit prepared to incinerate both. Tanjiro seized the flame. Burn what hurts her. The spirit resisted. Judgment requires guilt. Then don't judge. The chains around Muzan tightened. The flame entered Nezuko. She screamed. Blue-white light passed beneath her skin. The spirit searched for guilt. Tanjiro redirected it, away from memory, away from choice, toward the foreign blood, Muzan's cells, the curse, the hunger, the command. For the first time, hellfire moved without punishment. It did not ask what Nezuko deserved. It asked what she needed removed. The flame became mercy. Muzan screamed through her blood. The connection burned, not Nezuko's soul, not her human cells. Only the demonic corruption forced into her on the mountain. The fire followed it back, through every cell connected to Muzan, into the giant infant. Blue-white cracks spread across the pale flesh. Muzan tried to sever the bond. He could not. The blood inside Nezuko had come directly from him. The same violation that transformed her became the path of his destruction. The spirit roared, not in anger, in transformation, its ancient purpose bent beneath human will. Vengeance became cleansing. Judgment became release. The full rider's form shattered around Tanjiro. The burning skull broke into sparks. His human face returned. The chains remained around Muzan, but their links now glowed red-gold at the edges. Nezuko fell into Tanjiro's arms. Her fangs receded. Her second eye became human. Muzan's cells turned to ash inside her. The first sunlight reached the street. Muzan thrashed. His giant body tried to dig underground. Every surviving slayer moved. Jiyu drove the broken blade into Muzan's flesh. Seinmi held one chain. Obanai wrapped his sword around another. Zenitsu struck the ground beneath Muzan. Inasu cut the arms trying to burrow. Kanao pressed her blade into the final exposed heart. Kakashi drove vehicles into the giant form. Civilians pushed debris against it. No one person held Muzan beneath the sun. Everyone did. Tanjiro placed his sword against the first demon's flesh. Hellfire entered. Sunlight followed. Muzan looked at him. For the first time there was no pride in his scent, no rage, only terror. "Stop!" The word came through mouths opening across the giant body. Tanjiro stared. Muzan begged not because he regretted, because death had finally become unavoidable. The spirit pushed faintly. "Stare!" Tanjiro looked at the sunrise. "No," Muzan's crimson eyes widened. "You wanted judgment. I wanted you stopped. You killed my demons to protect people. You hunted me so you would never enter another home." The sun spread across Muzan. His flesh burned. Hellfire prevented regeneration. He screamed. Tanjiro did not open the penance stare. Muzan would not be forced to feel his victims. He would die without understanding them. Once Tanjiro would have considered that failure. Now he understood. The victims did not need Muzan's acknowledgement to make their lives real. His guilt was not the source of their value. He did not possess the power to validate their pain by finally feeling it. Muzan had controlled enough. He would not control the meaning of those he killed. The first demon turned to ash beneath sunlight and hellfire. Every cell burned, every hidden piece, every fragment attempting escape. The chains held until nothing remained. Then they vanished. The street became silent. Muzan Kibutsuji was gone. Tanjiro remained standing for 3 breaths after the war ended. On the 4th, his heart stopped. Nezuko caught him. "Tanjiro!" His body collapsed. The black sword struck the ground. The spirit was silent, too silent. Nezuko pressed both hands against his chest. "Tanjiro!" Jiu fell beside them. He searched for a pulse, found none. Kano arrived with medicine. The Kakashi moved. Voices became distant. Tanjiro heard them from somewhere beneath darkness. He stood inside the Kamado home, whole again. His mother sat beside the hearth. Takeo carried wood. Hanako folded clothing. Shidru played with Rokuta. His father stood outside beneath falling snow. Nezuko was not there. Tanjiro looked around. "Where is she?" His mother smiled. Living, Tanjiro's chest hurt. He looked at his hands. No mark, no chains, no sword. The spirit stood near the doorway, not as a skull, not as flame. A tall shape wrapped in dark cloth, its face hidden. For the first time it did not resemble Tanjiro. The first guilty ends. Yes, the contract is complete. Tanjiro looked toward his family. "Then why am I here?" The vessel ended. He understood. His body had carried too much. Poison, wounds, cold, centuries of memory. The full seat. The final act of mercy had consumed what remained. Tanjiro could stay. The thought brought peace. No more voices, no more guilt, no more deciding whether fire should burn. His family waited. His father approached. Tanjiro tried to remember his face. It appeared blurred. Kokoshibo's stare had taken details. Tanjiro began crying. "I forgot parts of you." His father knelt. "But you remembered the dance. I remember loving you. That is enough." His mother placed a hand against his cheek. "You carried us farther than grief should have asked." Tanjiro closed his eyes. Warmth surrounded him. Then Nezuko screamed his name. The sound came from beyond the house. The spirit turned toward it. The living calls. Tanjiro looked at the doorway. Snow waited outside. Beyond it, a street under sunrise. Nezuko crying over his body. Jiu pressing against his chest. Kano preparing another injection. Zenitsu shouting. Inosuke demanding that Tanjiro stop pretending to be dead. Yurikodaki arriving too late to protect either child from pain. Tanjiro looked back at his family. "I don't want to leave you again." His mother smiled sadly. "You didn't." Takeo stepped forward. "We came with you." Hanako touched his sleeve. "We're in everything you chose." Rokuta lifted his arms. Tanjiro knelt and held him. The details remained blurred. The love did not. The spirit waited beside the door. Tanjiro looked at it. "What happens to you? Vengeance remains while wrong remains. Will you take another vessel?" The contract changed. The spirit's hidden face turned toward the hearth. Fire learned mercy. Tanjiro stood. "Is that bad?" The spirit considered. "It is incomplete judgment." Tanjiro smiled faintly. "No, it's a choice." The spirit extended one hand. A chain rested in its palm, not wrapped around Tanjiro. Offered, return and carry the mark. "For how long?" "Until your life ends naturally." no full seat unless freely given, and the stare changed by the vessel. Tanjiro looked at his family. His father nodded. The living called again. Tanjiro took the chain. The house filled with light. His heart restarted beneath Nezuko's hands. Tanjiro gasped. Air entered damaged lungs. Pain followed, so much pain that he nearly wished the darkness back. Nezuko cried against his chest. Jiyu's hand remained over Tanjiro's heart. Kano sat beside him holding an empty syringe. Zenitsu fell backward. "He's alive!" Inazuki pointed both swords toward the sky. "I frightened death away. You were crying." "I was threatening it with water from my eyes." Urokodaki reached them. The old man wore his Tengu mask. His hands shook as he knelt beside the Kamado siblings. Tanjiro tried to speak. Only a broken sound came out. Urokodaki placed one hand on his head. "You returned." The same words from Final Selection. Tanjiro closed his eyes. Yes, the mark had changed. The dark chains remained across his right arm, chest, neck, and jaw, but the links no longer glowed, only blue-white. A red-gold line ran through them, like sunrise inside cooled iron. The spirit rested beneath his heartbeat, not silent, no longer pushing. Present, Tanjiro looked at Nezuko. Human eyes, human scent, no hunger, no demonic blood. "Nezuko," she smiled through tears. "You remember my name?" Tanjiro laughed weakly. "Yes, what about mine?" Zenitsu demanded. Tanjiro looked toward him. "Zenitsu!" The yellow-haired boy collapsed with relief. Inazuki leaned closer. "And me?" "Monjiro!" Inazuki recoiled. "That isn't my name!" Tanjiro smiled. "I know." Inazuki headbutted him carefully enough not to reopen the wounds. The war ended beneath the morning sun, not with celebration, with people checking who still breathed. Kakashi moved among the ruins. The dead were covered, the injured carried away. Gyomai survived the sunrise, but not the wounds. He died in prayer, surrounded by those he had protected. Mitsuri and Obanai held one another while their breathing weakened. Neither survived the day. Seinmi remained unconscious for hours. Jiyu refused treatment until others were carried first. Kano's eyesight never fully recovered. Tenjin arrived after the battle and shouted at everyone for winning without enough style. Then he sat beside the bodies of the Hashira and said nothing for a long time. The Demon Slayer Corps had won. Most of its strongest warriors were gone. Victory and grief occupied the same room, just as Tenjin had warned. Tanjiro did not reject either. No new demons appeared after Musen's death. Those directly tied to his blood burned with him. Some died immediately. Others weakened beneath sunrise or were found by remaining slayers. Yushiro survived because Tamio had transformed him through a method no longer dependent on Musen's curse. He disappeared from public view after creating one final portrait of Tamio. The Corps searched for months. Caves, abandoned temples, mountain tunnels. The last scattered demons were destroyed. Then the crows stopped carrying mission orders. For the first time in generations, night became only night. Kaguya Yubayashiki's surviving children formally dissolved the Demon Slayer Corps. The swords remained, the graves remained, the breathing forms remained, but the war was over. Urokodaki returned to Mount Sajiri. Jiyu visited often, though he claimed each visit was accidental. Seinmi rarely stayed long. When he did, he left food near the door and pretended someone else had brought it. Kana rebuilt the Butterfly Mansion into a clinic. AI ran it more effectively than anyone expected and exactly as effectively as Tanjiro expected. Zenitsu wrote increasingly exaggerated accounts of the final battle. In every version, he fought Musen alone for at least several minutes. Inazuki objected and added corrections by drawing himself much larger than everyone else. Tenjin visited with all 3 wives and turned every reunion into a festival. Nezuko learned to live as a human again. At first, sunlight frightened her, not because it burned, because part of her remembered that it should. She would stand at the doorway with one hand extended, waiting for pain. Tanjiro stood beside her each time. Eventually, she stopped waiting. Her memories returned slowly, not all of them. Some years remained blurred, but she remembered the mountain, their family, Tanjiro carrying her through snow. She remembered the box, the trains, the district, the Hashira courtyard, Rengoku smiling at her. She remembered fire bending away. One spring morning, Nezuko asked Tanjiro about the night of the massacre. They sat near the graves of their family. Tanjiro told her everything. Muzan, the awakening, the choice to carry her down the mountain. When he finished, Nezuko looked at the chain marks covering one side of his body. "Do you regret choosing me?" Tanjiro stared. "No, you could have chased him. You were alive. He killed more people afterward." The same accusation the spirit once used. Tanjiro looked toward the graves. "Yes," Nezuko lowered her gaze. Tanjiro took her hand. "But saving you taught the fire what life meant." She looked at him. "If I had chased Muzan that night, the spirit might have won the first argument." The chain marks warmed. Not anger, memory. Tanjiro continued. "Every person saved afterward began with carrying you down the mountain." Nezuko squeezed his hand. Their family rested beneath the earth. No victory restored them. No punishment balanced their deaths. But the life that continued from their love mattered. That was enough. Not because it erased grief, because grief no longer needed to erase everything else. Years passed. Tanjiro never became completely ordinary. The chain marks remained. His right arm weakened in winter. Sometimes he woke with memories that belonged to people dead for centuries. He would smell moonlight and remember Kokoshibo, hear festival music and think of Daki, see snow and feel Akaza kneeling beside graves. The penance stare had changed permanently. Tanjiro discovered this when a man attacked travelers near a mountain road. There were no demons left, only human cruelty. The attacker carried a knife and believed an injured former slayer would be easy prey. Tanjiro disarmed him. The spirit stirred. The old doors appeared, but the fire no longer forced itself forward. It waited. Tanjiro looked into the man's eyes. He saw fear, debt, anger, choices. He did not unleash judgment. He carried the man to the village authorities. The spirit asked why. Because stopping him was enough. He may harm again. Then people will watch him. Humans fail. Yes, you could make certainty. Tanjiro looked at the sunrise-colored marks. Certainty was Muzan's language. The spirit became silent. Tanjiro no longer hunted. He watched. He traveled when stories reached him of something wrong in isolated places. Not every wrong required a sword. Some needed food. Some needed medicine. Some needed a witness. Some needed a person strong enough to stand between cruelty and its victim. Only rarely did the black sword leave its sheath. When it did, the blade still burned, but witnesses described the flame differently. Some saw blue-white vengeance. Others saw red-gold warmth. The guilty saw doors. The innocent felt only heat against the cold. Tanjiro became a rumor, a quiet guardian walking roads after sunset, a man with a scar across half his body, a swordsman whose fire did not burn wood unless he chose. Children called him the Lantern Man. Old slayers called him the Last Rider. Tanjiro preferred no title. He returned home whenever possible. Nezuko married and filled the Kamado house with voices again. Zenitsu insisted the children inherited his bravery. No one believed him. Inazuka arrived through windows despite the existence of doors. Kanao brought medicine and flowers. Jiyu sat quietly beside the hearth. Seinmi complained about the noise and continued visiting. During winter, Tanjiro performed the Hinakami Kagura. From sunset until dawn, the movements remained perfect even when memories did not. The dance carried his father's shape. The flames carried Rengoku's lesson. The rhythm carried Yurikodaki's discipline. The choices carried everyone. Sometimes, near the final hour, the spirit appeared beside the clearing, not visible to anyone else. A tall figure wrapped in shadow, blue-white fire beneath its skin, red-gold light around its hands. It watched Tanjiro dance. Wrong remains in the world. Tanjiro completed the final form. Yes, vengeance remains necessary. Sometimes, mercy permits risk. Yes, why choose it? Tanjiro looked toward the house. Warm light shone through the windows. His family laughed inside. Not the family he lost. Not a replacement. A future that had grown from the people who survived. Because a world without risk is a world where no one is allowed to choose. The spirit considered the answer. It had spent ages believing choice was only the beginning of guilt. Through Tanjiro, it had learned choice could also be the beginning of mercy. The sun rose. The fire around Tanjiro's blade faded. The spirit vanished with the night. Tanjiro stood alone in the snow. He could no longer remember every face the stare had shown him. He remembered the weight. He remembered that they mattered. His own family's faces had blurred at the edges too. But when Tanjiro closed his eyes, he still felt his mother's hand. Takio's laughter, Hanako's patience, Shiju's energy, Rokuta sleeping near the fire, his father dancing. Memory had lost detail, love had not. Tanjiro opened his eyes. Nezuko stood at the doorway. "You're finished for this year. Breakfast is ready." Tanjiro sheathed the black sword. The chain marks beneath his clothing warmed once, not demanding content. He walked toward the house. The era of demons had ended. The spirit of vengeance remained, but it no longer belonged to wrath alone. The first flame had awakened because of an unforgivable wrong. It endured because a grieving boy chose to save one life before chasing the guilty. It grew through anger. It was disciplined by kindness. It learned protection from a flame Hashira. It learned sacrifice from a demon girl. It learned that understanding did not erase guilt. It learned that pain did not automatically create justice. And at the end of the longest night, it learned something no ancient force of judgment had ever understood. Fire did not have to decide who deserved to burn. In human hands, it could also decide what deserved to survive.